Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 1. In Konoha 51, Naruto was born, and Minato and his wife died in battle. In the Hokage office, the elderly third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around blankly. What's going on? One second I was staying up late writing a PPT, and the next second why am I here? Third Hokage looked around in confusion. The next second, a huge amount of news rushed into his brain. Hiss! Am I the third Hokage? Liu Yun grabs the most critical information. Traveling to the world of Hokage ninjas and becoming a ninja bear, known as the most powerful Hokage in the history of Konoha? Are you kidding me? He is very familiar with the world of Hokage, also known as the Legend of the Eyes, 5 villages fighting, Agarwood saves her mother. But just because he enjoys watching anime, doesn't it mean he wants to come to this world? Whoosh! A figure appeared strangely in the room. Wearing an animal mask, he looked a little nervous. Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? The members of the secret team looked at Master Hokage's strange behavior, and not only expressed their ardent concern. The member was half kneeling on the ground with a very respectful attitude. It could be felt from his words that he had great respect for Master Hokage. Konoha is in troubled times right now, and the aftermath of the Nine Tails Rebellion is extremely serious. 4th Hokage died in the battle, Nine Tails Jinchuriki died in the battle, Jinchuriki became a baby, and the village suffered heavy losses. As a last resort, Lord Third Generation came back to power. To put it bluntly, the current third generation is the most important pillar of the village. Seeing the unusual behavior of the pillar just now, how could the subordinates not be nervous? It's nothing, I'm just too tired. Liu Yun prevaricated vaguely. Anbu has no doubts about this. Since the 4th Hokage-sama died in the battle, the third generation Sama has almost devoted himself to his work. All the hard work fell on the greatest Hokage Konoha had ever seen. Master Third Hokage has not left the office for half a month, and he has stayed here for food and accommodation. Especially the third generation Sama's wife, Sarutobi Biwako, was also unfortunately killed in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Today, the third generation Sama is really alone and has given everything for the village. Liu Yun didn't know what was going on in his subordinate's mind, so he waved his hand to signal the other person to step back. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the documents piled up several meters high on his desk, and he took out one and pretended to deal with it. He could also read the words above clearly. The documents were nothing more than combat reports, personnel pensions, and border security issues. Liu Yun is not interested in any of these. Working with files is just a facade. Deep down, he was thinking about other things. Ding! It is detected that the host has traveled to the Hokage ninja world and the system is being bound. Ding! System binding successful. At this time, a strange smile appeared on Mr. Third Generation's face. System, it's coming. Broken system. Host Sarutobi Hiruzen / Liu Yun. Initial character template, Peak Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chakra attributes: Fire, Wind, Thunder, Earth, Water, Yin, and Yang. Note, this character template has begun to slowly enter old age, and its strength will be declining. Ding! Congratulations host, you have completed the task of activating the system. The rewards are now distributed. Do you want to claim them? There is no need to hesitate, Liu Yun said in his heart, get it. Ding! The rewards have been distributed. Get the Kizaru character template. Character template, Pora Salino, a character from the One Piece world. Codename Kizaru, one of the Admiral of Headquarters. Character abilities: Logia Sparkling Fruit, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Marine 6 Styles. Feeling the sudden power in his body, Pora Salino's ability and Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability merged with each other without any conflict. He clenched his fist gently, and another kind of power continued to come from his body, which was slowly nourishing his body. The system is so generous. It gave me Porisalino's character template at the beginning. Liu Yun skillfully picked up the pipe, lit it, and then puffed on it. Even though I've never used a pipe before. But after inheriting everything from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he even has combat experience and ninjutsu, let alone smoking. It's kind of fun to ruin the system, because it requires me to completely ruin it, right? Liu Yun asked in his heart. Yes, every choice, every decision, every action of the host needs to implement the principle of failure. The system will issue corresponding rewards based on its judgment. Then what if I didn't mess it up? What's the punishment? Liu Yun asked again. No punishment. After listening to the system's explanation, Liu Yun felt relieved. In other words, every next step he takes will be rewarded if he does it right, and it doesn't matter if he does it wrong, just pretend that nothing happened. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Liu Yun secretly thought. Looking at the complicated documents on the table, Liu Yun couldn't find the slightest interest in dealing with them. They are all ruined, so what documents are there to process? Isn't this funny? However, his current identity is still the third Hokage. In the world of Hokage, Kage's identity is still somewhat valuable. Otherwise, the third generation in the original book would not have firmly held power until death, and the future Prince Naruto would not have been clamoring to become a Hokage every day. Even the second pillar of the rebellious ninja has wanted to play the Hokage. You can't lose your identity just yet. Liu Yun thought carefully. As a Hokage, the living conditions provided by the village are quite good. The accommodation and food are absolutely top-notch. If you have any instructions, just wave, and Anbu will show up and help him complete it. Liu Yun didn't want to lose this kind of treatment. So now the question is, I don't want to do the work, but I want the benefits, what should I do? He then retire. Chapter 2. After making up his mind, Liu Yun tapped his pipe twice on the desk. Phew. The members of Anbu's team from before appeared immediately, half kneeling respectfully, waiting for Master Hokage's instructions. Sure enough, everything was as he thought. As Hokage, someone is always waiting for you. His words are the golden rule for these ninjas. Master Hokage, please give me your orders. Anbu's subordinate wearing a tanuki mask replied in a deep voice. This is the captain of the Anbu team. He is waiting for Hokage all day long. He is a civilian ninja personally promoted by the third generation. His strength is genin and his loyalty is extremely high. According to the memory of the original owner, Liu Yun easily learned the information about the person in front of him. Cao Ta. Liu Yun smoked a cigarette, looked at Cao Ta Maruyama who was kneeling, and said with a hint of melancholy. What do you think of the current situation in the village? Cao Ta Maruyama. Is this something that I, the little Captain Anbu, can say? But since Master Hokage has given the order, he can only answer bravely. The current situation in the village is not optimistic. Maruyama Cao Ta hesitated for a moment and answered carefully this time. Well, keep talking. Liu Yun nodded, and there was nothing unusual about his expression. Seeing this, Maruyama Kota boldly said. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, the village suffered heavy losses. Master Fourth Hokage died in the battle, and many Chunin and Jainin also died in this disaster. At present, the morale of the village is low and the finances are worrying. According to intelligence, Cloud Shinobi village in the Land of Thunder watching with eager eyes, deliberately creating friction on the border. What Maruyama Cao Ta said is absolutely right, Konoha is indeed at its weakest now. The actual situation may be worse than what Maruyama Cao Ta said. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, everyone saw the Sharingan in Nine Tails' eyes. What does this mean? It means that the people who created that crisis are members of the Uchiha clan. Liu Yun, who is familiar with the original work, certainly knows that Obito was responsible for the incident. But in the eyes of others, they only recognized Sharingan. Even though Uchiha's clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, has issued statements many times, it is of no use. Third generation's old partner, Pot Shadow Danzo, privately put pressure on Hiruzen, saying that he would take tough measures against Uchiha as much as possible. Taking another deep breath of cigarette, Liu Yun pretended to be deep in thought. Cao Ta, right now, the village is facing internal and external troubles. Do you think there is anyone in the village that you can rely on? Cao Ta Maruyama. Damn, what did I hear? Is this the Hokage that Master Third Generation is preparing to establish? Liu Yun swept away his desk, laid out a piece of white paper, then picked up a pen, thought for a moment, and silently wrote a name on the desk. Then he folded the white paper, picked it up between his fingers, and shot it into Cao Ta's hand. Let him come to me. Liu Yun's calm command was filled with the majesty of a superior. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Cao Ta Maruyama does things very efficiently, only 10 minutes. Orochimaru came to the Hokage office. With long black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the wings of the nose, pale skin, the first impression he gives is that he is sinister. A normal person's first impression of seeing Orochimaru would probably not be too good. Regarding this point, losing to Namikaze Minato in the 4th Hokage election is enough proof. Although Orochimaru is far superior to Minato in terms of qualifications and experience, the people still choose Minato, who is sunny and handsome. Well, Konoha village is still a place to look at. Of course, in terms of strength and ability, Orochimaru can definitely support Hokage's position. Arriving at the Hokage office, Orochimaru had a puzzled look on his face. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the teacher, has not seen him alone for a long time. Since he chose to support Minato, the relationship between the two has become more and more distant. Are you looking for him at this juncture? Orochimaru was shocked. Could it be that the things he did in private were exposed? In recent years, with the support of Danzo, the scale of my own human experiments has increased. It's impossible for third generation not to know about the dirty things they do in private. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel anxious. Late at night, he was summoned alone and Captain Anbu delivered a letter. The location was chosen at the Hokage office. With a slight sense, there are at least 5 Jonin guarding the office. Plus the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of me. Orochimaru knows the strength of this teacher better than anyone else. If the other party really plans to take action against me, the situation is not good. The snake pupils in his eye sockets shrank slightly. Orochimaru was already mentally prepared to take action. Konoha Sunin has never been a mediocre person. The name of Sunin was built up by the piles of corpses from enemy villages on the battlefield. While Orochimaru was observing third generation, Liu Yun was also looking at this disciple. Although the appearance condition is a bit rough and not as good as Minato, he is definitely assured of Orochimaru's ability. In other words, each of Hiruzen's 3 disciples has no problem being qualified for the position of Hokage. After taking a puff of cigarette, Liu Yun poured out the ashes from his pipe. Then wipe it clean with a paper towel slowly. Orochimaru below observed Liu Yun's movements. He thought to himself, cleaning the pipe, is this a precursor to taking action? Orochimaru N.A. Liu Yun tried his best to make his tone as dull and miserable as possible. Orochimaru frowned, how could he have such a tone? There is bitterness, misery, and helplessness in third generation's voice. The strange thing is that Orochimaru can hear the slightest joy. This is not normal. Do you want to be a Hokage? Liu Yun spoke, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the office became awkward. Chapter 3. As soon as these words came out, everyone except Liu Yun was stunned. Orochimaru lost control of his rare expression, his mouth opened slightly, and he seemed a little at a loss. The Anbu who were hiding in the dark were also stunned, and then quickly used chakra to block their hearing to avoid hearing things they shouldn't hear. Ding dong, ding dong. Orochimaru could clearly feel that his heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he was confused. "Old teacher, what did you say?" It took him a long time to realize that this was not an illusion, it was really his master, the Lord of the Third Hokage, speaking. Hearing this, Liu Yun frowned. Didn't he make it very clear? Orochimaru watched the third generation carefully and frowned. What does it mean? I said, you come to be the fifth Hokage, and from now on, the village will be handed over to you. Liu Yun repeated it again. Boom. Orochimaru's mind could no longer be stabilized, and his heart was beating faster. Are you kidding me? There was some struggle in the words, and the snake eyes focused on third generation. I'm not kidding, I'm telling you seriously. In terms of reputation, you are one of the Konoha Sunin, the hero who put down the war. In terms of strength, you are not inferior to me. Then why can't you be a Hokage? Liu Yun said matter-of-factly. Orochimaru looked at his teacher, he could feel that this time, third generation was not joking with him. Although the incident happened suddenly, if I could become a Hokage. The sealed book and those forbidden techniques are at your fingertips. The resources in the village require and take from him. All the forbidden techniques in your imagination can be realized one by one. And third generation seriously extended an olive branch to him. I have to say, he was moved. But soon, Orochimaru shook his head. It's too late. Danzo won't sit idly by. He has been coveting the Hokage position for a long time. Hokage is the leader of the 5 great ninja nations, Konoha village. Not only does he need superb leadership skills, he also needs superb strength, as well as the courage to sacrifice for the village at critical times. Danzo? He is only suitable to be a pot shadow, not a Hokage. Liu Yun rejected it without hesitation. Danzo, he doesn't deserve to be the village chief. He can do assassinations and do small tricks, but when it comes to the critical moment, he is unreliable. It's not like I haven't tried it in the original work. After the Battle of Pain, Tsunade fell into a coma and Konoha was leaderless. At this time, Danzo volunteered. What was the result? Those who wanted to play dirty used distinguished heavenly gods to control Mifune and were discovered. In the first battle, his opponent, Urju, held Izanagi and had a chance of 10 lives, but he was beaten like a bear and was killed. You must know that Urju still had half of his health at that time. The most outrageous thing is that he is the only idiot who can stab Susanoo with a shuriken. This thing is as outrageous as Hashirama holding a shuriken and telling Madara that I am going to commit suicide. Holding a bug-level forbidden technique like Izanagi's, which can provide him with invincibility for 1 minute at a time, but it happens to be used as a body replacement technique. Can this kind of thing also be used as a Hokage? A normal ninja, he has to talk about dying in battle. Danzo, look at my hand of resurrection coins. So even if the current third generation is Liu Yun's imposter, Danzo has never been in my mind. What does Guoying mean? Orochimaru doesn't know. He really wants to ask, am I determined to sacrifice for the village? The question remained unspoken after all. Orochimaru said, I have been collaborating with him before, regarding human experiments. Orochimaru's meaning is obvious. Things like human experimentation have a bad reputation when spread. Especially a person who is about to become a Hokage cannot have that kind of stain. I can let go of everything that happened in the past. I want to continue researching in the future. After Liu Yun said this, he paused and continued, after becoming Hokage, there will no longer be shackles that bind you. In Konoha, what you said, that's what you say and keep your promise. He continued to tease Orochimaru, and the implication was that after becoming a Hokage, you can do whatever you want, and no one has the right to restrain you anymore. Sure enough, after hearing Liu Yun's statement, Orochimaru couldn't help but stick out his tongue and draw a circle around his lips. You know what to do about the dark spots in the past in order to prevent Danzo from jumping over the wall and exposing the matter. Liu Yun walked up to Orochimaru and said with a hint of chill in her words. After Orochimaru heard this, his little heart skipped a beat. What is the teacher's consciousness? Strike first is the strongest. Liu Yun's light words made Orochimaru feel like he was struck by lightning, and the Anbu around him wanted to take his ears off. Is this really something that tools like us can hear? At this point, Orochimaru could no longer control his expression management. Is the person in front of me really my teacher? Not only did he voluntarily abdicate, but he also promised not to pursue his dark history, and even helped plan a deal against his old partner. If it weren't for the aura and perception that have been with him for many years, Orochimaru would have suspected that the third generation in front of him was a fake. Orochimaru thought that the desire for the position of Hokage was no longer in his heart, and the fire in his heart had long cooled down. Unexpectedly, today, Liu Yun's few words would stir it up again. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru said, Danzo is not simple, he is not weak, and he has a group of dead soldiers. Liu Yun interrupted him. I will hand over Anbu to you for deployment. From now on, Anbu will be handed over to you until you become the 5th Hokage, and you will automatically inherit all the weapons, A&D. When the critical moment comes, I will take action. Liu Yun glanced at Orochimaru sideways from the corner of his eyes and said Haki. Now, I'm still Hokage. Chapter 4. Orochimaru stopped talking. For Liu Yun's sake, if he doesn't make a decision, he would be too cowardly. When will we do it? Orochimaru asked. Just tonight. After saying that, Liu Yun waved, and the Anbu team who had been waiting for a long time appeared immediately. Calling other members of Anbu's team to cooperate with Orochimaru's actions to uproot the root organization. Konoha's root organization, officially called Anbu Training Department, sounds good, but in fact it has never accomplished anything useful. The chaos of 9 tails, fishing, Pain's attack, paddling. The most important thing is that the root organization is only responsible for Danzo. Why does this kind of organization still exist? Yes, Lord Third Hokage. A group of Anbu nodded. After doing this, Liu Yun looked at Orochimaru again and pretended to be enthusiastic. Do you need me to go with you? Haha, no need, teacher, what you can do is beyond all my imagination. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. It would be an understatement to say that third generation's performance was a 180-degree turn. He acted resolutely and decisively, without any hesitation like before. Moreover, his mentor even handed over the command of Anbu to him. Under such circumstances, if third generation were to take action, he would look down on himself. Whoosh! Team Anbu and Orochimaru disappeared from the office in an instant. Tonight, things are going to change in Konoha. Root Organization Base. Orochimaru, why are you here at my place so late? Danzo asked with some surprise while leaning on his crutch, looking at Orochimaru who suddenly arrived. Nothing, I just want to talk to you about the next Hokage. Orochimaru no longer loses control of his emotions in front of Liu Yun. In front of others, he is still one of the calm Konoha Sunin. Humph. Now that the 4th generation is dead in the battle, Hiruzen is just taking orders in the face of danger. He temporarily comes out to stabilize the situation. Once the situation is calmed down, the village's election for the 5th Hokage will inevitably be held. By then, who else will be the Hokage? Danzo said very confidently. He has been coveting that position for more than a day or two. The current situation is the closest he has come to taking the position of Hokage. As early as a few days ago, Danzo asked the members of the root to disperse, began to create public opinion in the village, and lobbied the elders and major families. The 2 members of the elders have no objection to becoming a Hokage, and the major families also have a wait-and-see attitude. The most likely contenders, Tsunade and Jiraiya, are both out of the village. The remaining Orochimaru was on his side. Looking at it this way, we have the upper hand, and we are just waiting for the time to come for Hiruzen to clean up the mess. When the time comes, with a wave of your arms, great things can happen. Looking at Danzo, who was already going crazy, Orochimaru silently lowered his opinion of him in his heart. It seemed that he still overestimated him. The person in charge of the overall situation now is the teacher. If you don't get him, you can lobby everyone in the village, so what? The teacher's evaluation is right, Danzo is not brave enough. In the original work, this is indeed the case. Danzo made almost all the preparations he could. At the most critical moment, Hiruzen said lightly, I can continue to protect Konoha as Hokage until a new generation of Will of Fire grows up. Things are so dirty. Orochimaru. Don't worry, when I become Hokage, the funds for your experiments will be tripled. Danzo also confidently promised Orochimaru. He is busy drawing cakes. However, the current Orochimaru will not do this again. Rather than struggling to ask you for research funds every month, I prefer to get as much as I want myself. Seeing that time has been delayed almost. Anbu's mission has almost been completed. Boom. At this time, there was a loud noise outside the door. A member of the Root organization burst in with blood all over his body. Lord Danzo, the Root organization is under attack. A sudden scene caught Danzo off guard. Danzo immediately stepped forward and ducked in front of the member. Who did it? Is it those guys from Uchiha? Holding his subordinate with one hand, Danzo asked sternly. The one who moved it was, and who moved? Before he finished speaking, a shuriken shot straight from outside the door, hitting the Root organization member's back vest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures flashed past, and the Anbu elite team rushed in. I'm really sorry, Orochimaru-sama, this member of the Root is in some trouble, and I have to send a message to Danzo before I die. Captain Anbu, the leader, apologized. He listened to the conversation between third generation Sama and Orochimaru-sama just now. Not surprisingly, his future direct boss will be Orochimaru. Of course he won't let go of such an obvious opportunity to perform tonight. Besides, Anbu has long been displeased with them. All members of Anbu are dispatched. All members of the Root organization have been controlled by us. Now only the last target is left, Shimura Dans. When Captain Anbu spoke, a group of people had blocked all exits. In an instant, Gen's base became the best encirclement. It was a dizzying turn of events, and Danzo still hasn't figured out what happened. The root tissue is completely destroyed? Anbu did it? What's going on? Countless questions came to mind, and Danzo was furious. Click. The crutch was crushed to pieces. Who ordered you to do that? Is it the third generation? Where is the other person? Let him come to see me. With a cold face, Danzo did not hide his anger at all. Looking at the team leader in front of him, he said with murderous intent. Chapter 5. As for Danzo, not to mention Captain Anbu, even Orochimaru who was watching the show was speechless. When death is imminent, you still want to ask the teacher to come here to see you. It's so silly and cute. He sighed helplessly. Orochimaru felt like something was making a fuss out of a molehill. Unfortunately, I had to explain in front of the teacher that Danzo was difficult to deal with, but now, it seems that I can brush the root tissue alone without Anbu. Taking a few steps forward, Orochimaru waved his hand. You all step back and control the situation outside. Leave this to me. Don't forget the 2 remaining Hokage advisors. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. As soon as the words fell, all Anbu members disappeared in an instant. In the empty base, only Orochimaru and Danzo were left. After a moment of silence, Danzo spoke up first. Why do you do that? You haven't seen it yet? The teacher has decided to let me do 5th Hokage. Orochimaru looked at Danzo and said. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo whispered. After saying that, he threw away his crutches in an instant and darted towards the door of the secret passage. He didn't give up and wanted to confront third generation. Wouldn't it be too shameful for me to let you leave like that? Earth style, earth flow wall. A solid wall appeared instantly, blocking the exit of the secret passage. Orochimaru ducked in front of Danzo, with the Lion Majesty hidden in his hand ready for a long time. Latent shadow snake hands. Tier. Dozens of Lion Majesty wearing snake letters, with the dark light on their sharp fangs, quickly rushed towards Danzo. The attack was a killing move, and Orochimaru didn't care about the friendship of his partners. Danzo is the certificate he dedicated to his teacher. This guy knows that he has so much dark history and he must be controlled. Wind-style vacuum Daima. The seal was completed in an instant, and Danzo sprayed out a high-pressure wind ball from his mouth. The enhanced version of the vacuum sphere was like a rocket launcher, instantly smashing the Lion Majesty in front of him to pieces. It's too slow. Orochimaru's teasing taunts came from behind. The snake's limbs hardened, and it clung to the arm with great force, slamming down on Danzo's back. Bang! There was a muffled groan, and where the fist hit, there was another heavier sound. Danzo gritted his teeth, determined not to let the blood spurt out from his mouth. This was his last act of stubbornness. Click! Orochimaru increased his strength. The chakra on his arm increased its infusion and suddenly exploded from his fist. With just one click, Danzo's body became shaky. Danzo's face was filled with shock, and the severe pain radiating from his body frightened him. Now, the mouthful of blood in his mouth could no longer be hidden. Phew! A mouthful of old blood spurted out. His body swayed forward, and he barely stopped after taking a few steps. Latent shadow snake limb. With another cold drink, Orochimaru's arms were wrapped around his softened arms like life-threatening chains. Orochimaru's face was expressionless, and he attacked Danzo with his whole arm. The fist, which had turned into a snake's mouth, bit Orochimaru's neck hard. Poisonous. The moment he was attacked, Danzo noticed something was wrong. His neck was numb, and powerful toxins were injected into his body. His body was instantly out of control and stiffened. What frightened him even more was that Orochimaru had already flashed in front of him at some point. The seal of the curse. Orochimaru stretched out his neck and bit Danzo in an instant, and a complicated seal technique appeared in an instant. The outcome is decided. Uncle Snake retracted his arm and looked at Danzo, who was sealed by the curse. Under the control of the cursed seal, Danzo is now at his mercy. After becoming an elder, I have been pampered for too long. Shimura Danz, a member of the elite escort force of the second Hokage who once galloped on the battlefield, died a long time ago. The only survivor is the elder Shimura Danz, who only knows how to play tricks. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. Danzo is too weak, much weaker than he thought. From the beginning of the battle, it was obvious that he was extremely panicked, and his performance was unbelievably poor. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs spurted out from Danzo's mouth. He stared at Orochimaru with splitting eyes and wanted to say something, but was blocked by the seal and couldn't even say half a sentence. Not convinced, are you? Orochimaru looked at Danzo condescendingly. Hokage, besides your keen political sense, you forgot the most important thing, Danzo. No one who can become a Hokage is mediocre. First Hokage Senju Hashirama is recognized as the god of ninjas. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, not to mention his strength. In order to protect his subordinates, he volunteered to be a bait and used his will as a Hokage. Leave it to the next generation, and then die on the battlefield from exhaustion while covering the retreat of your men. And fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato sacrificed himself for the sake of the village, even sealing 9 tails into his own son. Third Hokage. The words came to his lips, but Orochimaru still couldn't say it out. A disciple can't say what a teacher has taught him. Hokage is the leader of the 5 great ninja nations, Konoha village. Not only requires superb leadership skills, but also superb strength, and the courage to sacrifice for the village at critical times. The teacher's judgment of you is right. You don't have any of these 3 points. Looking at Danzo with pity in his eyes. The latter, under Orochimaru's verbal attacks and physical attacks, passed out without spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 6. Konoha must be bloody tonight. The root tissue was uprooted and washed with blood inside and out. Mitokado Homura, Udaten Koharu, Shimura Dans, 3 highly respected elders were controlled. The elder board system that Konoha has had since Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage has ceased to exist in name only. Early the next morning, Orochimaru, who had been busy all night, came to Hokage's office with the smell of blood all over his body. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in. The third Hokage put down the seal in his hand and said softly. The door opened and Orochimaru came in. Several Anbu were accompanying them, holding the 3 elders who were in a coma hostage. The 3 of them were all trapped in the illusion, and their breaths were weak. Orochimaru, how are things going? All the people who are in the way are here, the rest. Orochimaru didn't say it clearly. Obviously, according to his virtue, he would not leave any hidden dangers to himself. Well done. Liu Yun praised. The pipe pointed at the 3 unconscious elders. What surprises me is that you didn't clean up the 3 of them. Although the 3 of them are useless, the elder system has existed for many years. It is inappropriate to get rid of them hastily. The village needs a smooth transition. Clearly, Orochimaru has thrust himself into the position of Hokage decision-maker. Even if he sneered at Konoha's elder body system in his heart, no one would think that he would have 3 old stubborn emperors on his head in the future. But in order to survive smoothly until he becomes a Hokage, it doesn't hurt to leave them alive. Orochimaru tried his best to look gentle in front of the 3rd generation. Not only that, in the future, in front of the villagers, he would no longer be able to stick out his tongue and show a sinister expression like before. Hokage is very upright, and appearance construction is very important. Orochimaru saw this clearly in his teacher 3rd Hokage. In that case, let's announce it. Liu Yun decided without hesitation. Hey? What are you announcing? Orochimaru was very surprised. I declare you to be the 5th Hokage. Liu Yun said as a matter of course. The heads of the major families have been notified that the village also needs a new Hokage to lead people out of the gloom. Liu Yun smiled. Look at this. With that, he handed an unsealed secret letter to Orochimaru. This is a notice to the daimyo. Orochimaru was stunned now. Yes, I have arranged for someone to send a notice to the village. At noon today, the entire village will know that you are the next Hokage. At that time, the daimyo will issue a formal appointment letter. Liu Yun smiled. Orochimaru was stunned, he seemed a little at a loss. This is too hasty. I called myself here last night, and this morning, I became a Hokage? Teacher, I. Orochimaru seemed to want to say something. But Liu Yun interrupted him, walked up to Orochimaru step by step, and led him to the Hokage office chair. Then, with the other party's confused eyes, Liu Yun pushed him down. From now on, you are the Hokage. Orochimaru. What does this mean? Rushing the ducks to the shelves and delegating power in advance? Am I not prepared at all? Teacher, I'm not a real Hokage yet. At least, I need to give the village time to adapt after the whole village is informed. Then you should also adapt to work in advance. But. No but. Liu Yun unceremoniously rejected Orochimaru. I can leave Konoha in your hands. Remember, Orochimaru, your mission is to make Konoha village great again. A tall hat was pulled down, causing Orochimaru's brain to hurt. Although I don't know what's wrong with the teacher, he is doing things very cheerfully today. Before Orochimaru could react, Liu Yun chose to run away. I want to destroy the retired people. I can't stay in this shabby office for a second. I stayed here last night and tried to look at the documents a few times. Liu Yun suddenly found that he couldn't understand it at all, so he had no choice but to transform into a sealing immortal. No matter what it said, copying the Hokage seal was. Look at Liu Yun's neat escape gesture. Orochimaru fell silent. He didn't look like a lonely old man who couldn't do what he wanted. Half leaning on the office chair, Orochimaru looked at the things on the desk. Anbu personnel list, remaining funds of the village. It can be said that Liu Yun left all the legacy to him without reservation. It turns out that the teacher still trusts me. Not only does he trust me, he also removes the biggest shackles, the group of elders, before leaving. The teacher even plans to do it himself. That's the teacher's best friend. The friendship that has existed since the first ninja war. Not only that, according to the Hokage handover ceremony in the past, the incoming Hokage will pass on the governance strategy to the next, explain the precautions, and transfer all experience to the next. But the teacher didn't do that. What does that mean? It means that the teacher hopes that I will not be subject to those restrictions and can let go and do it. Hiruzen-sensei. A different kind of emotion arose in Orochimaru's heart, and even he, who calls himself a cold-blooded animal, was moved. Sitting in his office chair, now Orochimaru, the power of Konoha has fallen into his hands. With only a daimyo edict and a formal coronation ceremony, he will become the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. The matter is settled. Chapter 7. At noon, the announcement was sent out, and the whole of Konoha was boiling. The candidate for the 5th Hokage has been decided, it's Orochimaru-sama. The villagers rushed to each other and celebrated their inner joy. After such a long time, the people finally heard the good news. Compared with the excitement of the villagers, the major families looked confused. What's going on? Overnight, the leadership changed? Not only that, the news that the root organization was destroyed also shocked the clan leaders. According to the announcement, the members of the Elder Council were well aware that they were old and unable to waste public resources in their positions. Therefore, the root organization was dissolved on the spot. Udaten Koharu, Shimura Dans, and Mito Kato Homura also announced their departure from the senior circle and would no longer interfere with them. Any political matter. Villagers also cannot understand these official rhetoric. It is impossible for a big family to not understand. You are too old to say this, just lie to ghosts. How power-hungry are the 3 Hokage consultants? They are just men. It is not easy to actively remove them from the core decision-making circle. But at the same time, the quick-thinking ninjas also keenly captured a piece of information. That is, the newly appointed 5th Hokage Orochimaru will probably be the most powerful Hokage in history. By concentrating all power into one person, all resources of Konoha will be at Orochimaru's disposal. What a terrible thing! Orochimaru was born as a civilian ninja and did not have any clan or family restrictions. And based on his experience on the battlefield, this is a ruthless man who doesn't mind using any means to achieve his goals. Under him, family glory and the reputation of a wealthy family are all useless. If you have the ability, go to it. If you don't, I will help you enter the Konoha mausoleum. Ruthless and ruthless is synonymous with Orochimaru. As for the senior officials, all of them were uneasy. On the contrary, the civilian ninjas, especially those who had a close relationship with Orochimaru, couldn't help but look forward to it. When a leader takes office, he must promote and cultivate his inner circle. The scattered hearts and minds of the village finally began to slowly coalesce under the influence of Orochimaru's heart booster. Liu Yun doesn't know about all this, whether it's Orochimaru's inner drama or the restless village, and he doesn't want to know. Just after leaving the Hokage office, Liu Yun felt refreshed. I finally got rid of the burden of Hokage, so happy. Liu Yun wished she could look up to the sky and scream. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding, Congratulations to host, you voluntarily gave up your Hokage rights and succeeded in destroying it. Ding, the reward has been distributed. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the fishing rod of all things in the stars. Stars and all things fishing rod, the world is still childish, like floating fat, like jellyfish, and floating unsteadily, something like the gods was born when fishing, named the stars and all things fishing rod, fishing for all things, for your own use. Liu Yun was fiddling with the fishing rod, but he couldn't understand a word of the systematic introduction. But after taking this simple fishing rod in his hand, he instantly understood. The fishing rod of all things in the stars can connect to an unknown area of the sky and the sea, and can lift some colorful eight-gate things. Fisherman. This thought suddenly came to Liu Yun's heart. However, this is definitely an artifact that connects all things in the universe. Maybe I can lift a Gundam. In the future, Master Madara will drive Susanna, and I will drive Gundam. Thinking about it makes me feel excited. Liu Yun felt excited and put away the fishing rod. Then he walked happily towards the Konoha neighborhood. After a busy night, everyone is hungry. Since you are in Konoha, you must try the famous Ichiraku ramen. Carrying a fishing rod on his back, Liu Yun walked leisurely in the village. Pedestrians passing by, no matter who sees him, will stop and then respectfully call Mr. Third Generation. Even though they know that the third Hokage in front of them is about to retire, the respect of the villagers for him has not diminished at all. Thanks to years of image building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation can be said to be without any stain. Moreover, the successor fifth Hokage is still his disciple. This kind of story of a double Hokage is even more exciting. Faced with the respect paid to him, Liu Yun also smiled and accepted it. After taking off his Hokage uniform, he put on a casual robe and an ordinary fishing rod. He really looked like a retired expert. Ichiraku Noodle House, Liu Yun has just finished eating ramen and is about to pay. The boss Shouta immediately refused Liu Yun to pay. Are you kidding? This is Lord Third Hokage. He comes to the noodle shop to eat to give me face and to charge for money? Absolutely impossible. Unable to resist the insistence, Liu Yun could only smile and said, it is indeed the most authentic ramen restaurant in Konoha village, and the taste is quite good. As he spoke, Liu Yun gave a thumbs up. A simple sentence, but it made Shande extremely happy. He also gave Liu Yun a bunch of free coupons to show that Mr. Hokage deigned to come to the shop and make the shop full of glory. Liu Yun laughed and said, good. Then he accepted a bunch of free coupons and left in a big way. According to memory, Liu Yun returned to the residence of Third Generation. Then, something embarrassing happened. My home was gone. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the house was destroyed. No wonder the original owner stayed in the Hokage office for half a month without leaving the house. His wife died and his family was gone. Although he had a son, Asuma, his relationship with the Third Generation was not good. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a bit miserable, but Liu Yun doesn't care. The one who died was Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife. What does it have to do with me, Liu Yun? Chapter 8. In the office, Quasi-Hokage Orochimaru is busy handling official duties. Now that he is sitting in this position, there are too many things to consider. Money is needed to rebuild residential buildings, compensation is needed for the sacrificed ninjas, and reinforcements are needed at the border. The heavy government affairs made this scientist who was obsessed with scientific research a few days ago somewhat uncomfortable. The village was already preparing to host his coronation ceremony. This is a big event, and people from other villages will definitely be invited to watch the ceremony. At the same time, if necessary, Konoha also needs to show off his muscles appropriately. Konoha is too weak now. Not long after Minato, the previous Hokage Namikaze, died in the battle, Jinchuriki also became a baby. My Hokage turns out not to be as beautiful as it looks. Especially after the root organization was purged by the elders, all the major families saw it. There are 3 priorities for a new official when he takes office. The first priority is to eradicate dissidents and suppress them bloodily. Orochimaru sat in his office chair and thought. The white paper on the desk is filled with key questions. Promote cadres and establish your own leadership team. Increase income and maintain normal expenses and necessary expenses of the village. There is also a crucial point. Orochimaru circled it on the paper with a red pen. Uchiha. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, all the ninjas saw that Nine Tails was controlled by the eye technique, the Scarlet Sharingan. This is a fact that even the Uchiha clan cannot explain clearly. Recently, everyone in the village, both ordinary people and ninjas, have expressed their suspicion of Uchiha, almost semi-openly. Any one of these issues is a big deal. But they all gathered together. Orochimaru had a headache. Why being a Hokage didn't seem as comfortable as he thought. We need to find someone to discuss it. Orochimaru said to himself. Wave to the air. The next second, Team Anbu appeared immediately. Acting Hokage-sama. The formal succession has not yet taken place, and Orochimaru is now nominally acting as the Hokage's agent. Invite the 3rd Hokage here and tell him that I have something urgent to discuss with him. Yes. Anbu acted quickly and soon found Liu Yun by the river outside the village. Liu Yun, who was fishing, listened to Anbu's words. Orochimaru is looking for me. Liu Yun looked weird, then waved his hand directly and said, No, I want to go fishing. Anbu. 3rd Hokage-sama, acting Hokage-sama said that he has something important to discuss with you. The squad leader deliberately emphasized the importance of matters. Oh, I know, but I still won't go. 3rd Hokage-sama, you. Okay, if you have nothing to do, you can leave first. You look so murderous. What should I do if you scare my fish? Liu Yun directly issued an eviction order. What are you talking about? Teacher, he won't come. In the office, Orochimaru looked confused as he listened to Anbu's report. Yes, the 3 Hokage-sama said he wanted to fish. Anbu could only answer bravely. Orochimaru. According to common sense, 3rd generation is willing to delegate power, which is definitely a good thing for Orochimaru. But the problem is that this is too thorough. It's useless to ask Anbu to summon him, but unfortunately, he can't do anything. After all, that is the respected 3rd generation. Orochimaru fell silent. Where is the teacher? He asked after a moment. The river not far outside the village. Take me there and I'll see him in person. Orochimaru is helpless. Now that things have happened, he can only take action himself. Damn, this Hokage is so miserable. He didn't even have anyone who could handle matters, but Anbu was obedient, but it was obviously unreliable to let them handle political affairs. The standard disciple of Hokage in all generations. Orochimaru thought of the apprentice who was holding balls in both hands and his mouth was bulging. Shaking his head, he gave up. Half an hour later, by the river. Liu Yun looked at the respectful Orochimaru in front of him and couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Why did you come to me again? Teacher, this is a very important matter. I am a Hokage for the first time and I don't know how to deal with many things. I come here to ask you for advice. Orochimaru's expression changed, but he finally hit the ball straight and explained his purpose directly. I don't know how to deal with it. How did you become a Hokage? Liu Yun subconsciously wanted to speak, but held back the words. It's normal for you to encounter difficulties when you are a village chief, but the problem is, you don't know what to do, even if you come to me, I don't even know. If it doesn't work, why don't you ask Danzo or Homura Koharu? Liu Yun was preparing to start making bad ideas in her heart. Teacher, now Konoha is in trouble internally and externally, and I can't support myself alone. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Orochimaru's face. Hey, I encountered those problems, let's talk about them. Seeing that there was no way to hide, Liu Yun could only say helplessly. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly repeated the difficult matter at hand to Liu Yun. The first point to make concisely is that there is no money, the village is in dire need, and everything needs money. Secondly, it wants to win over people's hearts, stabilize its position, and expand its team. Then when dealing with the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru encountered the same problem as third generation in the original work. Chapter 9. First tell me what you plan to do. Liu Yun picked up the fishing rod and said. In front of the teacher, Orochimaru did not hide himself. In terms of funding, after taking over as Hokage, I personally talked to the Daiming to ask him to increase financial support for Konoha. Nodding, Liu Yun had no opinion on this point. In the world of Hokage, although force is supreme, there is a very strange system, that is, the daimyo is the head of state. For example, the daimyo of the Land of Fire have the highest administrative power and the highest military power. Moreover, the daimyo is not a virtual king who rules without governing, but is actually the head of state. The most intuitive point is that the daimyo can directly appoint the leader of the most important military force, the ninja village, and he also has the decision-making power to start the war. Taking the country of fire as an example, the daimyo is the supreme head of state, while the Kage is the top administrator and military officer of the 5 major ninja villages. Even appointments require the consent of the daimyo, and his status is lower than that of the daimyo. In short, in the eyes of the daimyo, Hokage is nothing but a beggar. Orochimaru's move to ask for money from the daimyo is very ideal, but in practice, Liu Yun's blind guess may lead to considerable resistance. What's the next step? Liu Yun asked. I plan to establish a new leadership team, and the candidates will be promoted from major ninja villages and outstanding civilian ninjas. Of course Liu Yun knew this was a way to win over people's hearts. He had just washed away the root tissue with blood, and he really needed to release goodwill. As for Uchiha, Orochimaru paused. I want to know what the teacher thinks. I don't have much idea. Of course, the words must not be so straightforward. Liu Yun pretended to be thoughtful and said after a moment, the village cannot afford a civil strife now. That guy Uchiha Fugaku, doesn't he always think about the Hokage seat? Why not give him one? Orochimaru. Orochimaru cursed, didn't you just make me a Hokage? I mean, draw him a pie. Liu Yun pretended to think before speaking. Huabing. Orochimaru looked confused again. Is this some code word? Never studied it. The situation of their clan is quite special. They themselves are the heroes of the founding of Konoha. All of their clan members are quasi-mentally ill and cannot stand stimulation. You can consider appeasing them. Liu Yun put forward his opinion. Of course, his so-called comfort is certainly not to imitate the psychedelic operation of third generation in the original work. It is known that the 2 strongest combat forces of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, are already on the side of the village. All information about the Uchiha clan is one-way transparent to their own side. Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods were sure to take down the top leaders of the clan, but third generation chose not to. He actually chose to let Itachi perform such an outrageous task, colluding with Obito to directly wipe out the Uchiha clan. This operation is simply ridiculous. How should I comfort him? Orochimaru was a little confused. The Uchiha family is very rich. They have money and people, but what they lack is status. Liu Yun heard this, looked at Orochimaru, and said with a half-smile. Orochimaru, what do you think are the potential requirements for becoming a Hokage? Hearing this, Orochimaru fell silent. First, you have to become a disciple of Hokage. Liu Yun said enigmatically. Throughout the history of Konoha, there is an unwritten rule. If you want to be a Hokage, you must have some relationship with the previous Hokage, for example, be his disciple. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, needless to say, the man who pinched the tailed beast bomb with one hand, not only became the village leader, but also the ball leader, and no one dared to object. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, first Hokage is his eldest brother, and his own strength is not bad, so it is logical to become Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was ordered to serve in times of crisis. Another thing is that he is a disciple of the second Hokage, a relation household. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the shortest-lived Hokage, has good strength, was born as a commoner, and his wife is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Another important point is that he is a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, and Jiraiya is a disciple of the third Hokage. To put it bluntly, or a Hokage-related household. Fifth Hokage Tsunade, needless to say, her grandfather is the first-generation village chief and her master is the third generation, so becoming a Hokage is quite reasonable. Sixth Hokage Hotaki Kakashi is the Hokage with the least presence, but his master is the fourth generation and he is still a Hokage disciple. The prince of the seventh Hokage, this one is even more important. My father is the fourth Hokage, my senior teacher is Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage, and my second teacher is the sixth Hokage. If I am not a Hokage, who should be? Who else would this person be than me? So you see, all that said. To be a Hokage, you have to make connections first. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment when Liu Yun said, "What does the teacher mean?" The current clan leader of Uchiha, Uchiha Fugaku, doesn't he have a son? It is said that he is a very filial boy named Uchiha Itachi. You might as well accept him as your disciple. Liu Yun thought for a while and said with a bad taste. Chapter 10. Orochimaru was shocked. Is this really something that a teacher could say? How did the rumors about Uchiha in the village come about these years? Do you have any idea? Suppressing Uchiha and deliberately alienating them from Konoha's inner circle, isn't this what you and Danzo took the lead? Now you actually ask me to accept the son of the leader of the Uchiha clan as a disciple. Is this a job that carbon-based organisms can do? However, after being shocked, Orochimaru thought about it carefully and realized that this method is indeed feasible. There is no doubt how much the Uchiha clan covets the Hokage's position. If nothing else, you can see it just by watching Uchiha Fugaku name his son. The younger son's name is Uchiha Sasuke. It just so happens that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's father is named Sarutobi Sasuke. This can no longer be explicit. For the sake of me asking my son to call your father's name, give me a hand. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. The plan proposed by the teacher is not unfeasible. He was in his prime, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would have no problem being a Hokage for 10 or 20 years in the future. And as long as Uchiha Itachi is accepted as a disciple, as long as Uchiha Fugaku is not stupid, he can see the meaning of fifth Hokage. It means, don't be anxious, I will train your son. In the future, if I step down, it doesn't matter if you, the Uchiha clan, take the position of Hokage. The identity of a Hokage disciple is a weather vane. Thinking of this, Orochimaru thought of Anko again. Shake your head, she doesn't count. If he really accepts Uchiha Itachi as his disciple, there are two advantages. First, it can greatly alleviate the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Secondly, Uchiha Itachi is still a child now, and it will take decades to train him into an excellent successor to the Will of Fire. As for this condition, will Uchiha Fugaku agree? What a joke, as long as he is not stupid, he knows that this is the fastest way to return the family to the leadership of the village. Not to mention rejection, it would be fine if he didn't laugh out loud in his dreams at night. After thinking about it, Orochimaru realized and raised his head to look at the third generation. I have to say, ginger is still spicy. Liu Yun's proposal is completely feasible. Thank you teacher for your teaching. Orochimaru expressed his heartfelt thanks. In this way, Uchiha's problem is finally solved. So what does the teacher think of my other two ideas? After Orochimaru finished speaking, he looked at Liu Yun expectantly. An old man in a family is like a treasure. He realized this today. Are you addicted to wool pulling? Are you the Hokage or am I the Hokage? Liu Yun couldn't help but want to fight back. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and a strange arc appeared on his face, which made Orochimaru feel frightened. Why does this expression appear on the teacher's face? Putting down the fishing rod, Liu Yun asked Orochimaru. Ever been a Hokage? Orochimaru was stunned. No. Let me tell you, when Hokage took office, he had to create a clever name, win over the big names, and promise benefits. Only when the big names contribute, can the villagers follow suit. After being elected, the rich and senior officials promised benefits and rewards for future tasks. Hokage and senior executives Sankai share the account. Orochimaru was confused by Liu Yun's words and subconsciously asked, why is it only 70%? 70% belongs to others. Getting 30% depends on the expressions of Konoha's elders and big families. Whose face? Daimyo, Utadan Koharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura Dans, and those great families. Wasn't the entire group of elders wiped out by my group? Where are the senior officials? After listening to Liu Yun's words, Orochimaru was a little dissatisfied and said, then I can't kneel down and beg for food. If you say that, Hokage is really kneeling down to beg for food. How many people want to kneel down but haven't done this yet? Look at Uchiha Fugaku next door. Let me ask you, I worked hard to graduate from the ninja school, went to the battlefield and narrowly escaped death, and finally managed to get the name of Sunin, but my legs and feet are not strong enough and I can't kneel down. So you want to stand still and be a Hokage? Then you'd better be a rebel ninja. When Orochimaru heard about the traitorous ninja, he couldn't help but get excited. Why did he tell me my plans from the past few days? Hey? I don't understand this. I'm already a Hokage, why can't I just be a beggar? In the eyes of the villagers, you are a Hokage, but in the eyes of the daimyo, you are just a beggar on your knees. Liu Yun was not polite at all and simply took out the intangible cultural heritage from his previous life. Orochimaru, who was confused by Liu Yun's PPT talk, seemed to understand something. So what if I send all the ninjas in the village to do the mission? The reward is not even a drop in the bucket. He knew what was going on with the village ninjas. How could a group of poor people have anything to exploit? Liu Yun seemed to have guessed what Orochimaru was thinking, and said calmly. You are Hokage, the owner of Konoha village. Your vision should not be limited to the small profits of mission rewards. Who is the richest in the Fire Country? Of course they are daimyo and wealthy businessmen. Orochimaru was completely led by Liu Yun. Then go to them, borrow it, or ask for it, it doesn't matter. As long as you get the money, you can develop scientific research, cultivate talents, and create high-quality detonating talismans. It's about his own pension. When it comes to making money, Liu Yun can't let Orochimaru go astray. He has the responsibility to guide him on the right path. Sure enough, when it came to scientific research, Orochimaru's eyes showed great interest, but he didn't understand, why make a detonating talisman? Haha. Do you want to pay back the borrowed money? Want? Then why aren't you coming out yet? Orochimaru. At this time, the detonating charm comes in handy. Liu Yun came up with a joke, borrowing money to buy a tank. Pay back the money? Laozi has a tank, so why pay for it? Orochimaru is a smart man, and Liu Yun's words opened a door to the new world for him. Daimyo, what is that? This is the ninja world, whoever has the big fist speaks the right words. What a coincidence, at this moment, Liu Yun's fishing rod moved. Chapter 11. The thing caught was a bloody human skull. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully fishing and obtaining Barrack's skull. The system's beep made Liu Yun startled. Then he flicked the fishing rod, and an extra skull appeared in the system's backpack warehouse. Even though Orochimaru was right in front of him, he was unaware of what was happening. Looking at the stunned Liu Yun, Orochimaru asked with concern, "Teacher, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Liu Yun pretended that nothing happened, and then waved his hands slightly tiredly. After all, the future of Konoha still lies with you young people. Today's conversation ends here. Remember, Orochimaru, you are my most trusted disciple. Don't worry about everything. Just go ahead and do it. In the future, try not to disturb me. I am also old, and now I am just a lonely old man in his dying years, no longer useful." After that, Liu Yun put away the fishing rod and left without caring about Orochimaru's reaction. The pace is fast and vigorous, and there is no trace of fatigue. A lonely old man in his dying years? Orochimaru watched Liu Yun go away. Liu Yun's words are still echoing in his ears. Get money from daimyo. As long as you have funds, you can establish a complete scientific research system, and the ideas in your mind can be realized one by one. He is a Hokage and also a fanatical scientist. Some Pandora's boxes, once opened, are difficult to close. Daimyo, why can daimyo ride on Hokage's head? I'm not a beggar. By the river, Orochimaru's plan slowly took shape in his mind. On the other side, Liu Yun, who left, returned to his new residence. This is the new home that the village rushed to build for him. According to the request of Lord Third Generation, the old man likes peace and quiet, so he built it on the edge of the village. There is only this solitary house for several kilometers around, which is very convenient for Liu Yun to use to do things. Close the door and observation haki spreads instantly. This is Liu Yun's new ability that combines haki and chakra perception abilities with each other. The perception effect is astonishing, spread out with all its strength, and the range is enough to cover the entire Konoha. After confirming that there was nothing unusual around him, Liu Yun took out the Vice Admiral head from his backpack. Suddenly, a dark and dead atmosphere of decay immediately erupted in the residence. Barak's skull, the head of the legendary necromancer. Barak, who carries forbidden magic, has poured all the necromancy he has learned throughout his life into his skull. If you get him, you can learn the true meaning of forbidden necromancy. Necromancer. It's interesting. Chewing the information about the prop in a low voice, Liu Yun reached out and stroked his still bleeding head. In an instant, tens of thousands of magical knowledge was poured into his body. Slowly reading all the information, Liu Yun opened his eyes after a moment. His attire also began to change dramatically. The ancient mage robe from the Middle Ages has an extra scepter in his hand. On the top of the scepter are 3 green gems in the shape of human skulls. He stretched out his left hand, and a flickering will-o'-the-wisp suddenly appeared in his hand. What's strange is that the will-o'-the-wisp has no temperature at all, but has the slightest chill. Liu Yun's face was so deep in his robe that it was difficult to look directly at him. Only his eyes became dim and twinkling in an instant. Under the forbidden gaze, the threat of death exudes. Is this considered a successful career change? Are you also getting a new skin? Liu Yun looked at his appearance. Regardless of appearance or temperament, there is no sign of being human at all. In a daze, some strange thoughts came to Liu Yun's mind. A bold idea is waiting to be verified by him. It was a dark and windy night, and Liu Yun took advantage of the darkness to arrive at Konoha's mausoleum. It should be possible, right? Probably. A beam of green light emits from the scepter and shines directly into the ground. Following Liu Yun's whisper, the dusty underground began to throb strangely. And Liu Yun's eyes also exuded a green light, making the whole cemetery look extremely strange. On the other side, Orochimaru returned to the office, holding a pen and writing something unknown. Send it to the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Orochimaru ordered Anbu. 10 minutes later, Uchiha clan land. A letter from the future 5th Hokage named me. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Anbu, frowning and asked in confusion. Very few people visit their clan, let alone Anbu. After the Nine Tails rebellion, the villagers transferred all their hatred of the disaster to Sharingan. When it comes to Sharingan, the Uchiha family naturally becomes the target of public criticism. Coupled with the rumors spread by Danzo's arrangers, Uchiha's life became even more difficult. Yes, I hope the Fugaku chief will give a reply as soon as possible after reading it. The masked Anbu member said coldly, with a business-like look. Except for third-generation Sama and Orochimaru-sama, he had this cold attitude towards everyone. Fugaku opened the envelope slightly confused. In an instant, his expression changed. From shock, confusion, surprise, to ecstasy. Several different emotions were changing in turn on his face. Phew! Putting away the letter, Fugaku carefully put it back under his clothes and put it away carefully. Please tell the Deputy Hokage-sama that early tomorrow morning, the entire Uchiha clan will welcome the third Hokage-sama and the Deputy Hokage-sama. Fugaku changed his cold attitude and spoke to Anbu very enthusiastically. Nodding, Anbu immediately got up and went back to report without stopping. On the way, Fugaku sent him to the gate very politely. At this scene, the surrounding tribesmen looked puzzled. What's wrong with the patriarch? Why are you so polite to Anbu all of a sudden? Chapter 12. It wasn't until Anbu left the Uchiha clan and watched him go away that Fugaku slowly put away his smile. After a moment of hesitation, he waved to the darkness at the corner of the street. Several Uchiha tribesmen walked quickly to him. Convene the elders, as well as all members of the clan above Chunin, to hold a meeting in the clan tonight. We have important news to announce. Yes. Seeing the serious expression on the clan leader's face, several members of the Uchiha tribe also sensed that something big was going to happen, so they did not dare to neglect and hurriedly followed Fugaku's instructions. Father. The young Itachi on the side looked at his father with some confusion. He is a very sensible child. He has learned to observe the emotions of the people around him since he was a child. His father's smile just now was very genuine and not fake at all, unlike the fake smile he usually used to deal with others. Itachi, you will also attend the clan meeting later. This matter is closely related to you. Yes, father. Itachi saluted Fugaku. At this moment, he was also full of curiosity, what could be worthy of such a big fight? At night, all the elites of Uchiha gathered in the tribe. Hundreds of people looked seriously at the clan leader Fugaku and the clan leader's son on the high platform. Everyone, I have a happy event to announce to you all. Acting Hokage Orochimaru-sama, he and third Hokage-sama will visit our Uchiha clan tomorrow, and their purpose. Fugaku paused here. One of the Sunin, Orochimaru-sama, who will soon be the fifth Hokage, plans to take Itachi as his disciple. As soon as Fugaku's words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Are you telling the truth? Orochimaru-sama really means this? When the elders of the clan heard Fugaku's words, they were so excited that Sharingan opened fire. Of course, this is a letter written by Orochimaru-sama. As he said this, Fugaku took out the letter from his pocket. At the same time, he also proudly said, the recommender is third Hokage-sama Sarutobi Hiruzen. He said that Itachi is a child with a very bright talent and a rare diamond. He is also very filial and will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Everyone, Hokage's direct disciples, I believe everyone understands what this means. Fugaku also pushed the dazed Itachi in front of others at the right time. Itachi, do you know what this means? Becoming Lord Hokage's personal disciple. Certainly. As a genius with a keen political acumen since childhood, Itachi was praised by the third Hokage for thinking about issues from a Hokage perspective when he was 7 years old. This is the ticket to the Hokage's position. You must cherish this hard-won opportunity. Tomorrow in front of the agent Hokage and the third Hokage, I want you to deal with it with a strong spirit. Yes, father. Itachi bowed. Around him, the tribesmen behaved like crazy. Clan leader, this is a rare opportunity. Itaka can become a disciple of Hokage in the future. This means that our Uchiha clan will return to the high-level leadership circle. Please give the clan leader an order to direct all the top resources in the clan towards Itaki. Itaki, you know, in the future you will no longer be just a Itaki of the Uchiha clan, but also a direct disciple of the Hokage. I want you to promise everyone that you will become the 6th Hokage no matter what in the future. Hearing the warnings from everyone in his ears made Itaka's head hurt. With his excited clan members and his joyful father, Itaka quietly took in everything he observed. How many years? Ever since ancestors Uchiha Madara and first Hokage founded Konoha, it has always been everyone's long-cherished wish to have a shadow within the clan. To put it bluntly, Itaka has truly become the hope of the whole village. Throughout the Uchiha tribe, a group of ninjas driving Sharingan seemed to be on drugs. Drinking, partying. Obviously, he looked like he had nothing to do with the village, but now he was suddenly like crazy, and all his resentment towards the village seemed to disappear in an instant. I have to say that the Uchiha clan is really easy to deal with sometimes. Their appeal is nothing more than to return to the village, and they would be happy to have a seat at the top of the decision-making circle. As a result, Orochimaru and third generation gave them a huge gift. This also shows how stupid the high-level officials of Konoha were in their decision-making towards Uchiha in the original work. Similarly, in this regard, Uchiha and Konoha are indeed in a fair matching mechanism. On the eve of the night of genocide, the storm is about to come. The entire village, from the Hokage down to the common people, knew that Uchiha was planning a coup. Let's just say that for such a big thing as a coup and the crime of treason against the 9 clans, they can't wait to say to each other when they see each other, "Hey, buddy, you know, we Uchiha are going to do a lot of hard work for the whole village. We want to rebel." Even if Itaka didn't rebel at the critical moment, the coup plan would definitely not succeed. At present, the tribesmen are drunk alone. Under Fugaku's instructions, everyone must be present tomorrow to welcome the 2 Hokages. Konoha village, the Uchiha side is prosperous, but in the other part of the village, in the cemetery, it is a completely different scene. Liu Yun, who turned into a necromancer, cast mysterious ancient spells one after another. The dead underground began to slowly wake up. Click! The sound of the ground breaking. A rotten and pale hand suddenly stretched out from the ground. Chapter 13. Inside the mausoleum, the surroundings were silent. Only the weird-looking Liu Yun is trying to adapt to the newly inherited power. The undead under the tomb stretched out his hand and slowly crawled out from the ground. The flesh has rotted, and the thick white bones are showing off the cold air, making it look like the location of a horror movie. Kaka. There was a continuous creaking sound of bones rubbing and colliding. Even Liu Yun, the instigator, was a little timid and couldn't help but shrink his shoulders. Liu Yun looked at this body. Judging from her appearance, she should be a woman. Rubbing his non-existent chin, Liu Yun thought to himself, this should be the basic skill of the necromancer. It can recall the dead from the underworld. The effect is similar to impure world reincarnation. I just don't know that the resurrected undead can play its role before birth. How much strength? Liu Yun looked at the corpse with a dull expression in front of him. It seems that he is not conscious. After thinking about it, he shot out a bit of cold light from the glowing scepter. Call out! Taking in the refined and extracted pure undead mana, the petite skeleton in front of him couldn't help but tremble. Not long after, a little green light appeared in rotting size, as if he was really alive. Can you bring back your consciousness and memory? Liu Yun was a little excited when he saw this. But at this moment, a dangerous aura from the dark stared at him. Someone! Liu Yun reacts extremely quickly, and observation haki's perception allows you to avoid danger in advance. The attacker's attack was very fast and violent, but it could not break through Liu Yun's perception. The flickering will-o'-the-wisp on his right hand suddenly burst into flames and began to burn violently. At the same time, he attacked hard towards the rear. Hiss! The heart-wrenching sound of the underworld fire burning, the large forest behind was destroyed, and the figure of the mysterious man hidden behind was also revealed. That is. Liu Yun raised his head and looked at the figure in front of him, feeling dazed. Runtu, it's you. Black robe, chains, whirlpool mask. The person coming is the famous Uchiha Obito. Feeling Obito's soaring anger, Liu Yun was a little puzzled. She didn't offend him. Why did she look so menacing? UBD who desecrated the deceased, why? Why do you want to disturb the deceased who is resting here? Why? Obito spoke, his voice still belonged to Uchiha Madara, and he roared at Liu Yun. Are you worthy of saying this to me? In the original novel, who collaborated with Kabuto to create the Impure World Reincarnation Army. He also made the former Jinchuriki into 6 Paths puppets. Liu Yun looked at the angry Obito with great disdain. She is already sleeping here, why do you want to disturb her? Why? Obito roared angrily, and at the same time his body hollowed, and when he came out again, he was already in front of Liu Yun. The sharp chains are covered with chakra. Kill him! Kill him! The whirring air waves moved the chains, waving towards Liu Yun with a deadly threat. Why does it look like your wife is dead? Liu Yun couldn't help but cursed. Raising his hand slightly, a group of will-o'-the-wisps instantly surrounded and protected him. When Obito's chain came into contact with the will-o'-the-wisps, it was like snowflakes encountering magma, and was instantly melted away. Hiss! The remaining chains were glowing with green fire, causing Obito's figure to stagnate slightly. But soon, he rushed away like crazy again. Even if we fight to the death, we must punish this BD. Jumping and dodging nimbly, Liu Yun wrapped the will-o'-the-wisp around his body, making Obito very afraid. Weird ability, but it doesn't matter, you must die today. Obito said angrily in his heart. In the eye sockets under the mask, Manjiki Sharingan has taken shape. Just when Obito was about to prepare his killing move, a soft and weak voice sounded in his ears. Obito, is that you? The soft female voice made Obito stop his movements. Lin. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the rotting and smelly body beside him. Even though the other person was completely unrecognizable, Obito still recognized him. Liu Yun on the side looked at the scene with some confusion. What's going on? Based on his appearance alone, he really couldn't identify who the undead soul he had resurrected was. His eyes glanced at the tombstone. Nohara Lin. No wonder Obito is fighting with himself, it turns out he is digging his girlfriend's grave. Liu Yun suddenly said in his heart. Obito stopped, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Lin is alive? The other person's voice hasn't changed at all, it's still so gentle and familiar. But soon, Obito realized that Lin was dead and she was just a shell now. Real Lin is dead, died in Kakashi's hands. Obito, is it really you? Another shout from Lin came to my ears. Even though he knew it was fake, Obito still couldn't help it. He raised the chain in his hand and with just one blow, he could break the puppet that disturbed his spirit. But he couldn't do it, even if he knew that this was not the real Lin. You got the wrong person. Gritting his teeth, Obito forced himself to harden up. Lin shook her head slightly. You are Obito, you can't be wrong, you are still the reckless guy. Just like the beautiful Lin in her memory, even if she blamed herself, it was only in an angry tone. Ding dong! The chain in his hand fell to the ground. How could Obito be so cruel in front of Lin? It doesn't matter if it's fake, it doesn't matter for a second. I just want to see her again. Chapter 14. There is an intruder in the cemetery, hurry. There was fire in the distance, and the people of Konoha were approaching quickly. Although the battle between the two was short, it caused a lot of noise. Large areas of the surrounding forest were eroded by Liu Yun's will-o'-the-wisp. When Liu Yun saw this, he made a quick decision and turned into a ball of dark fire, quickly floating away from the village. Obito watched Liu Yun leave. How could he still be interested in fighting Liu Yun now? At this moment, the Konoha shinobi arrived immediately. Obito did not hesitate, rushed forward and hugged Lin, activated Hollow, and disappeared in an instant. Those who followed Konoha shinobi looked at the mausoleum and saw only a few destroyed tombstones and traces of the battle. The leader is Orochimaru. The rotten and cold atmosphere at the scene has not yet dissipated, and everyone present feels chilled in their hearts. Orochimaru took a few steps forward and came to the burning forest. Strange flames, this is not an attack caused by fire style. Although you are very close, you can't feel the heat of the flames at all. Orochimaru looked at the remaining will-o'-the-wisps and frowned. It was something weird that he had never seen in his long career as a ninja. He took out the scroll and used the sealing technique to collect the fire. Well, this is something of great research value. Acting Hokage-sama, there is no one at the scene, there are only traces of a brief battle. Captain Anbu reported after observing the surroundings. The other party has left. Orochimaru shook his head. Could it be a spy from another village? The subordinate analyzed. If possible, let the patrol team strengthen the security of the village. The sealing team will pay attention to maintaining the village's boundaries. If there is any abnormal movement, tell me as soon as possible. Orochimaru ordered with a cold face. Something happened at the critical moment of the handover of the Hokage ceremony. Such a coincidence, this is definitely not an accident. Orochimaru's serious analysis. No matter who the other party is or what his intentions are, he will not let him succeed. Yes, acting Hokage-sama. He waved his hand and signaled the other party to disperse. Orochimaru looked around the mausoleum and sighed. Troublesome days. Liu Yun, who left the scene, had no idea that his whim would cause so many chain reactions. Right now, he has other troubles. Followed by Obito hot on his heels. Like brown candy, you can't shake it off. Now that he is a necromancer, it is not convenient to use sparkling fruit's ability. The two of them chased each other until they came to a forest far away from Konoha. Finally, Liu Yun's patience ran out. You followed me so far away, come out. After the words fell, ripples in the space slowly emerged behind Liu Yun, and Obito stepped out of the Kamui space. The two just stared at each other. Who are you? After a while, Obito asked coldly. I'm your dad. Of course, it was impossible for Liu Yun to tell what was on his mind. Is this the way you talk to your benefactor? A hoarse sound came from under the wizard's hat, like two pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. Benefactor? Why do you have the nerve to mention it? You dug up Lin's grave. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Obito said angrily. I resurrected your wife and brought her back from the underworld to the living world so that you can meet again. What is this but a benefactor? Liu Yun said seriously. There is a saying, although he dug Lin's grave, he also resurrected her, right? Rounding things off, he can barely be considered Obito's benefactor. Can you go from expressing condolences to tombstones to being able to talk to rotting corpses? Would you like to make a leap forward? Although there is still a long way to go before I can get in-depth contact with you, I am still just a newbie among the necromancers. With time, it is not impossible to reward you. Lin is not breathing now, her body is dying, she is just a rotting corpse, she is only conscious. Can this be considered a resurrection? Obito taunted. The resurrection in his heart is Rinnegan's pupil technique, the heretic Rine Tensei technique. Only that kind of technique can be worthy of Lin. The necromancy technique performed by Liu Yun was completely blasphemous to Lin. Haha! Why are you laughing? Obito snapped. Now you think my resurrection is not complete enough? You said that the little girl is a rotting corpse. That's not what you said when you hugged her just now. Liu Yun was not polite. Liu Yun actually looked down on Obito, not because he killed his master and his wife, but because he was the only one of the big Uchiha clan who liked women. Obito was speechless after being poked at by Liu Yun. Even though Lin was just a rotting corpse now, he still couldn't bear to let her get hurt. Before causing trouble for Liu Yun, he deliberately sent Lin to the Kamui space first to ensure her safety first. Fortunately, he was covered by a mask, so he didn't have to worry about Liu Yun's embarrassment when he saw him. Even so, you are still unforgivable if you wantonly toy with the dead. Liu Yun. Uchiha Obito, think before you speak. Are you worthy of saying this? I advise you to be polite, otherwise you will offend me and directly sacrifice that little girl's soul and let her suffer in the underworld forever. Do you believe it? Do not believe. How did he know my true identity? But soon, Obito discovered the key point in Liu Yun's words. Want to torture Lin? You dare! Obito's eyes are about to burst. Haha, why don't I dare? Do you want to try? Liu Yun took a step forward, the initiative was now in his hands. Looking at this mid to late stage villain, although his pupil skill Kamui is very difficult, Liu Yun will not be able to do anything to him for a while, but if he and Liu Yun fight, it is impossible to win. Besides, Lin still has the power of life and death in her own hands. The dead resurrected by the necromancer are essentially his servants. Life and death depend on Liu Yun's thoughts. Chapter 15. Obito didn't dare to act rashly, Liu Yun was right in front of him. The ability this guy used was very strange, not like what ordinary ninjas would use. Especially the dark fire of hell, which made Obito throw the rat into a trap, not to mention, the most important thing, Lin. What do you want? Obito looked at Liu Yun and asked slightly nervously. What do I want? Can you say this? Liu Yun was speechless. Obviously you are chasing me, okay? But looking at the nervous Obito, Liu Yun's bad taste started again. He stretched out his hand and said, give me my servant back. What, a servant? How dare he treat Lin as a servant? How can you bear to let Lao Zi's beloved girl be your servant? In front of Liu Yun, every word seemed to stimulate his tense nerves. How long? Ever since the Battle of Konoha Bridge, his heart was sealed with concrete, and he had never met someone who made him so angry. Not even Uchiha Madara. The chains and the chakra black rod were taken out of Kamui's space, and Obito was ready for battle. He planned to respond to Liu Yun's provocation in a physical way. Are you anxious? Well, you really can't use Lin to stimulate this guy. Liu Yun took a step forward, spread her hands helplessly and said, okay, I'll take a step back and forget that you were wrong. I don't want that little girl anymore. I'll just give it to you. Let's just pretend we haven't seen her today. Obito. You want to run? Under Obito's mask, Sharingan squinted slightly and looked at Liu Yun unkindly. It's not about running, this is called a strategic retreat. Frankly speaking, I don't want to fight you now. The ability of your eyes is very troublesome. It connects to Kamui space. For a while, I can't think of any way to deal with you. For the same reason, you can't defeat me either. Liu Yun shrugged and said calmly. After listening, Obito tightened the chain in his hand. Who is this guy? Why are you so familiar with your abilities? Even the Mangeki Sharingan is a treasure? What's his purpose? Which force does it belong to? A series of questions almost caused Obito's brain to shut down. What? Want to try? Liu Yun looked at Obito's alert look and smiled slightly. He raised his scepter, and in an instant, little gleams of light appeared. Wisps of howling screams, these are the roars of the dead. The ghostly spirit appeared in front of Obito so intuitively that it made him feel frightened. Although he has also been exposed to many forbidden ninjutsu and forbidden technique, none of them can compare with the methods Liu Yun used. Watch Liu Yun carefully. The other party draws one person out of the endless sad souls. That's Lin. The voice and smile of his former lover are so close at hand, like an elf. This is the only motivation to support Obito's survival. He did so much, but he just wanted to create a world with Lin. Project Tsuki no Mi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. It all happened because of Lin. Looking at the silly Obito in front of him, Liu Yun felt even more disdainful. In order to resurrect his own sister, he would not hesitate to drag down all the girls in the world? How is this different from the psychedelic male protagonists in those silly TV series in previous lives? If someone betrays you, he will slaughter everyone in the world for you. I just want to ask, have people in the world dug up your ancestral grave? That little girl's name is Lin, right? This is the core of her soul. Before you prepare to do anything to me, think carefully, otherwise. As Liu Yun spoke, he gently called the will-o'-the-wisp in his hand to get closer to Lin's soul. In an instant, the originally solid spirit body began to surge and became illusory. Obito, I feel so bad. In the Kamui space, the undead skeleton Lin couldn't help but cover her body, fell to the ground, and groaned in pain. Lin! Obito howled in despair. He quickly took Lin out of the space. The one he loved was tortured in front of him, and Obito was heartbroken. If he could, he would rather be the one injured now. What do you want? Obito roared desperately. Hey, I don't want to do anything. Liu Yun slightly pulled the ghostly fire and Lin's soul bodies away from each other. The effect is immediate. That burning sensation is gone. Kyululin whispered to Obito. At the same time, he looked at Liu Yun's eyes, filled with horror. The necromancer's intimidation of the summoned objects is absolute, which comes from the fear at the end of the soul. The girl is yours, how about letting me leave? Liu Yun put forward his conditions. He was not a person who killed indiscriminately, and he had no intention of tormenting a long-dead little girl. All he did was to get Obito to retreat. Give me your soul body. Obito stretched out his 5 fingers at Liu Yun and roared. The meaning is obvious, Lin's soul cannot be left to such a dangerous person. Give it to you? Are you kidding? This is a soul. It has no entity. The reason why it can stay in this world is because of me. If you take her out of the scepter, she will disappear into nothing in less than a minute. She will not even return to the Pure Land. If you can't do it, you can completely disappear from the world without leaving any trace. Liu Yun lied about this. The deceased summoned by his hand signed a contract with him in disguise. If you hand it over and lose the protection of the scepter, Na Lin will really die, the kind that even Rine Tensei technique can't save. Chapter 16. Then what do you think we should do? Obito put one arm around Lin and held her in his arms. He barely managed to calm down and looked at Liu Yun and asked. You don't want your loved one to get hurt, and you even want her to be resurrected. I understand this, but now she has just been reborn and is too weak. Her soul body needs to stay with me to be nourished. I really want her to be well, so you have to speak politely. Don't forget, the key to resurrecting her is in my hand. Speaking of this, Liu Yun seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Obito, you don't want Lin to be like this all the time, right? Listening to Liu Yun's words, Obito wanted to cut him into pieces. But the girl he dreams about is in his arms. She is so innocent and kind. How can he abandon her safety? At the moment, he has no choice whether Liu Yun is telling the truth or not. And based on the analysis of Liu Yun's ability, it is very likely that what the other party said is true. Me. I promise you. You can leave safely and I won't stop you. Even if his heart is bleeding, Obito must agree to Liu Yun. Is it really useful to threaten Lin? Seeing Obito surrender, Liu Yun felt happy. In an instant, he thought of several other possibilities. Perhaps, how many things could he ask him to do for him? If you are sure that the other party does not dare to take action, then there is nothing to worry about. Liu Yun strutted forward and walked in front of Obito and Lin. Still not leaving? What do you want to do? Looking angrily at Liu Yun who was approaching him, Obito asked nervously. Looking at Obito, who was almost wrapped in Lin's body, the other party's actions made him extremely speechless. Do you want to truly resurrect your wife? Liu Yun's light words made Obito feel like he was struck by lightning, and the CPU in his brain almost burned out. What did you say? Let her break away from her identity as a dead person and resurrect her body as a normal person. Just imagine, what you are holding is just a pile of skeletons. It is difficult to maintain her for a long time even with your hands. The skeletons that have been buried in the ground for many years cannot see the light or fire. If you are not careful, they will become a pile of ashes. Liu Yun tried his best to describe the matter as serious as possible, but he went in the most extreme direction. Sure enough, as he described, Obito's face became increasingly ugly. The exposed fists are clenched tighter and tighter. But, what if I show mercy to this poor little girl and bring her back to life so that she can be with you as a normal person? Liu Yun has completely taken on the role and is as persuasive as a villain. At this moment, it is just like when Madara fooled Obito and Obito fooled Nagato. You can do it. Obito was still a little unsure and doubtful when he heard about the cakes drawn by Liu Yun. This BD can't have such good intentions, he must have ulterior motives. Since I summoned her from the underworld, why is it so difficult to bring her back to life? Liu Yun gently waved his sleeves, and in an instant, powerful undead magic swept through the entire forest. The dense vegetation was instantly eroded and withered, and the surrounding area immediately turned into a dead place. Even Obito's heart beat suddenly. Extremely powerful energy ripples, no one in the ninja world can do it. Obito was horrified in his heart. Just being around Liu Yun has already affected Obito's body a lot. The half of the body sewn by white Zetsu continues to shrink. If you stay around him for a long time, I am afraid that all the living will turn into walking zombies. But the miraculous thing is that this smell that disgusts her has a nourishing effect on Lin. The decayed bones began to slowly repair, showing a horrifying pale white color, but above the white, there were still bits of crystal light. Not only that, the lost flesh also began to slowly appear, and even the hanging eyeballs gradually fell back into their sockets. The skeleton in his arms is gradually returning to the appearance of the beautiful girl in his memory. After a few minutes, Lin's body returned to its original state. But this is just an appearance. There is no breathing, no normal human body temperature, the eyes are not as bright as before, the pupils are grey-white, and the whole body exudes the breath of the dead. But even so, Obito is excited enough. Lin came to life little by little in front of him, just like a dream coming into reality. Obito, my body is back. Lin seemed a little overwhelmed. You are not allowed to look. Suddenly noticing something, Obito suddenly shouted to Liu Yun. And immediately took off his robe, wrapping Lin's body tightly. This nervous and excited look is like a little boyfriend who is protecting food. Liu Yun was speechless after listening to Obito's words. I helped shape your wife's body. I'm more familiar with the size of certain parts than you are, and I even helped to optimize it a bit. After carefully putting Lin into clothes, Obito began to look at Liu Yun in front of him again. The other party's methods can be called unpredictable. The whole process of forming even one seal caused the color of heaven and earth to change, and Lin's body was reshaped. Do you believe me now? Liu Yun chuckled. But with the blessing of the necromancer's skin, his laughter only makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. What do I need to pay? Obito said seriously. He is no longer a child and knows that giving and receiving are equal. Promise to my 3 requests. Liu Yun thought for a while and then suggested after considering it for a while. I agreed. Obito didn't hesitate at all. So refreshing. This time, Liu Yun was a little surprised. He still misjudged Lin's position in Obito's heart. Chapter 17. As long as you can resurrect Lin as a normal human being, I agree to your 3 conditions. Obito is very decisive, just 3 things. Compared to the big work he had planned to do to resurrect Lin, this was nothing at all. If I had known earlier, I should have put in more conditions. Liu Yun cursed in his heart. Tell me about the conditions. I haven't thought about what it is specifically. I'll tell you when I think of it. Originally, Liu Yun was acting on a whim, and he had no idea what exactly he wanted Obito to do. Obito. Now that the cooperation has been reached, let me remind you that it is my mana that supports Lin's body. Every 2 months, she needs my help to replenish it, otherwise her body will slowly disintegrate. Liu Yun still reminded. 2 months. Obito was startled, then said bluntly, then you come with me, I will provide you with an absolutely safe address and meet all your needs. Shaking his head, Liu Yun refused. The country of rain is not suitable for me. I am old and afraid of rheumatism. Obito. How did he know it was the land of rain? It seemed that he still underestimated this guy. Every 2 months, you bring Lin to Konoha, and I will wait for you at the mausoleum. After all, he is a necromancer, so he has to find a place that suits his temperament as a meeting point. After hearing this, Obito did not raise any objection, which was regarded as acquiescence. Although Konoha is a well-defended ninja village, for him, returning to Konoha is like returning to his own home. In that case, see you later. Don't forget what you promised. If you dare to lie to me. Obito didn't say the rest. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will never break my promise. Liu Yun said confidently. After listening, Obito nodded, turned around, held Lin's hand and planned to leave. Oh, right. Liu Yun joked again. What else is there? Your wife's body was transformed by me from the underworld and my magic power. See if it works, put away those weird thoughts in your head. Don't be serious, otherwise, you will hurt others and yourself. Liu Yun said with a half smile. At first, Obito didn't react yet, but soon, his blood pressure went up. Without giving Obito a chance to fight back, Liu Yun turned into a ball of green light and quickly disappeared in front of the 2 of them. For the disrespectful BD. Obito gritted his teeth and said angrily on the spot. Obito. Next to him, a soft female voice sounded. In an instant, the angry Tuza suddenly withered. Linear. It seemed that he was back to the past, he would always be inexplicably nervous in front of Lin. In fact, Obito looks mature now, but his actual age is only 14 years old. The Battle of Konoha Bridge took place at the beginning of the 50th year of Konoha. It was full of calculations, but less than 2 years had passed. If it were placed at the beginning of the original plot, it would be difficult for Liu Yun to deceive Obito like this, but now. The 14-year-old adolescent Uchiha is just a boy. It's no wonder Liu Yun specially told him before leaving. Can you tell me what happened? Aren't you dead? I'm dead too. Also, why don't you go back to the village? Who was the person who made me uncomfortable just now? Where's Kakashi? Where's Mr. Minato? Lin's memory will always remain at the moment when Kakashi Reikari penetrated her chest. This is also the eternal pain in Obito's heart. How to answer these questions? He does not know. Could it be that I saw you being killed by Kakashi, so I turned evil on the spot and killed Minato-sensei too? Obito couldn't say these words. He couldn't answer Lin, so he could only remain silent. Phew. A breeze blew by, lifting Obito's sleeves, revealing most of White Zetsu's body. Your body, Obito, can you take off your mask and let me see it? Lin vaguely thought of something bad. Hearing this, Obito nodded first, then shook his head. Lin, let's get out of here first, okay? This is the border between the land of fire and the land of thunder. The people of Konoha, the people of the village and Cloud Shinobi will find out soon. I will take you to a safe place first, okay? Only in front of Lin could I hear Obito's gentle tone. He even called the hated Konoha a village. Obito looked around and saw that the corrosion traces left by Liu Yun were too large. In the critical period just after the end of the Third World War, all countries were very nervous. It would not be long before the opportunity was discovered here. He needs to take Lin to a safe place first. Well, I listen to you. Lin hesitated for a moment and finally chose to believe him. Obito will not harm him, this will not change no matter how much time passes. Okay, let's go. Holding Lin's hand, the two prepared to rush off in Hokage style. Oops! Lin accidentally fell. What's wrong? Obito immediately became nervous. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, he was not so nervous when he released Nine Tails and challenged Minato to a duel. My chakra disappeared. Lin said a little apologetically. I'll carry you. Obito immediately half-hunched his body and did not choose to send Lin to the Kamui space. Obito wanted to use the most primitive way of traveling. Dark night, in the jungle. The boy was carrying the girl on his back, and the two overlapping figures were slowly moving forward. Obito. During my absence, you suffered a lot and took many detours, right? The voice of the girl on his back warmed Obito's heart like a ray of clear spring. Linear, I made an agreement with you. The boy felt very guilty. There was a slight shaking of the head from behind. Obito has already worked hard. The boy didn't speak anymore, he just hugged the girl's body tighter. Chapter 18. After working all night, Liu Yun returned to Konoha. It was already late at night, and Liu Yun was lying on the bed, recalling the terrifying ability that was beyond the world just now. The first fishing prop is so powerful. Barrack's human skull. Liu Yun whispered to himself. Necromancers have many abilities worth developing, and awakening the dead is only the most basic ability. There is something bigger and weirder hidden in the scepter. Lich, Skeleton Army, Frost Power, Will-O-Wisp. Thanks to the fact that it is produced by the system, Liu Yun can automatically understand the essence of the necromancer even without learning. And the deal with Obito was just a whim. It is impossible for the necromancer's ability to really bring Lin back from the dead. Of course, the standard is to return to normal status. There must be a way, as long as the fishing rods of all things in the stars are still there, the vast world can connect so many dimensions, and the mere resurrection technique is not a problem. As for when Lin will be truly resurrected, it depends on when Liu Yun fishes for new props. There is plenty of time. Liu Yun slowly chewed on the new knowledge, surrounded by observation haki. Not even the slightest disturbance can be hidden from him. Time passed quickly, and a few hours later, it was dawn. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside. Who is it? Hokage-sama, we are here to invite you on the orders of acting Hokage-sama, and prepare to go to the Uchiha clan. Anbu answered softly outside the door. Zhyla. Liu Yun opened the door. He was not tired at all after not sleeping all night, and he looked in high spirits. Thanks to the existence of the system, Liu Yun's physical fitness has now reached its peak. The character templates of the Necromancer and Kizaru allow him to almost never eat or sleep. Going to the Uchiha clan. Isn't this Orochimaru's business? Why are you looking for me? Liu Yun frowned. Why is this guy Orochimaru so ungrateful? He told him openly and secretly, asking him not to bother him all the time. How? Can't the Hokage enjoy retirement? The two Anbu at the door looked at each other. How do we answer this? Master Third Hokage has been letting himself go more and more recently. Let's go. Liu Yun waved her hands helplessly, but did not embarrass the two workers. The two Anbu were immediately relieved. Hokage-sama, please. Orochimaru, didn't I tell you that I'm just an old, lonely pensioner now? Outside the Uchiha tribe, Liu Yun immediately started to complain as soon as he saw Orochimaru. Teacher, please understand that you are still Hokage for your plan to recruit Uchiha as a disciple, and for your political stance regarding Konoha. Orochimaru is helpless. In name, he is only acting as Hokage's agent. The formal appointment documents have not arrived, and the coronation ceremony has not been held yet. Moreover, Liu Yun was accompanying him during this operation, which could unleash the goodwill of the top management to the greatest extent. Tell them to move faster. Liu Yun is very efficient in dealing with people in Konoha. This is related to his grand scheme, and he needs to get something to eat. Teacher, let's go. Orochimaru pretended not to hear. I originally wanted to discuss with Liu Yun the mysterious will-o'-the-wisp in the cemetery last night, but now it seems like it. Orochimaru silently put away the scroll in his arms. The two of them walked side by side, leading several Anbu into the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha's clan is not located in the core neighborhood of Konoha. The second Hokage originally ordered that a piece of land be enclosed for them in a relatively remote area of the village. It's said to be protection, but actually it means surveillance. It can be said that from then on, the seeds of conflict between Uchiha and the village were sown. Liu Yun and Orochimaru, as soon as they walked into the outskirts of the clan area, they were greeted by the Uchiha clan members who had been waiting here for a long time. Third Hokage-sama, acting Hokage-sama, we are here to greet the two adults on the order of the clan leader. As soon as a team of dozens of Uchiha tribesmen saw Liu Yun and others emerging, they immediately trotted up to the two of them. They changed their usual domineering attitude and bowed with a kind face. Apparently, Fugaku explained it. Seeing this, Liu Yun and Orochimaru looked at each other and nodded secretly. Led by the Uchiha clan, a group of people slowly moved towards Fugaku's house. Every Uchiha tribesman they meet along the way will greet them politely. At the destination, the Fugaku family was already waiting at the door. Fugaku and Itachi were wearing formal clothes, Uchiha Mikoto was holding the infant Nabashira, and there were Uchiha elders. A group of people are nervously bringing distinguished guests to the door. Third generation Sama, Orochimaru-sama, welcome you too. At the door, Fugaku performed standard etiquette and said loudly. Itachi on the side also bowed and saluted, and at the same time, his perspective was quietly focused on Liu Yun and Orochimaru. Especially Orochimaru, is this my future teacher? Itachi thought in his heart. Please. In the living room, tea had already been set, and the two parties took their seats. On the dining table, the tea is fragrant. Liu Yun took a cup and gently smelled the aroma of tea. Orochimaru spoke first. Today my teacher and I made a sudden visit, which was really abrupt. No, it's our honor for you two adults to visit us, the Uchiha clan. Fugaku-kun, the purpose of our visit was clearly stated in the letter yesterday. What do you think? Orochimaru sipped the tea and chuckled. Uchiha is an integral part of Konoha. The future of the village must be stable. I wonder if you are willing to lead the Uchiha clan and work with us to create a new era and make Konoha great again. After hearing this, Liu Yun on the side cursed. You really know how to learn and use it. When you open your mouth, it's like a big hat. The flag of Konoha is brought out first. Everything else is politically correct. Chapter 19. Orochimaru is top-notch in terms of leadership ability and charisma. In the previous World War II and World War III, they all played the role of commanders. This is not a position that can be fulfilled by strength alone. In the original book, even though he defected to Konoha, he still established the Sound Ninja village in a decent manner, and he still had a large number of loyal followers. In terms of political ability, Orochimaru is not weak. No, as soon as the conversation started, he raised the banner of making Konoha great again, instantly making himself invincible. He was standing on the high ground of political correctness and shooting wildly with Gatlin. Next, no matter what outrageous conditions he proposed, Fugaku had to think carefully before speaking. Our clan deeply agrees with this. If Orochimaru-sama has such sincerity, we will cooperate fully and we will not let you down. Fugaku didn't hesitate and smiled along with Orochimaru's words. Haha, we are deeply gratified that Chief Fugaku has such an awareness. For the sake of the future, I have a merciless request. Orochimaru said, looking at the young Itachi beside him. The main event is here. Please tell me. I have heard for a long time that the eldest son of the Fugaku clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, is a famous young genius of the Uchiha clan. I want to accept him as my disciple and become my direct disciple. I wonder what Fugaku-kun wants. Itachi, why don't you come over here and meet your teacher? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was so happy that he directly urged Itachi, who was kneeling next to him. Compared to the calm Itachi, he was actually a little out of sorts. Itachi behaved himself and stood up immediately, bowing to Orochimaru and saluting, "Teacher. I'll trouble you in the future." Nodding, Orochimaru touched Itachi's head. At this point, the matter of recruiting disciples is considered completed. On the side, Uchiha Fugaku's expression management is almost out of control. Calm down. Calm down. I keep repeating it in my mind, but I just can't control my face and want to laugh. What's going on? A disciple of the Hokage, the ticket to the Hokage throne in the future. He had never doubted his son's talent. In terms of fighting for his son, Fugaku can proudly say, "All of you in Konoha, let's do it together." In 20 years, or 30 years, or even in his lifetime, he could see his son becoming the 6th Hokage. A group of people were chatting peacefully. The elders of the clan who had previously strongly requested to watch on the sidelines saw that the important matter was done, so they no longer bothered and left early. And Liu Yun, from beginning to end, he didn't say a word and kept drinking tea quietly beside him. In the middle, Orochimaru made several hints with his eyes, but Liu Yun did not respond. "Teacher, what's going on? Didn't you agree?" Orochimaru wondered in his mind. "By the way, Fugaku-kun." Putting down the teacup, Orochimaru pretended to be confused. "There is one more thing, I'm afraid I need a reasonable explanation from the Fugaku clan leader." "Orochimaru-sama, please speak." On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Sharingan pattern in Nine Tails' eyes. It is obvious that only the Uchiha clan has the ability to control Nine Tails. Therefore, a reasonable explanation is needed both inside and outside the village. Seeing that Liu Yun was like an old monk in meditation, Orochimaru could only speak on his own. According to Orochimaru's plan, one will be the good guy and the other will be the bad guy. Taking on Uchiha Itachi as a disciple is a carrot, but making a fuss about Sharingan in the eyes of Nine Tails is a stick. However, Liu Yun didn't accept the move at all and kept pretending to be dead. "This? Orochimaru-sama, third Hokage-sama, let's be honest, Sharingan can control tailed beasts, it is true, our ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, can do it. According to the classics, above the Sharingan of the three Megatama, there is a higher level of pupil skills, the Manjiki Sharingan. At that level, one should be able to control tailed beasts. However, currently no one in our clan has reached that legendary realm. The strongest elite in the clan has only reached the level of 3 Megatama. Control Nine Tails, it's really... Uchiha Fugaku is also very hard-working. In order to show his kindness, he even revealed the biggest secret of the bloodline within the clan. He wanted to control the tailed beast, but he didn't have the ability, you know? Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru heard this name for the first time. I am very interested in bloodline, mystery, and Orochimaru. Especially the secrets of this powerful ancient ninja clan. It is recorded in the classics that the ancestor Uchiha Madara, the initiate of Manjiki Sharingan, can indeed control tailed beasts. Uchiha Fugaku did not hide anything and told the truth. Uchiha Madara, that is the existence alongside the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru nodded, he believed Fugaku's words. If Uchiha was really that powerful, he would have been suppressed like this by Danzo and third generation. However, just because I am willing to believe what Chief Fugaku says does not mean that the village is willing to believe it, especially the villagers. They only believe what they see. Orochimaru said while tapping his fingertips on the dining table. Then what do you think Orochimaru-sama should do? Fugaku said a little worried. The village needs an explanation, a fact. Former Hokage consultant, Shimura Dans conducted illegal research on Uchiha's bloodline. The experimental subjects were members of the Uchiha clan who disappeared during the 3 battles. Later, the experimental subjects escaped from the root organization base, harboring a grudge against Konoha and seeking revenge. Orochimaru spoke out the facts he was brewing unhurriedly. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was stunned. Chapter 20. Good guy, what is a pot shadow? Everyone has been imprisoned, but you still have to shoulder a lot of blame. Liu Yun glanced at Orochimaru. Seeing that what the other person said was serious, I silently mourned for Danzo in my heart. Take it harder Danzo, you'll bear the abuse. This can be considered his last contribution to the village as an elder. Seeing that Orochimaru's words seemed to be true, Fugaku almost believed him. What Liu Yun was thinking about was that your portrait of the suspect was very vague. The Uchiha tribesmen in the Third War had a grudge against Konoha and chose to take revenge. Liu Yun, who knew the plot, almost wanted to reveal Obito's ID number. After thinking about it, his strong bad taste came out again, and he decided to add fuel to the fire between the two of them. In the battle between the mysterious Uchiha tribesmen and the 4th Hokage, we also found traces of the wood-style battle. The Uchiha tribesman who caused the Nine Tails rebellion most likely possesses both Mangekyo Sharingan and wood style. The evidence is that when we thoroughly investigated the root organization's base a few days ago, we found a surviving child. He also inherited the first Hokage wood style and survived. Liu Yun slowly explained all this to the two of them while drinking tea. What? X2. As soon as he said this, Fugaku and Orochimaru were shocked. Orochimaru was surprised that how could Xianfu's teacher at home know about the existence of A, who is the future Yamato. Anbu just reported the information about him to him this morning, and how did Liu Yun know about it? Could it be that the teacher knew about A's existence before? The significance of wood style is extraordinary. Not only is it a powerful combat force, it can suppress Nine Tails at critical times. It is a necessary stabilizer for Jinchuriki in its growth process. Coupled with the relationship between the teacher and Danzo, the more Orochimaru thinks about it, the more likely it is. What surprised Fugaku was that a ninja who knew wood style appeared in Konoha. This is a big event. Except for the first Hokage who pacified Sengoku, no one has ever had this ability. Moreover, as Liu Yun said, the mysterious man fighting 4th generation possesses both Sharingan and wood style. The two strongest bloodlines in the ninja world are both controlled by the opponent. Is this okay? Trouble, the Fugaku clan leader will present the list of Uchiha members who died or disappeared in the 3 wars, and the agent Hokage needs to be screened. Liu Yun is committed to increasing Orochimaru's work intensity, so let the people from the Investigation Division and Intelligence Division slowly match up candidates. Of course, we will fully cooperate with Master 5th Hokage in any action he takes. Fugaku nodded and said seriously. Orochimaru. I was just trying to find an excuse for Uchiha. Why are you making such a fuss now, teacher, and making it seem like it's true? Looking at the old god Liu Yun, Orochimaru muttered in his heart. Why has this mentor changed so much that I almost don't recognize him anymore? Soon, Fugaku arranged for someone to bring the death list. The list of all those who died in World War III is here, and most of the bodies have been recovered. The corpses of ninjas, especially those holding bloodline, are worth a fortune. If it is accidentally lost in the hands of an enemy village, the loss will be huge, such as the White Eye Hyuga fell to Mist Shinobi. Therefore, recovering valuable ninja corpses is a top priority for all major families. Orochimaru looked at a large pile of documents and began to have a headache again. Teachers can really cause trouble for themselves. After becoming the agent Hokage, Orochimaru spent almost every day in the office, finally dealing with urgent government affairs. Liu Yun found him another investigation job. Thank you. By chance, Orochimaru, who was full of displeasure, saw Itachi pouring tea for him. His eyes lit up. Chief of the Fugaku clan. Now, although I have accepted Itachi as my disciple, Hokage has a heavy workload. I'm afraid I won't have much time to teach Itachi in the future. Orochimaru said, pretending to be helpless. What should we do? After hearing this, Fugaku didn't appear too nervous. What he cared about was not that Orochimaru actually had time to teach Itachi himself. It would be better if he did, but it didn't matter if he didn't. The training of the Uchiha clan is different from that of ordinary ninjas, as they all revolve around Sharingan. Orochimaru is not a ninjutsu ninja, which was fine when Itachi was young, but as Itachi grows older, Orochimaru's role as a teacher is not very big. As a father, he knows the talent of his precious son best. What's more, all Fugaku wants is the status of master and apprentice, and he doesn't care about anything else. Itachi is a genius and cannot be buried. I boldly propose that a teacher teach Itachi. Orochimaru thought of a compromise strategy. So much better. Fugaku nodded and became even more happy. 2 generations of Hokage taught Itachi. Is this a small blessing? Moreover, 3rd generation does have significant talent in cultivating talents. The 3 disciples, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, are the Konoha Sunin who are famous in the ninja world. It happened that 3rd generation was now retired and had enough time to teach Itachi carefully. Seeing that Fugaku did not object, Orochimaru waved to Itachi, who stood obediently and upright in front of the teacher. My teacher, Master 3rd Hokage, will be responsible for guiding your practice for the time being. Although you do not have the title of master and disciple, you are actually master and disciple. In the future, you will need to perform the same discipleship ceremony for Master 3rd generation. Do you understand? Okay, Master. Itachi was a sensible child, so he obediently bowed to Liu Yun as a disciple. Liu Yun on the side. Chapter 21. Liu Yun looked confused. Looking at Itachi who bowed to him, he couldn't accept it or not. Fugaku on the side looked at him diligently. Orochimaru was drinking tea comfortably. The 2 of them were on one side, and Liu Yun could clearly see the curve in the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. What's the situation? Laozi has retired, why should he arrange a job for me, or teach children? Liu Yun's heart was filled with 10,000 grass and mud horses running wildly. Ahem, the teacher and I have to deal with official business, so I won't disturb the Fugaku chief. After finishing the matter and teasing the teacher again, Orochimaru stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Itachi, Itachi, your talent is excellent, but you can't slack off. Tomorrow morning, you can go to the teacher and he will teach you well. Teacher, please rest assured, I will definitely practice hard and never let down the teachings of Mr. 3rd generation. Itachi assured with a serious face. RNM, Orochimaru. Liu Yun couldn't wait to grab Orochimaru's sleeves and go outside to show off. He looked at Orochimaru with a dark look on his face, but the other person didn't even look at him. Until he left Fugaku's house, Liu Yun looked like he would not let strangers in. When they reached the door, Fugaku said to Orochimaru. The village has suffered a disaster. As a part of the village, we Uchiha are determined to contribute to the revival. I will arrange a batch of supplies in a moment. I hope it can help Konoha's revival. I hope Lord 5th Hokage will accept it. Fugaku even omitted the title of Agent Hokage, and just called him 5th Hokage-sama. Seeing how sensible Fugaku was, Orochimaru also smiled in return. Thank you, Chief Fugaku. Liu Yun on the side looked at the two people who had successfully traded, and said with disdain, /adult/husband/w/wife. As soon as he left the Uchiha tribe, Orochimaru excused himself to attend to official duties, and a body flicker technique disappeared in front of Liu Yun's eyes. Not even the accompanying Anbu waited. His movements were so fast, he obviously anticipated that Liu Yun was going to cause trouble for him. Ahole Orochimaru, you can run away from the monk, but can you run away from the temple? Liu Yun also started oral gymnastics. Several little Anbu lowered their heads one after another, and the two generations of Hokage squirted at each other. This was not something little shrimps like them could listen to. Outside, Liu Yun can still be more restrained. When I got home, there was a lot of trash talk. Lao Zi is a retired coder. He doesn't serve me well, but he still dares to arrange a job for me and teach children. Is that what Lao Zi should do? He's not the principal of a kindergarten. A series of forbidden words came out of Liu Yun's mouth. How can he show off when he has a disciple? What could he teach Itaki? Fishing? Grass? The depression in her heart could not be increased, so Liu Yun took the fishing rod and walked to the river. The only solution to worries is fishing. The news of Master 5th Hokage accepting Uchiha as a disciple spread throughout Konoha in an instant. The whole village is boiling. A family like Uchiha's is a blight on Konoha. Orochimaru-sama is so confused. The Uchiha clan was the culprit behind the death of 4th Hokage-sama during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Public opinion is rampant. However, an official Konoha announcement was issued, instantly reversing public opinion. The culprit who caused the Nine Tails Rebellion was a certain Uchiha tribesman who disappeared during the Third War. He was captured by the former elder Shimura for secret human experiments. Now he has mastered the higher-level Sharingan pupil technique, Manjiki Sharingan, and first Hokage's wood style. As soon as the announcement came out, people were confused again. Isn't this transformation too outrageous? So, the Uchiha clan is innocent? So who is the mysterious Uchiha? Another question filled everyone's mind. Anbu said that the specific information is still being analyzed and will be announced to the villagers after it is found out. At the same time, a large amount of information was released, which was full of the Uchiha family's contribution to the village. Since the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan has made huge sacrifices for the village, and their names have been killed in various wars. The death lists are plastered all over the streets of Konoha. Some villagers who had shouted at Uchiha just a few hours ago now expressed sympathy, pity, and even apologies when mentioning the Uchiha clan. Public opinion was completely reversed, and in an instant, the atmosphere of the village turned 180 degrees. Even the security forces who usually dislike him have become a lot friendlier. This method of manipulating people's hearts is too simple for Orochimaru. It's just about promoting what can serve politics. At this time, several carts of supplies and silver were escorted out of the Uchiha tribe. What are these? The villagers looked around and asked curiously. This is the material belonging to our Uchiha clan. We are now giving it to the village free of charge to improve everyone's lives and provide pensions to the ninjas who died for the Nine Tails Rebellion. The leading Uchiha tribesman said with his head held high. The people around him looked at him with respect and even admiration. The Uchiha family are really good people. Many villagers sighed. If you think about it carefully, their clan is a little bit arrogant and domineering. There is no unforgivable sin. Under Orochimaru's 3 swords, the resentment accumulated by the village for many years disappeared in an instant. Chapter 22. In Hokage's office, standing in front of the window, Orochimaru looked at the carts of things being escorted. As expected of the most powerful family in Konoha, Uchiha's heritage is truly profound. Listening to the scale of supplies reported by his subordinates, Orochimaru admired. Things worth billions of taels were given as promised. Not only that, Uchiha Fugaku also organized a special team of 20 people and handed them over to Orochimaru. The members are all the backbone of the clan, and they are all members of the Sharingan Uchiha clan who have activated the 3 Megatama, and the least powerful ones all have special Jainin. In order to repay Orochimaru for accepting a disciple, Uchiha really suffered a lot of bleeding this time. Within the Uchiha tribe's territory, as Weasel walked in the clan territory, people from the clan kept showing kindness to him. Itaki, you are the hope of our clan, so you must perform well and don't let everyone down. Itaki nodded of course. All the hostility towards the village disappeared, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Itaki kept telling people around him that he would never let down his family or the village. I will definitely work hard to practice and serve as a bridge between the village and the family in the future. Itaki. Someone hugged him. Shisui. Congratulations, Itaki, for becoming Lord 5th Hokage's disciple. Shisui's tone was full of joy. Do you know? When I heard the news that Lord Orochimaru was planning to accept you as his disciple, I found it incredible. The hostility the family once had towards Konoha has now all disappeared, and all conflicts have been resolved. In all of this, you are the most crucial existence. Ah! Seeing his best friend pouring out his words in front of him, Itaki wanted to tell him that I actually didn't do anything. But after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. Itaki respects Shisui very much, as if he were his own brother. Did you know? The Patriarch has incorporated me into the Special Operations Team, and now I am directly under the command of Orochimaru-sama. Itaki, the village has accepted us, and the future will be brighter and brighter. Under the sun, Shisui's bright smile infected Itaki. He couldn't help but laugh happily. So. After a moment, Shisui said seriously. Itaki, I want you to promise me that you must perform well and serve as a bridge in front of the 3rd generation Sama and the 5th generation Sama, and you must not let them down. Looking at Shisui's serious expression, Itaki nodded solemnly. Do you know what your future goals are? Shisui asked suddenly. Itaki was a little confused. Isn't it just to practice well and work hard to express yourself? Itaki, you are different from other clan members. You are powerful and talented. You are also one of the few who are not bound by narrow nationalism. Now you have become a disciple of the Hokage. After Shisui hesitated for a moment, he continued. With your excellence, it may not be impossible to become a Hokage in the future. At least, you have already obtained the ticket. I don't want to be like other clan members, hoping that the Uchiha clan can produce a Hokage. I hope you are Uchiha Itaki of Konoha village. If you can become the future 6th Hokage, you can do more things. Shisui. Itaki was a little hesitant. He was very precocious, but he was still a child after all. Hokage had indescribable brilliance in his heart and had a very high threshold. I will always stay with you until the day you become Hokage, even as your shadow, I will not hesitate. Shisui said firmly. Itaki was his biggest hope. They had the same ideals and the same goals. Shisui has his own understanding of Hokage, and Itaki is the only one who understands him. My eyes will light the way ahead for you in the future. Itaki nodded heavily. On the street, 2 Uchiha teenagers have big goals in their hearts. They can't help but look forward to the future of the village. They talked about a lot of things together. Shisui taught him that the 3rd generation's teaching style was different from that of the clan. She asked Itaki to put away the attitude that the Uchiha clan was accustomed to and treat the teacher's teachings with the most humble attitude. Facing the nagging Shisui, Itaki always listened to his teachings obediently. He didn't dislike Shisui's verbosity at all, and actually enjoyed it very much. The two of them stayed until dark, then reluctantly went home. When Itachi returned home, he was surprised to see his father holding Sasuke in his arms and playing with his younger brother. Wow wow wow! Little Sasuke doesn't like this dad very much. Next to him, Mikoto reluctantly took the crying baby Sasuke and whispered to his husband. Itachi stood at the door, staring blankly at the scene. In my memory, there are very few such warm scenes. His father always had a serious face, dealing with matters within the clan and thinking about how to compete with the village. Although his mother rarely showed it, secretly, Itachi could always see his sad mother. Maybe the current scene is the home that my heart longs for? Is Itachi back? Come here quickly, get ready to eat. Mikoto greeted Itachi gently. Well, Mom. Itachi trotted and blended into the family. Chapter 23. The next morning, Itachi got up early to clean up. Today is the first day for him to receive the teacher's teachings, and he must not be late. My father's warning from last night was still ringing in my ears. Itachi, you must take the teachings of third-generation Sama with an absolutely serious attitude. That is the man who taught Sunan. The third generation is not only powerful, but also has excellent political skills. In addition to basic spiritual practice, you must also pay attention to the third generation's behavior and learn how to become an excellent politician. Don't forget, you must aim to become a Hokage. Also, before looking for third generation Sama, don't forget to bow to Orochimaru Sama first. With his father's instructions, Itachi came to Hokage's office. The Anbu also knew that this young man was the disciple of Lord Acting Hokage, so they did not stop him. It was easy to see Orochimaru who was taking care of business. Teacher. Itachi bowed and saluted. Orochimaru put down his pen and stretched his sore wrist. Now he understands why being a Hokage requires strong strength. Even if you are physically weak, you cannot withstand such a high-intensity work. Looking at Itachi, Orochimaru smiled and said, "No need to be formal, relax, Itachi." Is teacher. Itachi nodded and still stood straight on the spot. He didn't hear what Orochimaru said. This has always been the rule of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru doesn't care about this, it's a child, just let him get used to it slowly. Now that you have joined my sect, we will be master and disciple from now on, Itachi, let me tell you briefly. Is teacher. Itachi pricked up his ears and said seriously. Although I am your teacher, you have also seen it. Orochimaru pointed to the pile of documents on the side that was taller than a person. In a short period of time, I won't have time to teach you personally, so I entrusted my teacher, Lord Third Hokage, to teach you on your behalf. Orochimaru looked at the pile of documents helplessly. This was not the Hokage life he wanted. Yes, teacher. I'm not worried about your talent, and I have no doubts about the teacher's ability to teach. I believe you two can get along very happily. There's just one thing. Mr. Third Generation is old after all, and his behavior will inevitably be a little weird. You have to be mentally prepared. Orochimaru thought about his teacher's recent behavior, hesitated for a while, and still wanted to remind Itachi. Itachi nodded. Third Generation Sama is a highly respected Hokage in the village and a respectable old man. Even if he acts in a rigid and dogmatic way, I will work hard to practice and live up to his expectations. It's not what you think. Orochimaru wanted to say that to Itachi, but he swallowed the words as they reached his lips. Anyway, you adapt to circumstances. Is teacher. Waving his hand, Orochimaru signaled Itachi that he could leave. Itachi bowed again and prepared to leave. Correct. Orochimaru stopped him. Teacher, is there anything else you can do? Before you, I had a disciple. Her name was Anko, she was a few years older than you. Thinking of Anko, Orochimaru had a headache. The recent performance of my disciple is really blinding. Senior sister? Will you be my competitor in the future? Itachi thought to himself. I will get along well with Anko-senpai. Well, go ahead. Saying goodbye to the teacher, Itake walked step by step towards Liu Yun's residence under Enbu's guidance. Third generation Sama actually lives so far away from the village. Itake looked at the vast tracts of forest around him with some confusion. After a long while, he finally arrived at Liu Yun's residence. Looking at the single-family cabin in front of him, Itake was stunned. As expected of the highly respected and respected third Hokage, the living conditions are so simple. He admired in his heart. Compared with the Itake family's mansion in the clan area, Liu Yun's home is indeed simple. When he arrived at the door, Anbu stopped. It was obvious that we had reached our destination and we would not disturb him. Itake thanked Anbu, who quickly disappeared. It seemed that he was quite afraid of the third generation Sama, which made Itake a little puzzled. Isn't the third master a kind old man? He always has a smile on his face. Itake stepped forward and knocked on the door softly. Dong dong dong. No one responded. Itake continued to knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Still no one responded. Isn't Mr. Third Generation at home? Itake thought to himself. But Anbu didn't tell himself? Helpless, Itake could only continue to knock on the door. Half an hour later, an angry question finally came from the room. Who is it? Knocking on the door so early in the morning. Sensei, I'm Uchiha Itake. Fugaku and Orochimaru both explained that when facing Liu Yun, Itake also needs to perform discipleship. Uchiha Itake? Why did you come to see me so early in the morning? Liu Yun was very irritable with the feeling of getting out of bed. Anyone who retires will be annoyed by a knock on the door early in the morning. And Itake was very patient and knocked on the door regularly. Knock every 2 minutes. Liu Yun was disturbed. Itake. Didn't you promise to teach me how to practice? Teacher, this disciple is here to learn from you. Itake is a well-behaved child. It's still early, I haven't slept enough yet, just wait. Liu Yun said impatiently, adding another sentence at the end. Stop knocking on the door. After saying that, he fell into silence. Itake. Chapter 24. This was a little different from Itake's expectation. Mr. Third Generation didn't see him, saying that he hadn't slept enough. What to do? Leave? That definitely won't work. He was the hope of the whole clan now. He was driven back in despair on the first day of his apprenticeship. Itake could only imagine how dark his father's face would be. Keep knocking? Itake hesitated, there was obvious anger in the third generation Sama's voice just now. First impressions were important, Shisui had taught him. Perhaps this is a test for me from Mr. Third Generation. Itake comforted himself in his heart. The young Itake stood straight at the door, neither leaving nor knocking. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was noon. Zhyla. The door opened. Itake instantly perked up. Liu Yun opened the door and yawned. He looked at Itake who was waiting obediently at the door. He didn't like it. The retired old man's secluded life is going to be disturbed by this kid. Have you been waiting here? Liu Yun asked lazily. Yes, teacher. Itake said seriously. Then you continue to wait. Liu Yun waved his hand, picked up the fishing rod and walked out. Itake. Follow? Still not following? Itake was in a dilemma. While thinking, Liu Yun had already walked far away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What a speed! Itake sighed in his heart, as expected of Lord Third Hokage. Liu Yun, who left Itake behind, didn't feel any burden at all. I didn't invite you here. When he came to the river, he set up the stall skillfully, flicked the fishing line, and sat down in a standard fisherman's posture. Light your pipe, today is also a day full of hope. Sunrise and sunset, fishing to pass the time, it goes by very fast. It was dark in a blink of an eye. Liu Yun looked at the bare fishing ditch, his face was very ugly, he was in the Air Force. Picking up the guy angrily. After wandering into the village and having a meal of Ichiraku ramen, Liu Yun wandered back home. When I got home, I found Itaka still standing at the door. Seeing Liu Yun coming back, Itaka quickly bowed and said, "Teacher. Have you been standing here all this time?" Liu Yun asked doubtfully. Itaka nodded. "If you like standing, just stand." Liu Yun ignored Weasel, walked in and closed the door. Bang! Itaka remained silent and continued to stand where he was. 4 hours later, the night was already deep. Itaka bowed and said, "Teacher, I'm going back." No respond. Itaka could only leave slowly. He heard Liu Yun's voice just a few steps away. "Don't come tomorrow, I have nothing to teach you." After a pause, Itaka said nothing and left silently. Nearly an hour later, he finally arrived home. Liu Yun's residence is too far away from the Uchiha tribe. Itaka, who was already hungry and had his chest pressed against his back, had just arrived home and happened to see Fugaku coaxing his children on the terrace. "Father!" Itaka greeted as he barely supported his body. Looking at the shaky Itaka, Fugaku was a little surprised. He was so intense on the first day of his apprenticeship. Today's practice was very hard, wasn't it? Itaka. Itaka didn't answer, which was considered acquiescence. At this time, Mikoto also saw Itaka returning home. His mother was more observant. Seeing her son's unconcealed fatigue, Mikoto felt a little distressed and quickly walked forward and took Itaka into his arms. Third generation Sama is also true, Itaka is still a child. Ahem, every outstanding ninja must undergo arduous training. The more tired Itaka is, the more serious the third generation's teachings are. Fugaku didn't feel sorry for his son at all. As the sixth Hokage in his heart, all of this is an experience leading to the Hokage throne. How can I be a Hokage in the future if I can't even endure the hardships of spiritual practice? Itaka, tell me, what did third generation teach you today? Fugaku asked expectantly. Itaka didn't know how to answer this question. Turning to look at her mother, "Mom, I'm hungry." "You haven't eaten yet?" Mikoto looked surprised. Itaka. After a long silence, Itaka nodded. A few minutes later, at the dinner table, Fugaku frowned as he watched Itaka wolfing down his food. "Itaka, you are the son of the leader of the Uchiha clan, how can you be so rude when eating? Don't forget, you are here as third generation Sama, but you represent the entire Uchiha clan. Stop talking, haven't you seen Itaka is so hungry? Please stop saying a few words. It sounds nice to the Hokage disciples. Don't you know how much psychological pressure Itaka is under?" Mikoto looked at his rigid husband with some displeased accusations. "That's not okay. Just because he is a Hokage disciple, he must hold himself to the strictest standards." Fugaku looked serious, and he refused to give in on this matter. Itaka looked at his father, and for the first time, he felt that his father was a little annoying. Itaka, who had always been sensible, developed a rebellious mentality when it came to eating. "I'm stuffed." Itaka stood up, saluted his parents, and then walked towards Sasuke's room. "Wait a minute, didn't I ask you to tell me what Mr. Third Generation taught you today?" Fugaku frowned. Not only did the walking Itaka not stop, but he walked even faster. Fugaku looked confused. "Am I really that annoying to my son? Haha, did you just find out?" Mikoto covered his mouth and chuckled. Chapter 25. The next day, Itaka got up early as usual. "But I went to the kitchen in advance to prepare a lunchbox." Arriving at Liu Yun's door, Itaka raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, when he suddenly remembered what Liu Yun said yesterday. After hesitating for a moment, Itaka finally chose to put down his hand and stood at the door honestly waiting. At noon, the door opened. Liu Yun saw Itake's little figure as soon as he opened the door. He looked at Itake with a dark expression on his face. "Didn't I tell you not to come?" Itake didn't speak, but looked at Liu Yun with bright eyes. Seeing the little guy's serious look, Liu Yun rolled his eyes. Forget it, you can stand if you want, no one will stop you." After that, he packed up his fishing rod and walked towards the river. Itake watched Liu Yun leave. In the evening, Liu Yun returned and Weasel was still standing where he was. "When I saw him, I still bowed and saluted, teacher." This time, Liu Yun was not even interested in paying attention to him. At night, Itake saluted outside the door just like last night, "Teacher, I'm back." The third day, same as usual. The fourth day, same as usual. The fifth day, same as usual. Day 6, same as usual. On the seventh day, today is the day of fifth Hokage's succession. Anbu also came outside Liu Yun's house. Looking at this Uchiha boy, Anbu felt a little emotional. This kid has so much perseverance. Master third generation, the succession ceremony for the fifth Hokage will begin soon. Anbu knocked on the door and said to Liu Yun. Liu Yun nodded. The new Hokage takes over. This political occasion has the entire ninja world paying attention. Liu Yun, as the previous Hokage, must attend. Let's go. Liu Yun also put on formal Hokage clothes and a hat with the word fire printed on it. What about him? Anbu looked at Itake. He was a disciple of the fifth Hokage and the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. In both public and private matters, Itake should be present. Casual. Liu Yun doesn't care about this. Today's succession ceremony, the protagonist is Orochimaru, he only serves as a ceremonial role. As for Itake, whatever he goes to do has nothing to do with Liu Yun. Anbu. He looked at Liu Yun who was walking away, and then at the well-behaved and sensible Itake. Anbu said, "Let's go, Uchiha boy." The ceremony site was already crowded with people. The whole of Konoha was mobilized. Anbu, the security force, was out in full force. There were not only famous people present, but also invited guests from other villages. At this time when the Third World War had just ended, the situation in various countries was highly tense. Everyone worked tirelessly to ensure the ceremony went smoothly. Liu Yun came to the scene escorted by Anbu. On the high platform, the most important position is naturally reserved for today's protagonist Orochimaru. Wearing a Hokage robe with the words 5th Hokage engraved on it, Orochimaru is talking to someone. Ever since Liu Yun pushed him to the Hokage position, this guy's gloomy aura has become weaker and weaker. Some children from the village came to say hello to him. Orochimaru also greeted the child with a smile and said a few words of encouragement. Liu Yun came to Orochimaru and sat down on the seat with Sarutobi Hiruzan's name written on it. "Teacher." Orochimaru came over and smiled. Holding a pipe in his mouth, Liu Yun pointed to the 3 Hokage consultants beside him. "Will they attend your inauguration ceremony willingly?" "With the help of the Uchiha clan," Orochimaru explained. Liu Yun nodded, understanding instantly. "Illusion." Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. Looking down, Orochimaru unexpectedly saw 2 rare guests. A woman with long light yellow hair and a large ponytail, wearing a tea-green long gown with black edges. There was also a tall man with a cynical smile, winking at him. Wearing a forehead protector with the word oil written on it, a red coat, and wooden clogs. Orochimaru looked at these 2 people and couldn't help but feel happy on his face. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to come." "Ha ha ha, today is your big day to become Hokage, how could we be absent?" Jiraiya laughed. Tsunade on the side saw this and frowned slightly. "Don't think too much. I didn't come here specially to participate. I just can't defeat this idiot Jiraiya." Orochimaru just smiled after hearing Tsunade's words. "Duplicity," Jilla said carelessly. I can't believe that you can become a Hokage one day. This is beyond my expectation. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, looked Orochimaru up and down, and then punched Orochimaru on the shoulder, his eyes full of disbelief. Even now, he still can't believe it. When he first received the message from the village, Jiraiya's first reaction was that it was a prank by that BD. Don't say you didn't think of it, even I didn't think of it. Orochimaru's expression remained normal and he looked at Liu Yun, who was holding a pipe in his mouth. Everything is what the teacher meant. The old man finally got it. Jiraiya was a little emotional. Tsunade turned his head and said, Hokage and all that, it's so boring. The ninjas on the side looked at the reunited Sunin with fanatical admiration in their eyes. Many of them followed these three men into the war. Looking at the three people making jokes, everyone suddenly felt something in their hearts. Back, everything is back. Konoha is still Konoha, and it is still the most powerful village in the ninja world. Chapter 26. Who is this child? Why does he appear next to you? Jiraiya looked at Itachi beside Orochimaru. Then he said in surprise, we haven't seen each other for only a year, and you already have a son. He's still so old. Bang! An iron fist from Tsunade. He frowned and said, didn't you see the logo on his clothes? This kid is from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's people, Tsunade she never liked. Uchiha. Jiraiya held the bag on his head and asked with a frown, why is Uchiha's kid following you? This is my new disciple, Itachi. Say hello to the seniors. Orochimaru said, pushing Itachi in front of Jiraiya Tsunade. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, I am Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru-sensei's disciple. Itachi saluted respectfully. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Tsunade was slightly stunned, and Jiraiya's expression was even more exaggerated. The Hokage actually accepted a member of Uchiha's clan as a disciple? Orochimaru, you are playing too wildly. The surprise of the two old friends didn't surprise Orochimaru. Even he lacked basic psychological preparation for taking on Itachi as his disciple. This is what the teacher meant too. The two of them had pupil earthquakes again. Jiraiya ducked in front of Liu Yun. Liu Yun had been listening to their conversation just now without saying a word. He observed Liu Yun up and down, inside and out. Jiraiya thought hard and couldn't understand why the old man had changed so much. If Orochimaru were to be Hokage, it would still make sense. Getting Orochimaru to accept someone from Uchiha as a disciple is as difficult as asking Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi next door to move his family to Konoha. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, looked at Liu Yun and said, Old man, say, you are not you. Bang! Another iron fist from Tsunade. After hammering Jiraiya, Tsunade also looked at Liu Yun with a complicated expression. Hiruzen-sensei has changed. Not only has he changed, it's like he's become a different person. Orochimaru added silently in his mind. Not only has he changed, he is no longer the same person at all. Liu Yun felt helpless. If the system allows him to travel through time and become the third generation, if he is replaced by someone else, he might still be able to have a good communication with Tsunade. But now? Carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen's skin. Even if Tsunade is willing, Liu Yun himself can't get over the hurdle in his heart. He had read Tsunade's book in his previous life, but if the male protagonist was replaced by Sarutobi Hiruzen, would he still be in an old form? That picture, I have done a lot of evil in my life, but after seeing this fan comic, my sins were wiped away. Putting down his pipe, Liu Yun looked at the two cheap disciples who were stunned. Konoha needs reform. Liu Yun just said this lightly. Hearing this, both of them fell into silence. When he looked at Liu Yun again, his eyes were a little more complicated and a little more admirable. I didn't expect that you, the stubborn one, would one day learn to adapt. Jiraiya looked at Liu Yun and sighed. Tsunade on the side frowned, will the elders agree? Orochimaru on the side replied for Liu Yun, there is no elders group anymore. Not only is there no elders group, the roots no longer exist. Orochimaru said calmly. At this time, the two of them noticed the three dull Hokage consultants sitting next to them. The well-informed two people could tell at a glance that it was an illusion. Orochimaru, you are really capable. Tsunade looked at Danzo and the other three with a slight mockery and said. Apparently, they didn't like the elders either. Three stubborn, decadent old antiques, still holding on to the outdated ideas from decades ago. Orochimaru said modestly. This is also arranged by the teacher. Now, reform can no longer be carried out in a simple way. By tacitly allowing Orochimaru to attack the elders, they had already crossed the bottom line between them and the third generation. But I didn't expect that third generation took the initiative to give the instructions, so this was not an ordinary delegation of power and determination. Especially Danzo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are aware of third generation's attitude towards Danzo. To say he is a companion and close friend is probably not an accurate description. It would be more appropriate to say they are husband and wife. After all, in the original book, Danzo once sent an assassin to the third generation. Afterwards, the third generation did not pursue much of the investigation. The relationship between the two can be seen as Madara. But now, even Danzo has been abandoned. Tsunade Jiraiya looked at Liu Yun with a complicated expression. The teacher became a stranger even to them. What's with that strange look? It makes me feel uncomfortable. Liu Yun puffed away at the side and complained in his heart. Tsunade, Jiraiya, let's find a place to have a nice chat later. Orochimaru stood up at the right time, the distinguished guests were already seated, and the succession ceremony was about to begin. Teacher, it's time. Orochimaru walked to Liu Yun and reminded him in a low voice. The two walked side by side to the front of the stage, followed closely by Anbu, who slowly walked towards the position on the high platform like stars over the moon. On the way, he listened to the congratulations of everyone and walked slowly to the center under the gaze of countless eyes. It is an honor for Konoha that you all come to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Konoha village Hokage. After listening to Liu Yun's words, waves of congratulations suddenly sounded from below. After a moment, the voice subsided, and Liu Yun handed the bamboo hat and the daimyo's letter of appointment to Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru, I now declare that from now on, you are the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Is teacher? Orochimaru looked serious and took the letter of appointment from Liu Yun solemnly. Later, Liu Yun put the bamboo hat symbolizing Hokage status on Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru-sama! 5th Hokage-sama! There were shouts like a mountain, and the crowd watching the ceremony below included villagers, ninjas, ninja clans, daimyo, and of course guests from the other 4 major countries. Everyone is looking up at the new leader of the largest country in the ninja world and the most powerful village, 5th Hokage. The curtain of the bamboo hat flutters in the wind, and Orochimaru dominates the world at this moment. The scratchy sound of the sign sounded. A new era has begun. Chapter 27. Among the people watching the ceremony below, there were expressions of envy, admiration, disdain, and, of course, hostility. Obito, who was hiding on a tree trunk not far away, looked at the newly appointed Orochimaru with disgust written in his eyes. Only a fool would want to be a Hokage. Obito said disdainfully. There was a hint of jealousy in his words. Once upon a time, Hokage was also Obito's dream. It's just that Obito is getting farther and farther away from Hokage nowadays. Beside him, a figure that resembled a pitcher plant slowly emerged from the tree trunk. Konoha has changed a lot. The elders have all been wiped out. The third generation has gone into seclusion. In order to stabilize people's hearts, Orochimaru even accepted an Uchiha clansman as a disciple. Zetsu reports to Obito. New buds are sprouting from the rotten old tree, but as far as the old tree is concerned, the leaves will disappear sooner or later. It will definitely happen. Obito replied coldly. Then, which girl is it? Will she be willing to see Konoha destroyed? What a very inappropriate statement. Upon hearing this, Obito, who was still full of energy, instantly softened. Lin. He glared at Ju with annoyance. This guy has no eyesight at all, he will not open any pot. Zetsu, who is not very smart, sees Obito's dissatisfaction. Changing the topic, Konoha announced to the outside world that the mysterious man in the Nine Tails Rebellion was an Uchiha tribesman who disappeared during the Third World War. He was caught by Danzo and injected with first-generation cells. A reward order was issued, saying that this man was also a member of the Uchiha tribe. Mangekyou Sharingan and Wood Style. Obito. In an instant, Obito was furious. What happened? Was it exposed? But soon, Obito calmed down. What he did that night was very secretive, and there was absolutely no way anyone in Konoha would know his identity. But how did Konoha figure out its own Mangekyou and Wood Style? Could it be? What a weird guy. Obito thought of Liu Yun. That night, he clearly heard Lin calling his name. A hole. Obito cursed angrily. If it was Liu Yun who revealed the news to Konoha, then everything would make sense. Damn, what's the benefit of doing that to him? Have you forgotten Lin's promise? Obito yelled angrily. We have to find a way to talk to him. Obito's face was gloomy and uncertain, and Juju on the side was very puzzled. With his brain capacity, he couldn't quite figure out the twists and turns involved. We also watched the ceremony. Don't you plan to give them a surprise? Snort. Someone will send it to me, and it will be delivered soon. On the high platform, just as the festive atmosphere was getting higher and higher, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly resounded from the distant sky. Two black shadows flashed past, aiming at Orochimaru on the high platform and shooting hard. The sudden breaking of the wind immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room. While ordinary people were still in shock, Tsunade and Jiraiya suddenly jumped up and rushed to the high platform in an instant. Clang! Two sounds of gold and iron coming together. The black shadow was shot down with two shurikens. Thunder! Water! Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted at the same time. The chakra attached to their weapons was their old rival on the battlefield. Orochimaru, why are you in such a hurry? We Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi haven't arrived yet. Does Konoha do this without taking our two ninja villages seriously? A violent voice resounded throughout the audience, causing everyone to be stunned. Raikage, Mizukage, you two broke into the land of fire without Konoha's consent. This is a violation of the armistice regulations. Do you want to start a war again? Orochimaru said with a gloomy expression. Today is the first day of his succession to the Hokage. All the famous figures in the ninja world are here. To pick a provocation at this time, does he, Orochimaru, have no face? Swish swish swish. Dozens of figures fell from the sky and landed on the high platform. The leaders were none other than Cloud Shinobi 4th Raikage AI, and 4th Mizukage Yagura, accompanied by their shadow guards and several elite Jonin. The sudden appearance of the uninvited guests also caused some commotion among the Konoha people below. We're just here to congratulate you on becoming Konoha's 5th Hokage, what's wrong with that? 4th Raikage AI looked at Orochimaru without any courtesy at all. I didn't expect that the two of you would actually get together. Mizukage-sama, Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen suffered heavy losses in the 3 battles. You must think carefully before making a decision. Orochimaru said to the 4 Mizukage Yagura. Cloud Shinobi will cause trouble, and Orochimaru is prepared for it. On the border between the two countries, Cloud Shinobi has been deliberately creating friction recently. What he didn't expect was that Mist Shinobi would also intervene. Mist Shinobi, who was defeated and bankrupted in 3 battles, 7 people killed and injured by the ninja sword, the country is in ruins. Under such circumstances, Mizukage is still thinking of causing trouble? People are addicted to food. Orochimaru commented silently in his heart, it seems that this Mizukage not only looks like a child, but also has a brain similar to that of a child. Hearing this, Mizukage glanced at Orochimaru indifferently and said nothing. Some people look like Mizukage on the surface, but secretly they are actually Obito. Ha ha ha, there's no need to sow discord. It was Mizukage who invited me to Konoha this time. Raikage AI laughed. Although he also found Mizukage's actions very puzzling. But that doesn't matter, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as it makes Konoha disgusted, AI is happy to accompany Mizukage on a trip. Below, members of other countries who were invited to watch the ceremony were gathering together and whispering in tacit understanding. The succession of the new Hokage is such a big event. I knew someone would come to cause trouble, but I didn't expect that the one who fired the first shot would be Mist Shinobi. Fourth Raikage has just ascended the throne, and his father happened to die in the Third War. Now he is really PD off. Hehe, isn't this better? Let them test the strength of Konoha. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, the top management of Konoha was purged, and the third generation abdicated. Konoha is now at its weakest. Maybe we can get a share of the pie, let's wait and see. In the dark, Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and many other small countries are quietly plotting. In line with the principle of not being afraid of big things happening when they see a funeral, they hope that things will get as big as possible. In the shade of the trees in the distance, Zetsu looked at Obito and asked. Mist Shinobi's abnormal behavior was arranged behind your back, right? Humph. The red glow of Sharingan flashed under Obito's mask. Chapter 28. Seeing that the warning was ineffective, Orochimaru's face turned ugly and his eyes slowly swept over the group of figures. There are 9 Cloud Shinobi, and apart from Raikage AI, the one with the lowest strength is Jainin. Mist Shinobi came with 7 people, all of them except Mizukage were just Jainin. Since these are the guests who came to watch the ceremony, now that the ceremony is over, please go back. Orochimaru said coldly. With a wave of their hands, Anbu and Jainin from the village came to the stage and stood with them. In this way, with Liu Yun and Orochimaru as the center, Tsunade and Jiraiya on the left and right sides, and a large number of Konoha Shinobi defenders, they faced off against the Mist Shinobi Cloud Shinobi on the opposite side. Arrange for the big names to leave first and evacuate the villagers at the same time. The village has entered a level 1 alert state. An inaudible voice reached Anbu's ears beside him, and Orochimaru arranged calmly. Liu Yun, who was beside him, wanted to say, "Can I also withdraw first?" When the words came to my lips, I swallowed them again. Faced with this crisis, he, the third Hokage, retired, but not completely. Raikage and Mizukage-sama, today is an important day for us in Konoha. Your rash arrival has offended Konoha's bottom line. The Third War has just ended, and everyone needs to recuperate. If you do this, it will be difficult for us. Jiraiya took a step forward and shouted sharply. It's not that he's afraid, the main reason is that the village really can't bear the trouble now, and the site is still in the village, full of buildings and innocent villagers. Once a fight breaks out, Konoha will definitely suffer. Is it difficult to do it? Just don't do it. Liu Yun laughed and said. Of course he is aware of Konoha's concerns, but since he is here today, he is here to cause trouble. Of course, he didn't really want to start a war and rashly attacked the largest country in the ninja world. The consequences were difficult to predict, but it seemed good to cause trouble and show off his power. Raikage-sama, Mizukage-sama, since you two are here prepared. Orochimaru also noticed that these people were just here to disgust him. Just as he was about to talk trash, he was interrupted by fourth Mizukage's actions. Mist Shinobi technique. There was a cold seal sound, and without any warning, fourth Mizukage Yagura took action directly. Heavy fog swept across the sky, covering the entire high platform in an instant. Visibility dropped to less than 1 meter, directly blocking people's vision. A hole. X2. One was cursed by Orochimaru, and the other was cursed by Hokage. While the people in Konoha were panicking, they also felt a little surprised. Aren't they in the same group? Mizukage, UBD, didn't you promise not to do anything? Hokage looked at Mizukage with a confused look on his face. Why the hell are you serious? The matter has come to this, the arrow is on the string and must be fired. Mizukage said coldly, and increased the range of Mist Shinobi technique. Do you know what this means? It means war, and we have to face the counterattack of all ninjas in Konoha. Hokage couldn't help but cursed angrily. BD Mizukage, this guy is crazy. Obito in the distance watched all this happen silently, with a sarcastic smile on his face under the mask. Fifth Hokage, this is my gift to you. Enjoy it. After that, he and Ju slowly disappeared. Okay, okay. After listening to Mizukage's words, Orochimaru sneered, since the founding of Konoha, we have experienced World War I, World War II, and World War III, but the war has never reached the village. I didn't expect that when I became fifth on the first day of Generation's goal, we encountered a shameless sneak attack by Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Very good, since you are here, you don't have to leave today. Listen, all ninjas in Konoha. Ninjas below Jonin, escort civilians to safe areas. All remaining Jonin, Anbu, and security forces are ready to join the battle. With Orochimaru's death, the entire Konoha turned into a high-speed war machine almost instantly. Countless instantaneous movements were activated, and silhouettes appeared suddenly from all over the village with whistling sounds. Many ninjas who had been on standby also appeared at this moment. Looking at Konoha, who was methodical and well prepared, Hokage's face became darker and darker. Looking at this, today's big battle was going to be fought even if he wanted to, and even if he didn't want to fight, he was going to fight. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi listened to the order, stop fighting, and find a way to evacuate Konoha as soon as possible. Hokage looked at Mizukage beside him, and an unknown anger could not help but surge from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to tear Yagura into pieces. Evacuate? Don't you think it's a little late for Mr. Hokage to say this now? Tsunade rushed to his side at some point. His fist glowed with chakra light, he aimed it at Hokage and hit it hard. She has a bad temper. If Jiraiya hadn't pulled her just now, she would have taken action. Boom! A fist as powerful as a cannonball fell, and the building could not withstand Tsunade's fist. With just one blow, the entire high platform was destroyed. Hokage had already entered lightning-style chakra mode, and his body flexibly dodged Tsunade's fist. Looking at the deep pit at his feet, Hokage couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this woman a medical ninja? Tsunade-sama, this is a misunderstanding. Hokage quickly explained. My feet hurt. What responded to him was Tsunade's more violent attack. By gathering chakra on the feet, you can exert powerful destructive power in an instant. As long as you step hard on the ground, even the earth can be shattered. Chapter 29. Ha ha ha, Tsunade is still the same. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who was the first to take action, and couldn't help but smile. It seems like it's back to the past, when the Konoha Sunin fought side by side. Orochimaru, you are the Hokage now, stay here to preside over the battle, just leave these bastards to us. Jilla said proudly. Then quickly make a beeline for Mizukage. Tsunade went to challenge Hokage alone. As one of the Sunin, his target was obvious, Mizukage. Sir Hokage, the residents have basically been evacuated, and the daimyo and distinguished guests from various countries have been sent to safe places. In front of Orochimaru, Anbu was half kneeling and reporting. Very good. The snake eyes raised, and Orochimaru's cold voice spoke slowly. Anbu's heart trembled. The master Orochimaru, who was unparalleled on the battlefield, was still there, and he did not disappear just because he became a Hokage. Let the entire ninja world see it clearly, I want none of these intruders to be left behind. Yes! Orochimaru shouted with anger. The Konoha shinobi warriors, who had been preparing for the attack for a long time, no longer cared about it. Everyone rushed towards Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi with fire in their eyes. The Uchiha clan led the way, and under the red light of Sharingan, they were full of terrifying murderous intentions. We are a special team that protects Lord 5th Hokage. Now is the time to show off in front of Lord 5th generation. Come on, let everyone see our Uchiha style. All pink-eye patients seemed to be going crazy. The atmosphere, which was tense to the extreme, broke down in an instant. Whoosh! Anbu's sealing team, form seals, trap them, do it. Looking at the Cloud Shinobi who were about to break out in all directions, Orochimaru shouted sharply. For purple flame formation. The east, south, west, north and all sides are marked by Anbu masters, with their hands straight into the ground. A rectangular barrier of purple transparent flames formed rapidly, and purple flames were attached to the barrier array. Once you touch the four walls of the barrier, you will be burned by the flames. In the original work, this move was used by the four sound ninjas to block the third Hokage. This time, not only is the range larger than in the original work, but the strength of the caster is also several times stronger than in the original work. Stop them quickly! When the four purple flame formation was about to take shape, Liu Yun shouted loudly, and the lightning-style chakra burst out from his body, increasing his speed and strength to the peak. Astonishing speed comparable to that of the late 4th Hokage, as fast as blue lightning. The people in Konoha looked at Raikage AI's actions, and many people's expressions changed. Guillotine drop. Raikage's aura was violent, and all the bright blue light was concentrated on his feet, directly locking on Anbu in the east. One breath is all it takes to break the blockade. Raikage AI thought to himself. The situation is now chaotic, so just create a gap and let yourself and the people in the village leave. We have to return to the village as soon as possible to inform and prepare for the war. Everything that happened today is too ridiculous. That idiot Mizukage will leave the people of Konoha with a headache. Boom! One move will kill, and under the terrifying killing move, a wave of energy fills the entire purple flame formation barrier. Raikage's unreserved attack, and the air wave that escaped alone, made many weak people feel out of breath. The purple flame formation exploded as if it was punished by heaven, and Anbu's body in the east corner suddenly felt like it was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but groan, and blood slowly fell from his mouth, dripping through the mask. It is said that a single move affects the whole body, including the purple flame formation, and a big hole is dug out on the smooth surface of the barrier. Fortunately, at the critical moment, this Anbu increased the infusion of chakra and was able to barely maintain the formation. Boss, how's it going? The accompanying second-tailed Jinchuriki came to Raikage and looked at the area on the boss's feet that had been burned by the flames, feeling a little worried. This thing is extremely corrosive and cannot be in direct contact with it. Raikage looked at the purple flame formation, and within a few breaths, the hole created by his full blow was restored. Boss, your leg needs immediate treatment. A medical ninja following him quickly prepared to start treatment. Shaking his head, Raikage rejected his suggestion. It's just a minor injury, don't worry about it, now is not the time for treatment. After all, Susanoo was a ruthless person who was willing to give up an arm just to break through the second pillar. It was just a piece of flesh that was burned and corroded by the flames. Raikage didn't take it to heart at all. His attention was still on Tsunade, who was chasing after him. This woman. He's so strong that he doesn't even look like a woman. Do the people of Cloud Shinobi only know how to escape? Tsunade came to the Raikage crowd with a cold face, chakra condensed on his feet. Bang! The effect is comparable to that of a 40-meter-long sword, directly leaving a deep pit with a length of more than tens of meters in place. In response to Tsunade's attack, Raikage was not far behind. With a fierce look in his eyes, he also concentrated chakra on his arm, and then charged forward fiercely. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying thunders. Tsunade's strange power comes against Hokage, who is also famous for his strength. Exploding waves and energy ripples resounded in the purple flame formation. At this time, the formation has become a big melee arena. Ninjutsu with 5 attributes continued to explode in the middle. The people of Konoha were working hard, and the people of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi were also working hard. In the 3-party bloody battle, everyone knows that if you don't risk your life, you will die. Chapter 30. Listening to Tsunade's provocation, Hokage's face gradually became serious. The powerful chakra is continuously stimulated from the body, and then wraps the entire body. Relying on the stimulation of lightning-style chakra, the body's cell activation reaches its limit. The strongest lightning-style armor. 4th Hokage in full strength. At this moment, Hokage's hair stood on end. In the thunder armor state, 4th Hokage moves so fast that even Mangeki Sharingan cannot be seen in the original work. Explosive muscles contain frightening power. Looking at Hokage's appearance, Tsunade didn't feel timid at all. 100 healings mark solution. A diamond-shaped mark appeared inexplicably on his forehead. Tsunade clenched his fists and rushed towards Hokage without fear. Both of them are cage-level warriors. Hokage's steel-like arms cut across the space. When approaching Tsunade, he suddenly exerted force, and the bright blue chakra became even more dazzling. Then he aimed at Tsunade's fist and punched it hard without mercy. The two collided, and a thunderous explosion suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Both the people from Konoha and Cloud Shinobi had shock written all over their faces. There is actually a female ninja in the world who can equal Hokage-sama in terms of strength. It can support Tsunade-sama's strange strength without falling. What is this 4th Hokage so capable of? The two fists collided, Hokage's pure thunder attribute chakra was instantly infused, and Tsunade frowned slightly. The slight numbness on her entire arm made her feel a little uncomfortable. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he drove away all the annoying chakra. You are very powerful, but your speed is too slow. You are at a great advantage against ordinary ninjas, but I am Hokage. Hokage who is known for his speed. Hokage glanced at Tsunade. This woman is indeed difficult to deal with, but she is not unsolvable. When the strength is equal, speed is Hokage's biggest reliance. So what? Hearing this, Tsunade got angry and glared at Hokage very unhappy. In Konoha, there is only one person who can surpass me in speed. Unfortunately, he is no longer here. Hokage glanced at the Hokage rock from afar, seeming to remember something, then shook his head, his neck twisted slightly, making a crisp squeaking sound. The person he wanted to fight the most, the yellow flash Namikaze Minato, was dead. Then Hokage looked directly at Tsunade. As long as he found his opponent's shortcomings, it would be easy. With his speed, he can kill Tsunade. Looking at the Cloud Shinobi who are also involved in a bloody battle around them, as their boss, it is my responsibility to bring them back safely. There's some trouble. Orochimaru observed the battle situation with a cold face. There is nothing to worry about on Mist Shinobi's part. While Jiraiya was dealing with Mizukage, he even had time to support his teammates, and this was the new 4th Mizukage. It's very watery and always gives people a weird feeling. Only Hokage gave Orochimaru a headache. Tsunade seems to be evenly matched with him, but Orochimaru knows in his heart that Tsunade has a fatal weakness, he is afraid of blood. We cannot let Tsunade and Hokage continue to fight, otherwise, once there is blood, whether it is the opponent's or Tsunade's, the situation will be reversed in an instant. Orochimaru said with his mind made up. In this kind of high-end game, the crisis caused by a moment of confusion is very fatal. Besides, Orochimaru has seen what Tsunade looks like after seeing blood. At a loss what to do and looking pale. So, who should we look for to replace Tsunade? Orochimaru turned around and saw Liu Yun doing nothing. Teacher, can you please take action? As a Hokage, Orochimaru has to take command, and it seems that the only people left in the village who can fight against the fourth Hokage are the third generation. Liu Yun slowly raised a question mark in his mind. Not far away, the battle between Tsunade and Hokage gradually heated up. Stab! There was another crisp thunder, and Tsunade's shirt was gently cut open on his shoulder, and a small wound appeared on the tender white skin. Originally, this level of injury was insignificant to Tsunade. However, the bloodline was quietly seeping into the wound. Tsunade felt the warmth coming from his shoulders and frowned slightly. Damn it! A touch of green brushes over the shoulder, instantly healing it. But after that, Tsunade's perspective deliberately avoided his right shoulder, as if he didn't want to see the bloodline on his shoulder. After several dodgy fights, Hokage distanced himself, and he seemed to have discovered something unusual about Tsunade. The situation seems to be not as stable as before. I don't know why, but her right line of sight seems to be blocked. If that's the case, then... Stab! The lightning in your hand condenses. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. After training to pieces, he honed his heirloom knife as sharp as a flash of light. The lightning surged in his hand, and Hokage decided to kill him with one strike. The surging and exploding lightning-style chakra attracted the attention of everyone and became the center of attention as soon as it was released. That is... Lateral bolt of pain, chop. It's so powerful that it can even cut through the corners of 8 tails. Orochimaru was on stage, his eyes full of struggle and anxiety. Such a close distance, trouble. The bright thunder quickly approached on Tsunade's right side, and at the moment Tsunade's pupils dilated, an equally dazzling yellow flash appeared without warning, like a ghost. The expected severe pain did not appear on my body. Hokage's sword was blocked. Liu Yun's voice was in my ears. Go back and I will take action. Chapter 31. No one saw Liu Yun's movements clearly, and no one could explain how Liu Yun rushed to the battlefield at the critical moment. Be it Orochimaru, Tsunade, or even Hokage, their faces were full of astonishment. But soon, Tsunade reacted. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Liu Yun's old face. Teacher! Called Liu Yun lowly. He is not your ideal fighting partner. Liu Yun exerted force on her legs, and her calves, which were dyed ink by armament haki, were vaguely mixed with yellow light. Hey! Easily kicks Hokage's body away. Looking at Liu Yun who was knocked back in the dazzling light, Tsunade was very puzzled. When did the teacher become so fast? Before Liu Yun could explain, Liu Yun's finger suddenly appeared in front of Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade! With just a flick of the finger, a very common brain breakdown occurs, the kind that happens to children. Boom! Tsunade's entire body became uncontrollable. Like a kite with its string broken, it was quickly knocked away, and its body ran straight to the high platform upside down. Ka. The shaking and falling Tsunade left many deep pits at his feet. Orochimaru quickly stepped forward, looked at Tsunade with worry, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Tsunade shook his head. "Move your body to show that you are okay." "Teacher, this power is very strong, but it is soft power." Tsunade frowned, he couldn't figure out how Liu Yun could have such subtle power control ability. The distance from the battlefield to the high platform was nearly 100 meters. Liu Yun's power was so precise that he could quickly knock Tsunade away without damaging her at all. This kind of control was truly superb. And that golden light, isn't that the symbol of fourth generation? Don't underestimate our teacher, he still hides a lot of things. Orochimaru means something. Now that the teacher has taken action, Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, I give you an order to temporarily serve as a member of the Shadow Guard to protect the safety of the Hokage. And activate your summoning technique to ensure that no Konoha shinobi will be sacrificed in this battle. Orochimaru showed off his Hokage style and ordered Tsunade. But it was an obvious protection. With Tsunade by his side, who was protecting whom was still unknown. TCH, who wants you to be kind? Glancing at Orochimaru, Tsunade wondered how could he not know what his old friend meant. Despite her harsh words, Tsunade still obeyed orders. She was indeed not suitable for fighting now. Summoning technique. Sit cross-legged and activate the Tsunade summoning technique. A slimy blob of Katsuyu appears. Tsunade-sama, long time no see. This is not the time for small talk, Katsuyu, split bodies into every Konoha shinobi. Tsunade waved his hand and immediately ordered. This is Tsunade-sama's summoning man. Ajanin said with ecstasy as he looked at Katsuyu clinging to his body. As long as Tsunade-sama is here, no one will die. When Katsuyu came to Liu Yun picked up a slimy thing. Think of this thing attached to you. Damn it, I can't stand it. Throw Katsuyu back to the high platform. On the high platform, Orochimaru and Tsunade were also stunned when they saw Liu Yun's abnormal movements. Teacher, don't be brave. Orochimaru quickly shouted to Liu Yun from the air. Are you people in Konoha so arrogant? Raikage on the side sneered, walked slowly to Liu Yun and said. Third Hokage? Humph, just the remnants of the old era. The opponent was replaced by third generation, and Raikage's face turned cold instantly. The third Hokage of Konoha is still alive, but his father, the third Raikage, has. Catch you and threaten Konoha to open this damn barrier. Raikage's cold words seemed to have regarded Liu Yun as a prey to be slaughtered. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning-style chakra burst out, and Raikage's body disappeared like a ghost. When he reappeared, his whole body was illuminated by blue light, exuding a breathtaking aura. Lateral bolt of pain. Flashing to Liu Yun's right side, Raikage's arm formed a high-density lightning-style chakra hand knife. To deal with Tsunade, it's still lateral bolt of pain, chop. How come I have to change to the weaker lateral bolt of pain? After all, I am also his master. You are looking down on me. Liu Yun was a little unhappy. How do you say the character is still third Hokage? Do I want to lose face? Tear. The thunder and lightning was powerful. Seeing that Liu Yun didn't make any move and was just trying to take advantage of him, Raikage was overjoyed and said, I succeeded. Orochimaru and others who were watching the battle from a distance were also a little worried. The teacher was overconfident. According to my understanding of the teacher, he is not the kind of person Meng Lang is, right? Just when the knife was about to hit Liu Yun, the latter's body turned into dazzling golden light particles and disappeared in vain. Raikage jumped away and rushed dozens of meters before he stopped. Boom! The hand knife struck the barrier, but it had no effect at all. This weird scene not only frightened Raikage, but also all the ninjas watching the battle were stunned. The teacher's body has disappeared. Orochimaru muttered to himself, he didn't believe his eyes. Is it a genjutsu? No, I didn't see him forming any seals. Also, when he rescued Tsunade just now, there was also a flash of golden light. The confused Raikage looked at his palm in confusion. As a person involved, he obviously has a stronger perception. This feels like penetration. Raikage's eyes widened, this result was beyond his comprehension. Speed is power, have you ever tried and been kicked by light? Liu Yun's lazy voice came to Raikage's ears. Chapter 32. Liu Yun's joking voice fell. A kick with golden light spread out from Liu Yun's feet like lightning. In just a moment, it hit Raikage hard. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Raikage flew out in great embarrassment. It took the opponent's body to be pushed back dozens of meters before the smoke dissipated. After a few breaths, Raikage stood up with a strand of donated blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. On his waist, Liu Yun's footprints were visible. With no time to care about the severe pain in his waist, Raikage looked at Liu Yun with a horrified face. How could he not have imagined how this attack came about? There are no omens, no seals, no shaking back and forth. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This retired old Hokage was 100 times more troublesome than he thought. Looking at Liu Yun from a distance with horrified eyes, Raikage saw the shadow of Namikaze Minato on Liu Yun. The difference is that Minato only has speed and relies on the elusive flying thunder god to harvest the battlefield. In terms of strength, he is slightly lacking. And Liu Yun is both. But soon, Raikage stopped thinking. Liu Yun didn't give him any extra time. Raise your palm like a pistol. A little golden light is gathering quickly. Laser. It was obviously just a ray of golden light, but it was like a life-threatening arrow, full of oppression. Then, the light exploded and turned into a straight beam of light that shot towards Raikage. Boom! There was an explosion. Thick smoke filled the air, and in the black smoke, a slightly embarrassed Raikage rolled to avoid it. The severe pain in his waist continued. Raikage looked at Liu Yun who was strolling in the garden. This BD didn't think he was on the battlefield at all, just like he was going shopping. Did you avoid it? Is it pretty good? Liu Yun looked at Raikage, which was emitting blue light, raised his hand again, aimed the laser, and activated it. Boom! There was another loud noise. A hole. Raikage was furious. What kind of ninjutsu is so powerful even if it doesn't even require a seal? The interval is so short? Boom! Another laser appeared. The continuous attacks did not leave any chance for Raikage to breathe. It became a completely one-sided performance by Liu Yun. Continuous attacks fell, and the battlefield was completely blown up. The fighting ninjas all tacitly stayed away from Liu Yun and Raikage. Boom! There was another laser beam, and Raikage, who was forced into a corner, had nowhere to run. Turn around and watch the golden light in your eyes continue to expand. Baiu! The ray of dazzling golden light broke through the space in an instant and directly penetrated Raikage's palm. The pain of being penetrated in his palm did not make Raikage pause for a moment. Activate lightning style to the maximum extent. The intense lightning ignited the entire venue, making him the most conspicuous presence in the crowd. Lightning style heavy flow. Raikage's speed was accelerated to the limit, his elbows glowed with light, his body jumped high, and he aimed at Liu Yun's Tianling Gai and smashed it down. You were just waiting for now to receive my laser beam attack on purpose. Liu Yun raised his head and looked at Raikage high in the sky and asked. Every time you activate this strange ninjutsu, although the interval is very short, there is always a cooldown. 3 seconds is enough. Raikage roared with gnashing teeth in his burning eyes. He had calculated Liu Yun's attack interval and found that 3 seconds was too short. But if he can withstand Liu Yun's blow, he can accumulate enough strength to fight back. Wake up, third Hokage! Listening to Raikage shouting above him, Liu Yun could never imagine how Raikage calculated the interval between his attacks in front of him. What 3 seconds? It was obviously Liu Yun who was too lazy to raise his other hand. Boom! In just a moment, Raikage's angry killing move came. This time, he did succeed. Liu Yun's body was penetrated from top to bottom, and was neatly cut in half by Raikage. Poof! Seeing that the attack was effective, Raikage gritted his teeth and increased the infusion of chakra. The next moment, Qing Tianjuli took Liu Yun's body and slammed it to the ground. Boom! Endless flying sand and boulder fragments. Like Mars hitting the Earth, a large crater was left on the surface that was as large as 100 meters. With a flick of his eye, Raikage fell to the edge of the pit. The chakra on the arm weakened slightly, while drops of blood continued to drip. Phew! Raikage let out a breath. Staring expressionlessly into the pit, Liu Yun was cut in half at the center of the pit. Third Hokage, your ninja career is over. A confident yet cold voice. The big explosion attracted the attention of everyone in the room. 3. Mr. Third Hokage. A Konoha shinobi practitioner looked at Liu Yun broken into 2 pieces at the bottom of the pit and couldn't help feeling sad. Old man Jiraiya, who was fighting with Mizukage, saw Liu Yun's corpse. Mizukage was knocked back by the wild-haired lion dance with a fierce blow, and he rushed towards Liu Yun in a panic. Tsunade, prepare Katsuyu, I'll bring the old man back right away. Jiraiya roared. Hey! Mizukage's short body stood in front of Jiraiya in an instant. Your opponent is me. Mizukage's cold voice. Glancing at Liu Yun at the bottom of the pit, the mouth of the Mizukage bamboo hat was slightly cracked. Third Hokage, finally dead. Get away. The furious Jiraiya was in no mood to waste time with Mizukage. Now he just wanted to save Liu Yun. On the high platform. Tsunade, get ready, I'll bring the teacher back. At this moment, Orochimaru couldn't sit still anymore. Chapter 33. Liu Yun was lying at the bottom of the pit, his twisted and cracked face staring blankly at the sky. Observation Haki sensed his surroundings, and there were Konoha shinobi rushing towards him everywhere. Even Orochimaru on the high platform was ready to leave. It's no wonder that I value you so much as my master. I even passed the title of Hokage to you, Orochimaru. Liu Yun felt deeply comforted in her heart. His death ignited Konoha shinobi's murderous intention. On the pit, the panting Raikage looked at Liu Yun at the bottom of the pit. But doubts flashed in his eyes. Liu Yun was split in half by himself, why couldn't he even see a drop of blood? Could it be that? A sudden thought of fear arose in my mind. Raikage thought of the penetrating feeling when he first attacked Liu Yun. After looking at his elbow, Raikage took an angry blow, leaving bruises and blood on Raikage's elbow. But the blood on it was all his own. Something is wrong. Soon, Liu Yun verified his idea. At the bottom of the pit, Liu Yun's body turned into specks of light and quickly dissipated. Raikage. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. All the ninjas. The light particles condensed into a human form. Liu Yun was still wearing clothes, and there was not even a trace of dirt on his body. The smile on his face remains unchanged. Jiraiya, who was about to rush to the pit, looked at Liu Yun who had come back from the dead. He was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of ecstasy. Old man, it turns out you're not dead. Liu Yun rolled her eyes helplessly. How do you call this unfilial disciple? Jiraiya's shout of joy woke up the surprised people. Everyone's faces were either surprised, happy, or shocked. Raikage, on the other hand, looked at Liu Yun as if he was a ghost. He knew very well that this was not an illusion. But, how to explain Liu Yun standing there spotless? Grinning, Liu Yun smiled. The attack power is good, but the observation ability is a bit lacking. Then, it's me who will take action, although this sounds a lot like a turn-based battle. Everyone in Konoha, leave the barrier quickly. If you stay in it, your life will be in danger. Liu Yun said very seriously. His words, not to mention the people of Konoha, even the people of Mist Shinobi Cloud Shinobi were stunned. What do you mean? Let us leave. Does Mr. Third Generation want to deal with all enemies alone? Call out. Jiraiya rushed to Liu Yun in an instant. Old man, although I don't know how you became so weird all of a sudden, don't be careless. One-on-one, maybe no one is your opponent, but if one person faces them all, it is impossible to win. Jiraiya said very seriously. Pa. Another head-scratcher. However, Liu Yun spared no effort this time and directly ejected Jiraiya out of the pit. Hiss, it hurts so much. Jiraiya hugged the bag and yelled. I say it again, everyone in Konoha, leave the barrier immediately. Next, I will not be able to protect your safety. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, you take over Enbu's job and maintain the barrier. Change to 4 red yang formation. After saying that, Liu Yun's body turned into a golden light. When his body gathered together again, he had already arrived at Raikage's side. Boom! Sparkling fruit and armament haki kicked Raikage away with one kick. Between the lightning and flint, dazzling laser beams were aimed at all mist shinobi and cloud shinobi present. Laser sniper! At this time, Liu Yun's body had become an emitter of countless rays of light. The rays of light fell so quickly that it was difficult to see clearly. At this moment, even the air was torn apart. Boom boom boom! Continuous explosions sounded, and almost everything in the barrier was reduced to scorched earth. Many Konoha shinobi players who were fighting with their opponents suddenly found that the enemy and themselves were separated from each other. The golden light seems to have a tracking function, it only hits the opponent, and you are safe and sound. Orochimaru on the high platform looked at Liu Yun, who began to bombard him with unlimited firepower, and then remembered what Liu Yun said. He quickly ordered, "Everyone in the barrier, listen, do as Lord Third Generation says, and leave immediately." The two Hokage masters gave orders at the same time, and everyone ignored them. In the corner, Orochimaru took over Enbu's job, and he, the Hokage master, took action himself. The other three characters, Fugaku, Tsunade, and Jiraiya named by Liu Yun, also responded quickly. 4 Red Yang Formation. The new barrier that has been replaced is the 4 Red Yang Formation, which is far more effective than the 4 Purple Flame Formation. It is extremely powerful, dozens of times more powerful than the 4 Purple Flame Formation, and cannot be activated without 4 Cage-level ninjas. It has appeared in the original work, and the target that time was 10 tails. This time, it's time to set up a stage for Liu Yun. The Mist Shinobi Cloud Shinobi, who were chased by laser beams, watched helplessly as the people of Konoha left. They were just about to leave, but soon they were stopped by Liu Yun's golden light. As the huge light pillar barrier took shape again, everyone's last escape route was also closed. At this time, the golden light disappeared. Liu Yun, who turned into a human form, looked at the embarrassed people around him. It was a melee, and everyone was somewhat injured. The worst among them is Cloud Shinobi, who have no idea why they are involved in this war. Raikage, as the boss, firmly protects his companions behind him. He looked at Liu Yun very warily, waiting for his next move. Sunan took action to block it, and together with the leader of the Uchiha clan, if Liu Yun had no killer move next, Raikage would never believe it. With everyone watching with bated breath, Liu Yun took action. Chapter 34. Under the spotlight, Liu Yun is preparing for a big job. The body turned into photons and flew into the air. Suddenly, dazzling golden light filled the entire sky above Konoha. Liu Yun's changing light can be clearly seen by the villagers outside the boundary. Sunan and Uchiha Fugaku in the corner stared into the barrier without blinking. A kind of power that frightens them is slowly gathering. Within the barrier, the hair on the bodies of the people locked by Liu Yun stood up instantly. What on earth could it be? Damn it, when did the third Hokage of Konoha have such power? Raikage roared in his heart. Glancing at the mist shinobi on the side, they were also facing a formidable enemy at this moment. Fourth Mizukage looked gloomy at this time, staring at the sky without saying a word. Everyone had a premonition of what would happen next, but no one had the power to stop Liu Yun. Outside the barrier, the boundary of Konoha village. Obito, who was walking, suddenly stopped. Zetsu beside him was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Something big is happening in the village, third Hokage." Obito's face was uncertain, and the development of things was completely beyond his expectation. After saying that, Obito's body hollowed and quickly disappeared in front of Zetsu. Within the boundary, Liu Yun, whose body has become elemental, feels this strange feeling. I got Kizaru's character template, so why not give it a try with the most representative skill? That was a question that many people had in their previous lives. The light on his body became more and more dazzling, and the people below could no longer even look directly at him. At this time, Liu Yun discovered that an uninvited guest was quietly coming around the corner. "That's Obito." Liu Yun looked at Obito, who suddenly arrived. "I wonder how long your Kamui can resist." The words fell. Countless light particles struck down. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. Terrifying and precise barrage strikes, this skill known as the 8-foot aiming Bian Jade, was displayed in the hands of Liu Yun for the first time in the eyes of everyone in the Hokage world. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. There is absolutely no way to avoid attacks, explosions, unlimited explosions that seem to never stop. The light particles of destruction spread throughout the barrier. Any trace of architectural prominence has been smoothed away. The ground is shaking, boulders are breaking, and buildings are collapsing. Obito, who just came in, was confused at first, and then he became stupid. What the hell is going on? Obito roared in his heart. Brilliant light particles bloomed in the sky, and countless particles fell. Each light particle was as powerful as a rakery. Every inch of the ground was turned into powder, and at this moment, the barrier became the most dangerous place in the ninja world. Outside the barrier, countless people could only watch stupidly. The 4 Red Yang formation's defense was very strong, supported by 4 cage-level experts, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. Although the constant blows forced the 4 of them to continuously increase the infusion of chakra to continue. However, no one cares about this anymore. A thin barrier divides the inside and outside into 2 worlds. Everyone in Konoha was silent at the moment, and everyone swallowed dryly. Fear and horror spread from deep inside. No wonder Lord 3rd Generation asked for evacuation just now, and everyone couldn't help but have a question in their hearts. If they were inside the barrier, would they be sure they could withstand this wave of indiscriminate attacks? Everyone shuddered and thought feebly in their hearts. Within the barrier, the attack of the 8-foot Kyang Megatama continues, and it seems that it will never stop. A series of light particle attacks flashed from the sky, and everyone even began to sympathize with the Mist Shinobi Cloud Shinobi in the barrier. Finally, the non-stop attack for more than 10 minutes came to an end. The golden light in the sky cooled. Ahem! Liu Yun's body took shape, and he swept away the dust in front of his eyes impatiently. He shouted to the outside of the barrier, "Open a small opening and let me breathe." Liu Yun's voice woke up everyone in Konoha. Yes, the voice of Master 3rd Hokage, Master 3rd Generation is still alive. One Chunin quickly said in surprise. Idiot! This is the 3rd Generation Sama's move. What are you talking about? A sharp shout interrupted the Chunin's speech. In the corner, Orochimaru slowly opened a small opening. Liu Yun frowned and walked out slowly. Everyone was excited to see Liu Yun. 3rd Hokage-sama. All the ninjas looked at Liu Yun with fanaticism on their faces, as if they were looking at gods. Liu Yun was stunned. What are these guys doing? Taking the wrong medicine? Old, teacher. Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun with a complicated expression. Is this the strength of the old man who is aging and alone, as the teacher said? Orochimaru had 10,000 questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Liu Yun, but he didn't know where to start. Just as he was about to stop and remove the barrier, Liu Yun interrupted him. Keep it up, the battle is not over yet. Orochimaru's face turned pale. Who else could withstand the attack you just made and survive? Send a few ninjas who know wind style to blow away the smoke and you will be able to see it. Liu Yun spread his hands and said. After hearing this, Orochimaru did not dare to neglect, and quickly arranged for people to clean the battlefield to increase the visibility inside. Liu Yun on the side took out his pipe again. The Uchiha tribe next to them immediately came forward. The Uchiha tribe is originally a tribe that holds a fan to control flames. We are very skilled at lighting fires. After helping Liu Yun light the fire, the ninja still had a flattering smile on his face. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled with satisfaction, and said from the bottom of his heart, "This boy has a future, and the road is broad." He took a puff of cigarette skillfully. Liu Yun knew in his heart that with Obito's intervention, the effect of the 8-foot Megatama would be greatly reduced. Observation Haki has told him who are the living people. The space ability is really troublesome. We must seize the time to fish. Having made up his mind, Liu Yun glanced into the barrier. Now, everyone can see clearly what's inside. Chapter 35. When the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked by the scene inside the barrier. Any decent buildings were destroyed, and the ground was covered with dust the size of sand grains, all made of dust, gravel, and construction debris. The most conspicuous thing in the barrier was a huge two-tailed cat curled up into a ball, but it looked extremely embarrassed. The huge airway received the most light particles from the 8-foot Megatama due to its huge size. Now Nekomada's body lines are dull, and he can hardly transform into a tailed beast. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spat out. The chakra then began to rapidly dissipate, revealing Cloud Shinobi's Jinkra Ki. It turns out that at the critical moment, Cloud Shinobi's second tail Jinkra Ki chose to transform into a tailed beast and protect 4th Raikage and his companions. Kong Ping, hold on! Raikage held the hand of the second-tailed Jinkra Ki Shimei Kohei, his eyes filled with worry. Ahem! Raikage responded with a heavy cough from Shimei Kohei. At this time, most of his body had collapsed, and red blood was constantly seeping out of his body. No matter how hard the medical ninja on the side tried to treat him, the wounds could not stop bleeding. If you want to survive, you must return to the village alive. After saying that, Shimei Kohei breathed his last and his palms dropped weakly. Kong Ping. Raikage felt sad at this time and looked at his right-hand man. Neither World War II nor 3 wars could take away his life, but it was because of his recklessness and desperate measures. Today, in order to protect myself and my companions, I chose to sacrifice myself. Self-blame, regret, anger, unwillingness. A series of complex emotions flashed through Raikage's mind. On the Cloud Shinobi side, at the expense of the second tail Jinkra Ki Shimei Kohei, the vitality was preserved to the greatest extent. As for the Mist Shinobi, all the ninjas who arrived with Mizukage were completely destroyed. Not even the body was found. They were all blasted to dregs by the 8-foot Kyung Megatama. Only on the other side of the barrier, a mysterious masked man wearing tattered black robes was carrying the unconscious 4th Mizukage on his shoulders. Obito is very miserable at this time, and he does not fit the image of a strategizing boss. The black robe was blown to pieces, and half of the mask on his face was destroyed, revealing the Sharingan in his right eye socket. There is no longer the pride and arrogance of the past. The Konoha people who came in through the barrier entrance stared blankly inside. Except for a few people who were still standing, those who couldn't be seen meant they were dead. 3rd Hokage. Raikage roared with a livid face, his voice full of hoarseness and despair. Liu Yun walked up to the person, looked at the angry Raikage, raised one hand, and made a pistol shape again. In an instant, Raikage was as frightened as a bird. When he looked at Liu Yun, his eyes were full of fear. Not caring much about the Cloud Shinobi crowd, Liu Yun looked at Obito. 4th Mizukage Yagura's life and death are unknown. Obito's aura at the moment is also very sluggish. If he hadn't transplanted a Sharingan into his left eye in advance as a backup, he would have activated Izanagi at the critical moment. Today, Obito may explain it here. However, half of the face under the mask, as well as Sharingan, were completely exposed to everyone. Really a member of Uchiha's clan. Konoha Sunan stared at Obito, especially Jiraiya, with anger in his eyes. This person should be the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion and the death of his disciples. And Uchiha Fugaku also looked at Obito in front of him. The other party always gave him a very familiar feeling. Fugaku is sure that he must have seen this tribesman and is familiar with it. However, what everyone is confused about is that he was not in the barrier before, so when did he come in? How did you get in? Why risk your life to save Mizukage even if you put yourself in danger? Judging from Obito's disordered breath, he was also seriously injured. Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to understand something. Uchiha's tribe, the fourth Mizukage, are your puppets, right? As soon as Jiraiya said this, the whole place was silent. As expected of one of the Sunin, Jiraiya has really keen observation skills. Obito didn't deny it, he admitted it directly. You used Sharingan to control him. This can explain the strange feeling Mizukage gave me during the battle just now. Jiraiya looked at the fourth Mizukage Yagura on Obito's shoulder and couldn't help but said sadly. The dignified shadow of a village has actually become a puppet to be played with by others. Mizukage, who can control the tailed beasts, cause the disaster of the Nine Tails Rebellion, and control the Mist Shinobi, who are you? Have you activated the Mangeki Sharingan? The person who asked this was Uchiha Fugaku. There was still anger in his heart. In addition to being such a big traitor in the clan, Uchiha is also deeply misunderstood by the village. If the third Hokage and the fifth Hokage hadn't figured it out and resolved the matter properly, who knows what the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village would have developed into. Want to know the answer to the question? Haha. Obito held himself up and sneered. Then, he looked at Liu Yun. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, I underestimate you. Let's just say you won today's battle. See you later. After saying that, Obito Kamui activated and disappeared in front of everyone with Yagura. A series of butterfly effects caused the former big boss to appear early. The future of the Hokage world will become even more elusive. Chapter 36. Obito's harsh words echoed within the barrier for a long time. This strange and unpredictable time and space ability shocked everyone. Some tried to block him, but the attacks all penetrated and had no effect. Space ability. Jiraiya stared at Obito, his words filled with worry. No wonder Minato fell into his hands. Judging from the efficiency of the opponent's activation, this man's spatial skills were even higher than Minato's. Everyone looked at Obito leaving in shock. Then, countless sharp gazes turned to the Cloud Shinobi. We can't catch Obito. You don't know how to use space and time ninjutsu, right? Raikage's body froze, and his heart tightened as he looked at the Konoha shinobi who were staring closely at him. BD Mizukage, BD Uchiha, Lao Zi will overthrow Mist Shinobi sooner or later. At this point, no matter how dull Raikage is, he can still tell that he has been tricked. He and his companions have become other people's pawns. They said they were just here to show off their power, but it ended up like this. The second tail Jinkriki died in the battle, his companions were more or less injured, and his own fighting strength was greatly reduced. We also have to face the Konoha shinobi in their prime. Thanks to Tsunade's summoning medical beast, there was a huge melee. Although a large number of buildings were damaged, there were no casualties on Konoha's side. Raikage was thinking, if he started a war with Konoha now, what would be his chances of winning? Let others not mention it for the moment, but the pressure Liu Yun brought to him. The dazzling golden light particles just left a deep impression on him. The body can turn into light particles to avoid attacks, Muji ninjutsu, attacks are instantaneous. Raikage looked at Liu Yun, and in his heart, he had raised Liu Yun's threat to the highest level. Within the barrier, there was only endless silence. The two parties fell into silence. Raikage didn't dare to fight, and even though Konoha had the upper hand, he didn't want to fight either. Raikage, how about we have a nice chat? Orochimaru spoke, breaking the silence. Raikage frowned, a little confused. But I felt relieved, it would be great if we could talk. Boss, why don't we? The companion stepped forward and whispered a few words to Raikage. Nodding, Raikage's expression kept changing. What happened today was just a misunderstanding, and it was all caused by the mysterious person Uchiha. The purpose of my coming here is just to congratulate Mr. Fifth Generation, and has no other intention. After a while, Raikage spoke, trying his best to find a step for himself, and put the blame on others. Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun, wanting to hear advice from him. You are the Hokage, you decide everything on your own. A small voice wrapped in chakra reached Orochimaru's ears. With Liu Yun's approval, Orochimaru smiled. We also hope to solve the problem properly, why not change the place and go to my office? After hesitating for a moment, Liu Yun nodded cautiously. No matter how bad the situation is next, it will still be better than living with this broken barrier. Please. Orochimaru arranged for someone to remove the barrier and invited Hokage. Hokage nodded, took the companion in hand, and left slowly alongside Orochimaru. Also accompanying him were Jiraiya and Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and a large number of Anbu elites. Liu Yun looked at the posture and realized that he had nothing to do, so he turned around and prepared to leave. The inauguration ceremony had been delayed for so long, half a day had passed, and there was still a while until dark, so he had to seize the time to go fishing. Teacher, won't you come with me? Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun who was about to run away and said helplessly. I'm old and useless. The melee just now has greatly weakened me, a lonely old man. I won't participate in meetings or anything like that. Liu Yun waved her hand and refused. Are you kidding me? It's against Konoha's retirement regulations to allow retired cadres to fight. Still want to exploit me? After saying that, he coughed a few times to show that he was really powerless. Orochimaru. Well, since the teacher doesn't want to, I'll come to visit you later. It's best, otherwise you'd better not come. I like peace and quiet and don't want to be disturbed. Liu Yun said with a serious face. Ahem, teacher is really good at joking. Orochimaru was killed by Liu Yun. Work hard, 5th generation, I'll leave the village in your hands. Liu Yun patted Orochimaru's shoulder in an old-fashioned manner, then his body turned into an element and quickly disappeared from the crowd's sight. The speed is as fast as Minato's flying thunder god. Everyone. A wonderful Hokage succession ceremony ended in a way no one expected. But everyone knows very well that what happened today will spread throughout the entire ninja world in a short time. Watching the ceremony were dignitaries, big names, and businessmen from all major powers, but they watched the entire war while eating. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will return to the top. Who would have thought that this old Hokage could be so powerful? Compared with 3rd generation Sama's magnificent record, 5th Hokage Orochimaru looks bleak. After the show ended, a large number of lower-level ninjas came to the scene and started preparing for reconstruction. The destruction caused by the Nine Tails Rebellion, with today's riot, the construction work has become more difficult. However, the faces of Konoha shinobi fans are full of excitement and enthusiasm. Master 3rd Hokage is still the strongest pillar of Konoha. Chapter 37. In the office, a group of people were arguing. Anbu, who was guarding the door, could clearly hear Hokage's roar. The matters discussed inside are related to whether the next ninja war will break out early. Determined countless lives. Of course, Liu Yun is not interested in these things. Now he was waiting quietly by the river with his legs crossed. Only when you are full will you think about engaging in village politics, and fishing is your destination. But it's a pity that he is in the Air Force again. Somewhat annoyed, I carried my fishing rod home. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw a group of people surrounding the hut. Damn it, as expected, Orochimaru, he still didn't listen to me. Liu Yun cursed. Seeing Liu Yun, a group of people headed by Orochimaru hurriedly greeted him. Teacher, you are back. Orochimaru's words were full of respect. During the day, without Liu Yun's efforts to turn the tide, it would be hard to say where things would go. There is no way to confirm the existence of Obito. Liu Yun contributed a lot to this battle. Why are you here again? Liu Yun said angrily. He has been in the Air Force for many days and is now in a very bad mood. Opening the door, he reluctantly invited a few people in. This trip is to report the results of the negotiations with Cloud Shinobi to the teacher. Hokage has returned to the village. After returning, he will immediately conclude a peace agreement between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire, promising that there will be no more friction on the border between the two sides, and will withdraw a large number of ninjas stationed there. In this way, the relationship between our two villages will be the pressure on national defense will be much less. Not only that, after witnessing the tragedy of Mizukage, Cloud Shinobi will issue a joint statement with Konoha to explain the cause of this disaster. And, privately, Hokage promised to pay us compensation, but of course, this matter needs to be done privately and quietly. Orochimaru reported the results of today's negotiations one by one. Are you done? Liu Yun asked. Well, about the issue with Cloud Shinobi, that's it. I understand, then please come back. Liu Yun pointed to the door, his meaning was obvious. Orochimaru was stunned. Teacher, don't you have anything to say about this result? Liu Yun shook his head. Don't you have anything you want to talk to us about? Orochimaru prompted carefully. What do I have to talk to you about? Liu Yun was stunned and asked directly. Looking at Orochimaru, who was hesitant to speak, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't sit still. Teacher, I want you to tell me what is the extremely powerful ninjutsu you master. Jiraiya didn't care. His words raised everyone's questions. A group of people looked directly at Liu Yun, looking forward to Liu Yun's next answer. You're talking about this. Liu Yun put down the fishing rod and raised his finger. The golden laser slowly emerged, exactly the same as the light emitted during the daytime battle. Yes, yes, this is it. Orochimaru stared at Liu Yun's fingertips. The books and scrolls we have rummaged through in Konoha, there is no record of your abilities from the beginning of the village. Even the Uchiha clan's classics, dating back to the earlier Sengoku period, have no records similar to your abilities. Teacher, please tell us why you suddenly changed so much? And when did you master this power? What was supposed to come came. Although Liu Yun has always wanted to maintain the character of third generation, there are some things that he cannot hide. The contrast between Liu Yun and Sarutobi Hiruzen is so great, and the ability of sparkling fruit is exposed. This can no longer be explained by a simple drastic change in personality. Orochimaru and the others all doubted whether the third Hokage in front of them was a fake, or whether he was also controlled by others, like the fourth Mizukage. Tisk tisk, the Sunin are gathered together, as well as the chief of the Uchiha clan, the chief of the Hyuga clan, the chief of the Nara clan. It seems that if I can't give you an answer, you are going to do it yourself. Liu Yun glanced at everyone, and then said slowly. Old teacher, you have misunderstood, we never meant this. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru quickly explained. From the moment I entered the door, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan and Hyuga Hayashi's eyes were quietly opened. The purpose is to find out my identity and confirm whether I am a fake, right? Speaking of this, Liu Yun's whole body changed. All that can be observed is the aura of shinobi belonging to 5th Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the system in place, Hiruzen gradually began to decline in strength and stopped at his peak. And after Liu Yun traveled through time, stole and inherited everything from the latter, Kizaru's character template was superimposed, and Bakura's skull was augmented. Today, Liu Yun's strength is far superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The tempered momentum and murderous intent were all released without reservation. Click! The walls of the hut could not withstand such an astonishing momentum, and several cracks appeared. Orochimaru, who picked up the snakeskin in the mausoleum garden, who taught you the meaning of life, who taught Jiraiya to learn the summoning technique, and gave you the adventure of Mount Maiboku, Tsunade, you asked Konoha to establish a professional medical force, this matter with the support of Kato Dan, who nodded in agreement. One incident after another from the past came out from Liu Yun's mouth. Many of these secrets were private communications between them and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and no one else in the world knew about them. Everyone was so oppressed by Liu Yun's murderous intention that they could hardly move. Click! Liu Yun clenched his fist, and in an instant, chakra with 5 attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water, circulated on his body. At this time, everyone discovered that the Grand Master of all ninjutsu in Konoha, who enjoyed the title of ninjutsu professor and cultivated the powerful Sunin in the ninja world, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had not aged. And with the passage of time, the strength becomes more and more refined. In the past, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was very powerful, he would not be able to suppress everyone in the room with his momentum alone. Chapter 38. The Immortal created Yin and Yang, separated the 2 poles, and combined them into one, then all things can be achieved. It wasn't until after the Nine Tails rebellion that I saw the full power of Nine Tails that I slowly realized the wonderful meaning of chakra. After practicing it for a long time, I finally understood the transformation of gods and humans and the true meaning of life. Integrating the chakra nature transformation and form changes of thunder, water, and fire, I finally figured out a new escape technique. The blood successor is eliminated, and the light escape. Seeing that everyone was shocked by his courage, Liu Yun turned on the nonsense mode. Teacher, what do you mean? Your laser is a newly developed ability that bloodline will eliminate. Orochimaru thought for a moment and asked. It's still in its most elementary form. If it can be perfectly integrated with the 7 nature transformations of thunder, fire, wind, earth, and water, plus yin and yang, it may be possible to develop abilities comparable to Sage of 6 Paths, blood succession snare. Liu Yun sighed and said. In front of everyone, what he said was like a book from heaven. It was obviously nonsense, but why did he just want to continue listening? Blood successor snare? I seem to have heard about it in the family's classics. It is said that it is the thing closest to the ultimate form of chakra. After hearing this, Fugaku said with some uncertainty. The family's Nanga shrine contains a stone tablet written by the Sage of 6 Paths in the basement. Many unknown secrets are recorded on it. The content must be increased in the order of Sharingan Manjiki Sharingan Rinnegan. Fugaku now has Manjiki Sharingan, and the above content can be interpreted more or less. Of course, Fugaku will not tell the secret about his Manjiki Sharingan here. The Rinnegan of Sage of 6 Paths is proof. The highest pupil power that controls the eye of life and death may be the final appearance of chakra. I have only scratched the surface of it. Liu Yun saw Fugaku jumping out to assist in such a disrespectful manner, and immediately continued to add. Everyone was confused by what he said, but he only mentioned Rinnegan. Jiraiya is a little unusual. After all, he has really seen Rinnegan, and the thing is real. So the reason why the teacher is so relaxed and has a drastic change in temperament is because he has come into contact with some higher level existence. Orochimaru originally wanted to say that he was so lazy, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his words to something nicer. Maybe, who knows? Liu Yun shook his head. Light release is still in its most basic stage, but it can already move at high speeds, activate Muji, and turn the body into light particles to avoid attacks. It is different from Iwagaku or Onaki's dust release. Liu Yun dragged Anamu in again. From talking about chakra, then to Sage of 6 Paths, then to Rinnegan, and then to Onoki's escape. Frankly speaking, Liu Yun could hardly keep up the editing, and what he said was full of loopholes. But that's not important. After he proved his identity, what the dignified 3rd Hokage said carried a lot of weight. The same words, when spoken by different people, have different effects. No, Liu Yun felt happy when she looked at the people meditating in the hut. The human world is essentially a group of grassroots codders. Teacher, we were too impulsive just now, please forgive me. Orochimaru said apologetically. The faces of other people traveling with him also showed more or less shame. Using pupil perception to observe the retired old Hokage, and still doubting his identity, if you say this, even if you are sentenced to Lingchi, it will be regarded as a lenient sentence. However, Liu Yun is very generous. He waved his hands to indicate that he didn't take it to heart. Everyone, practice hard, Fugaku, Hayashi, you can try to develop bloodline, which is your pupil technique, maybe it will have miraculous effects. Liu Yun said to the two major pupil families in Konoha. Hey? What do you mean, third generation Sama? Did you guess my Manjiki? When Fugaku heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Hayashi was thoughtful. It's getting late, we've talked enough. Liu Yun stood up and greeted everyone. He couldn't make it up anymore. In that case, we won't disturb teacher/third generation Sama, farewell. Everyone saluted Liu Yun in unison. At the door, Liu Yun watched everyone leave. After everyone left, he turned on his sight and hearing system, and after confirming that no one was watching around him, Liu Yun slowly let out a breath. Damn it, the deception is finally over in a short time, no one will come to trouble me anymore, right? Liu Yun was lying on the bed. He whispered helplessly, why is it so complicated to be a retired fisherman? The people who left had different thoughts. Tsunade said after the Sunin gathered together and left Liu Yun's cabin far away. How credible do you think what the teacher just said is credible? Not even a cent. Orochimaru jumped to the conclusion. Jiraiya also nodded, expressing his support for Orochimaru's statement. But no matter from the past memories or the teacher's ability, there is no falsehood at all. Even if you control or replace it, you can't match all the details. Jiraiya wondered. Memories can be extracted and abilities can be imitated, but Liu Yun is no different from the original third generation except for a drastic change in temperament and sudden light escape. Even if Sage of Six Paths is really alive, it can perfectly solve the above difficulties. So the question is, what is the purpose of spending so much time to replace third generation? If you have that kind of ability, you can raise Konoha, so why go to all the trouble to play this trick? Sunin is puzzled. On the other side, Hayashi and Fugaku were really awakened by Liu Yun's words. Chapter 39. Sharingan can evolve, Fugaku knows that. From 1 Megatama to 3 Megatama, to Manjiki, the eternal Manjiki. There is a clear promotion path. But the eye-opening and evolutionary methods are too cruel. Fugaku just wants to go further, but he doesn't have a suitable brother to dig out his eyes. Itaki. Fugaku suddenly remembered his son who was gifted penultimate. With Itaki's qualifications, it didn't seem difficult to open Manjiki Sharingan. With the guidance of a famous teacher like third generation and the guidance of his old father, Itaki is very likely to open his eyes in the future. As it happens, Fugaku also has a son. Still a baby's second pillar. In the future, Sasuke's qualifications will definitely not be too bad, after all, he is the son of Fugaku. Fugaku has great experience in giving birth to a son. In this way, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan seems possible. If Itaki and Sasuke activate Manjiki at the same time, then only one of them needs to be sacrificed. Thinking of this, Fugaku quickly expelled the terrible thoughts from his mind. Do you want to see Itaki and Sasuke fighting each other? No matter how obsessed with power he was, he never wanted to see his two sons do that kind of thing. Since Mr. Third Generation can develop light escape and can give me some key points about Sharingan, maybe he will have some ideas. Fugaku thought to himself. Fortunately, my precious son is already a disciple of third generation. As long as Itaki practices well with Master Third Generation and has a deep relationship between Master and disciple, there may not be a way to break it in the future. No matter what happened, with the strength shown by Third Generation, Itaki would be able to gain nothing by following him. Being able to suppress Sunin and several clan leaders with just his courage is enough to make people surrender. Having made up his mind, Fugaku suddenly felt enlightened. We must let Itaki train well with the third generation. Fugaku has made up his mind. Hayashi on the other end, after returning to Hyaga's house, also tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The three major pupil techniques refer to Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan respectively. Except for Rinnegan, which only exists in legend. Byakugan, as one of the three major pupil techniques, is much weaker than the Blood Wheel Eye. Except for the insight beyond Sharingan, the remaining improvements have really limited effects. Farsightedness, clairvoyance, insight, and some abilities that can increase the tribe's abilities, but other abilities do not seem to be reflected. Hayashi didn't take it to heart at first, since his family had been doing this for thousands of years anyway. But when Liu Yun mentioned it, Hayashi couldn't sleep. Arriving at the family's ancient book storage place, Hayashi began to carefully search for those ancient books that had been handed down from ancient times. Sharingan can evolve, but what about the Byakugan? Maybe it's more than that? The two major wealthy families in Konoha, deceived by Liu Yun's unintentional words, began to prepare for the role, both covertly and overtly. At noon the next day, Liu Yun got up. Pick up your fishing rod and get ready for great fishing. He opened the door and saw Itaka standing at the door again. Teacher. Itaka bowed. Ignoring the persistent little kid, Liu Yun walked towards the river. But this time, Itaka didn't stay where he was, he followed Liu Yun's footsteps. Liu Yun didn't stop him. If you want to follow, just follow. The two came to the river, and Itaka stayed nearby obediently. After setting up the fishing rod, Liu Yun leaned on the recliner and started working comfortably. Itaka on the side saw Liu Yun sleeping with his eyes slightly closed. Although Itaka did not participate in yesterday's melee, he was quietly observing from a safe place. Lord Third Hokage's strength shocked him. The impact of the light particles that filled the sky was like a divine punishment from heaven, deeply stimulating the young Itaka. Becoming a Hokage can do more things, but one of the prerequisites for becoming a Hokage is super strength. After seeing Liu Yun's 8-foot Megatama, Itaka's definition of a strong person had risen several levels. How can I get Master Third Generation to guide me in my practice? Itaka had a headache. By the river, the two people with different thoughts were waiting quietly. A few hours passed and it was afternoon. Seeing that Liu Yun still found nothing, Itaka also felt that the teacher's luck was really bad. This fish was caught. A bit of a failure. But it seems that for so many days, the teacher has not caught anything decent. Itaka clearly remembered that Liu Yun came home empty-handed every day. At this moment, Liu Yun, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Something's taken the bait. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully fishing and getting Logia Maramara fruit. The sound of the system came. Liu Yun was pleasantly surprised at first, and then she found out that what she caught was Maramara fruit, and she was so surprised that she caught it. Maramara fruit, the devil fruit in One Piece, belongs to Logia. After eating it, the Esper can use the fruit's ability to create flames, elementalize the body, and even become the flame itself. It is immune to ordinary physical attacks and non-haki attacks. Its weakness is that it will be extinguished when encountering a large amount of water. Note, the bug of being afraid of sea water and sea stone has been corrected. Host can use a variety of devil fruit, so there is no need to worry about side effects. Liu Yun looked at the Maramara fruit in the system backpack. It looks like a dragon fruit. It is an orange-red spherical fruit with a spiral pattern on the outside. The fruit stalk has a green end and an Uzumaki flame shape. The skin is made up of numerous small flame-shaped spiral fruit patterns. The flesh is light orange in color. Liu Yun was speechless. Maramara fruit, even dogs won't eat it. Chapter 40. Maramara fruit has some effects, but not much. Firstly, he was defeated by the superior lava fruit, and secondly, the people with fire abilities who appeared in the later stage could almost play several tables of mahjong. Liu Yun somewhat despises eating. Fortunately, the system has fixed the bug, and Liu Yun will not explode to death after eating it. However, he was still lucky. System, can the system recycle fishing items? Liu Yun asked the system in his heart. This function is not available. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's heart sank. But you can use a copy card to copy it and give the ability to others. The system beeped again. Copy card. This was the first time Liu Yun heard this thing. Elaborate. Copy card, the system comes with props. Prop Effect 1, host can copy the corresponding ability and give it to the person who needs it. In the future, the practice results of the person who is gifted will be fed back to the host at the same standard. Ability 2, Collection, when the host needs to be recycled, all the abilities gifted by the copy card can be deprived, and at that time, the abilities of the person who was gifted will all disappear. Note, the cooling time for using the copied card is 24 hours, and the copied abilities need to be developed from the initial practice. There is another prop in the backpack. After listening to the introduction, Liu Yun was stunned. Copying the card feels so familiar to me. You can copy your abilities to others, and at the same time obtain the results accumulated by others' practice. After confiscating them, you can take them away at once. Liu Yun rubbed his chin. System, is there another name for your duplicate card, Loan Shark? Joking aside, the effect of copying the card is heaven-defying. With this thing, he can completely copy everything he owns and then send it to those Scroll Kings. Anyway, we don't have to worry about it posing a threat to ourselves, we can just levy it directly when necessary. Although it is a bit unethical to do so. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? Host didn't ask. Such a strong reason, I can't refute it at all. As expected of you, you ruined the system and lived up to your name. Can all my abilities be copied? Liu Yun asked after thinking about it. Yes, but the person receiving the gift can only obtain non-conflicting abilities of the same sequence at a time. For example, if the host copies the abilities of Maramara fruit and sparkling fruit at the same time, then the same person can only obtain the effect of one fruit. Nodding, Liu Yun expressed his understanding. If they could all be copied, it would be too buggy. Who knows what Liu Yun can catch in the future? But if all the fishing props were gathered on one person, the consequences would be terrifying just thinking about it. Then the only person who is heaven-defying is me. Liu Yun sighed. After all, he was the only one who shouldered everything. Can abilities be copied and superimposed? Can the same person receive the copied Maramara fruit and Conqueror's Haki, as well as the corresponding physical techniques at the same time? Liu Yun asked again. Maramara fruit and Haki are both from the same world and do not conflict. In theory, they should be able to have them at the same time. Can. Sure enough, the system's answer confirmed his conjecture. After communicating with the system for half a day, Liu Yun gradually understood it. Copying cards can be called lazy people's cheating artifacts, and they are exclusive to bad candidates like him. Synchronizing the spiritual progress of the person receiving the gift can be simply called plucking the wool. The one-time expropriation can be called the kind of cutting leeks and uprooting. With this, you don't have to worry about stagnating strength. The hard work of practicing cultivation should be left to those Scroll Kings. In the world of Hokage, the most indispensable thing is King Wan, and there are many of them in the village. Might Guy, a civilian player without blood, just relied on his own hard work to practice physical skills to the point where he could kick Madara to the waist. There are also 3 of his disciples, each of whom is a player with top-notch talents and qualifications, and their understanding is heaven-defying. Not to mention, there was Uchiha, Takako, and Ataka who came to my door right now. These people are all ready-made leaks. Without a cut, Liu Yun would feel sorry for the benefits provided by the system. Besides, this can't be called cutting leaks. Third Hokage-sama, wouldn't it be alright if you showed mercy and sent some welfare to your family? Even if the leaks are cut, you have to say thank you. The cooldown time for copying cards is only 1 day. Before long, Liu Yun will be all over the world. As for the results of your practice, that's none of Liu Yun's business. Do you think that the teacher has worked hard to teach? No way. Liu Yun brainstormed in his mind. This lucrative business is done. On the side, Itaka looked at the teacher whose expression changed drastically. It's hard to imagine that so many expressions can appear on a person's face continuously in a short period of time. Turning around, Liu Yun looked at little Leek. Itaka, do you really want to be my disciple? Liu Yun smiled kindly. The look in Itaka's eyes seemed to say, this is no longer a child, but a little Leek. Yes, teacher. When Itaka heard this, he quickly stood at attention and replied. Although the teacher's eyes looked strange, it didn't matter. Is Mr. Third Generation finally willing to look at me? So many days of persistence were not in vain. Chapter 41. Liu Yun stood up and looked at Itaka in front of him. His talent needs no further elaboration. After opening Mangeki Sharingan in the future, his strength is even more outstanding. As it happens, the Uchiha tribesmen all have fire in their natural chakra attributes, and one of Itaka's Mangeki Sharingan's pupil techniques is Karmic Fire Amaterasu, which is also fire. It seems like you are short of fire, young man. The look in Liu Yun's eyes made Itaka's heart tremble. Such a naked inspection, as if he was trying to expose himself, made Itaka feel very uncomfortable. Uchiha is good at fire style. Itaka, how are you mastering your fire style ninjutsu? After examining it for a while, Liu Yun spoke. Teacher, the ninjutsu I currently master include fire style Great Fireball technique, fire style Phoenix Fire technique, and others, including Impatience Claw Red. I know how to release it, but the amount of chakra is insufficient. Itaka looked at Liu Yun and answered seriously. Liu Yun nodded when he heard this. Itaka's shortcomings have always been his chakra capacity and his slightly weak body. In the Book of Masters, Itaka's chakra is only 5, not even as good as Kakashi's 6. But comparing it to Kakashi is meaningless. Data has no effect on him. From Zabuza to Kaguya, he is 50/50ths. However, judging from the data and actual combat performance in the original work, it is an indisputable fact that Itaka's chakra is insufficient. These 2 points can be explained from his habit of playing shuriken and genjutsu. We don't have enough blue, so we have to use it sparingly. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude and focusing on training, Liu Yun obviously has no interest in that. Taking devil fruit can enhance physical fitness, which can largely make up for Weasel's shortcomings. As for the rest, it depends on his understanding. The mouse wants to drink the cat's milk, and his or her destiny can be changed. Do you think I am a teacher? In fact, I am just a ruthless leek harvester holding a sickle. Just practice as a master and become a cauldron. With a thought, Liu Yun made a copy of Maramara fruit. The replica is then removed. Teacher, what is this? Itaka's eyes widened. He didn't even see where Liu Yun took out the big fruit. I have recently been studying the nature and form changes of chakra's attributes. By chance, I have made some achievements in fire style. Itaka, are you willing to be the first ninja to comprehend a new kind of power? Liu Yun looked at Itaka and said seriously. Nodding, the little guy was very serious. In this way, there is no more psychological burden. Liu Yun smiled with satisfaction. Leaks no, disciple, disclaimer, I have spoken to you as a teacher. You make your own choice, you can't blame me for this. Eat it and don't waste any of it. Maramara fruit was handed to Itaka, and Liu Yun's words contained a hint of refusal. Yes. Itaka took the dragon fruit, which was a bit too big. Although the fruit looked strange, Itaka didn't hesitate and opened his mouth to bite it. Ugh! This palpitating taste made Itaka's face turn purple and he almost vomited everything out. But Liu Yun's warning sounded. Itaka suppressed his nausea and swallowed it in small sips, treating it as a test of his will. Liu Yun watched from the side as Itaka ate up all the Maramara fruit in one bite. I sighed in my heart, the system has been copied so thoroughly, it has probably restored the taste of devil fruit to its original form. Finish eating, teacher. Itachi wiped his face and reluctantly answered Liu Yun. He swore that he would never eat dragon fruit again in his life. Try your abilities, Itachi. Liu Yun smiled and nodded, looking at Itachi curiously. Itachi was confused, what ability? Hey! A flash of cold light flashed, it was the chakra condensed by Liu Yun. The sharp chakra cut through Itachi's arm like a blade, cutting through Itachi's hand like tofu, without any hindrance. Itachi was startled, then looked at his arm, and something horrifying happened. His arm was cut off at shoulder level by Liu Yun. The strange thing is that there is no pain at all from the wound. Before he had time to react, Itachi's little heart was greatly shocked. Teacher. Until then, he had not turned his back. I looked at the broken arm with tears in my eyes. Teacher, I have no enmity with you. You first made me eat the unpalatable fruit, and then cut off my hand. There must be a limit to bullying honest people. No matter how precocious Itachi was, he was still a child. He didn't understand what sin he had done. Don't be too busy crying. Feel the changes in your body. There are surprises waiting for you. Liu Yun stopped Itachi, who was about to cry. Duda's tears were about to fall. After listening to Liu Yun's words, Itachi tried to mobilize the chakra in his body. Then something weird happened. Within the body, a hot and terrifying power is gathering. With a slight exertion, a ball of fiery red light shone on the missing right arm. Aha! Explosive high-temperature flames burst out from the body in an instant. The arm that was chopped off by Liu Yun also regrouped at this time. Itachi's eyes widened and he moved his arms repeatedly to confirm that it was part of his body. What's going on? Try the new power, don't resist it, use it to the maximum extent, let me see how much you can exert. Liu Yun said from the side. Chapter 42. Itachi nodded. The small fist suddenly spread out, with the palm facing up. Hey! A strange flame appeared in the palm of his hand. No seal needed, it was instantaneous. Itachi's face was full of excitement. He felt that this flame was very close to him, and he could feel the high temperature contained in the flame, but it could not hurt him at all. His right hand trembled slightly, and then, the raging and burning flames instantly changed and condensed into a great fireball several meters wide, almost completely covering his small body. With a thought, the huge fireball instantly became smaller and turned into a group of beast-like crows. This scene gave Itachi a great visual impact. With his eyes fixed on these fire crows on the palm of his hand, he can easily control them without using chakra. He only needs to give him some more time to control the flames to the point of perfection. Like any child who gets a new toy, the fire danced around Itachi. But this kind of affinity is only for Itachi. Around the fireball, the blazing temperature slightly distorts the space. Heat waves hit, and the grass beside Weasel suffered. Everything was steamed by the high temperature, leaving only ashes. Holding the flame tightly, Itachi suddenly had a bold idea. He exerted force under his feet, and his body suddenly jumped into the air. Suddenly, a ball of great fireball with a diameter of dozens of meters was like an arrow from the string, carrying a hot wind, and smashed hard towards the river. Go up! Boom! With a dull explosion, the fireball touched the river and immediately vaporized the water on the river to create a huge hole. Suddenly, he and Liu Yun were surrounded by high-temperature water vapor. Itachi quickly looked towards the river. With one punch, just one punch, he temporarily stopped the flow of water on the river. He looked at the river with a shocked face, and then at the flaming fist. Is this really an attack done by yourself? Itachi couldn't help but think to himself. He didn't use all his strength, he just relied on instinct to attack. Who would have thought that the power of one blow could reach such an exaggerated level? Old, teacher. Itachi looked at Liu Yun with curious eyes. He didn't understand how this was done. Don't use fire for now, try other things, such as speed, strength, and chakra amount. Liu Yun was on the side, looking like an outsider and guiding. Yes. After saying that, Itachi explored his body. After a moment, there was another look of horror on his face. Why did my chakra amount increase so much? I couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy. Chakra capacity has always been his shortcoming, but now, this shortcoming seems to have been made up for. Then, he tried others, and his speed and strength were all greatly improved. Liu Yun was observing from the side. To put it bluntly, the physical fitness of people in the Hokage world is too poor, which is why Maramara fruit can enhance the body so powerfully. This is a typical world of high attack and low defense. Basically, I will beat you, or you will beat me. Once caught, it means that the combat power is greatly reduced. It's different from the average sit-up player like the pirates. In the Hokage, she is as strong as Madara, and she has to kneel down even when her heart is ripped out. You succeeded, Itachi, congratulations. From now on, you will be immune to most physical attacks and become the fire itself. Liu Yun smiled. The goal of future training, in addition to Uchiha's Sharingan, is also to develop the ability of fire. The specific step you can take depends on your destiny. Itachi seemed to be listening to a heavenly book, becoming immune to attacks and becoming a flame. Is this really something a human can do? Hearing Liu Yun's words, Itachi's eyes suddenly widened, and Sharingan was so excited that he almost didn't open his eyes in advance. Am I dreaming? Itachi felt a little dizzy, this surprise came so suddenly. Teacher, is it because of that fruit? After a moment, Itachi calmed down and looked at Liu Yun, as if he already had the answer in his heart. That is not an ordinary fruit. It is made with Master's lifelong understanding of fire style. It is made by heaven and earth. You are lucky. You got it and it carries my will. Liu Yun said earnestly to Weasel. Of course he would not miss this opportunity to increase his favorability. Just saying a few nice and obedient words can make little leak practice harder. Only a fool would not do it. Old teacher. Itachi heard the implication and asked, does teacher still have fruits like that? Pa. One blow to the head. What are you thinking about? There is only one such thing in the world. Liu Yun flicked Itachi's forehead and said angrily. Old teacher, He vaguely knew that the thing was very precious, but he didn't expect that it was the only one. It seems reasonable to think that a fruit that can transform the eater from an ordinary person to a transcendent Chunin in an instant has such great development value. How can there be many such treasures? Thinking of this, Itachi couldn't help but lower his head. How could he be so favored by the teacher? Sensing the thoughts of the disciple Jukai, Liu Yun took a few steps forward and used a two-dimensional stunt to kill with a headshot. Promise to be my master, develop it well, and don't disgrace the name of the most powerful flame fruit, Maramara fruit. Looking at the kind old man in front of him, Itachi couldn't help but clenched his fists. Is it called Maramara fruit? Itachi remembered the name in his mind. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely inherit your will and use this power to protect Konoha. The determination in the young man's eyes made Liu Yun feel a little embarrassed. What a simple child, it makes me a little embarrassed to fool you. Chapter 43. Itachi returned to his family, although he had tried hard to suppress the joy in his heart. But he couldn't hide the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. At the dinner table, Fugaku looked at Itachi in confusion. His son is very precocious and usually does not show his emotions. Today's behavior makes Fugaku very confused. Early in the morning a few days later, Fugaku brought Itachi to the school grounds, accompanied by several outstanding children of the Uchiha clan. He wanted to test Itachi's academic performance. Inside the venue, Fugaku looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, your status is unusual. As a disciple of the third generation and fifth generation, you are also the hope of our Uchiha clan. Therefore, I have never asked too much about your practice, but it does not mean that I do not value you. Today, let me see the results of your practice. You can choose one of them to be your sparring partner. Itachi glanced over and saw that they were all outstanding chunin in the clan, and many of them had activated the Ermagatama Sharingan. You don't need to defeat them, but based on your fighting performance, I will give you points as appropriate. If your performance does not satisfy me, then every day after you come back from practicing with Master 3rd Generation, I will add additional training tasks for you. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Nodding, Itachi looked at the serious clan members in front of him. It may be very difficult for Itachi to deal with these opponents before eating the Maramara fruit. But now, body speed, strength, and chakra have all been doubled. Coupled with the ability of Maramara fruit, defeating them is not a difficult task for Itachi. With a glance, Itachi had a goal. Senior Ryota, please give me some advice. Itachi bowed respectfully as a junior and said. Seeing that Itachi chose Uchiha Ryota, everyone around him was in a daze. Uchiha Ryota, 15 years old, elite chunin, Sharingan who has just opened the second Megatama. Among the clansmen of the same age, he is not the strongest, but he is already one of the best, although he is not comparable to a genius like Shisui. However, his opponent Itachi is only over 5 years old this year and less than 6 years old. Seeing the challenge standing in front of him, Uchiha Ryota was startled. This clan brother who seems to be too young is still the clan leader's son. Please try to be gentler later. Ryota told himself in his heart. In the center of the field, a group of people looked at this group of opponents whose size disparity was exaggerated. Compared to Ryota's embarrassment, Itachi was undoubtedly much calmer. The amount of chakra has skyrocketed, and he also has the ability to control fire. Under the complicated eyes around him, and his father's seemingly plain, but really eager eyes, Itachi and Ryota had completed their pre-fight etiquette. Master Itachi, as long as you can force me to move even half a minute, you will win. Ryota looked at Itachi and said calmly. He really didn't take Itachi seriously. A 15-year-old fights a 5-year-old. When a high school student beats a kindergartner, tell me, how do you lose? Itachi nodded, took a deep breath, stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Ryota. Phew! When approaching the opponent, a series of shurikens were thrown out, forming a weird arc attack route. Awesome, Itachi controls the shuriken very well. The surrounding tribesmen looked at Itachi's actions and all expressed admiration. The oncoming shuriken didn't pose much of a threat in Ryota's eyes, and he easily avoided it with a twist of his body. Ryota looked at Itachi. He was also very satisfied with Itachi's shuriken skills. At this time, Ryota's eyes were dark and he did not activate the Sharingan. Itachi was not discouraged when the shuriken attack failed, it was just a false move to test. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly to observe Ryota, and Itachi's small palms were covered with chakra. With a wave of his right palm, he struck hard at Ryota's waist. Looking at Itachi coming towards him, Ryota just lazily raised a hand. He thought he could easily block Itachi's attack. However, Ryo was confused after the two exchanged arms. Why is Master Itachi so strong? Before he could react, the chakra on Itachi's fist was heavily empowered, easily avoiding Ryota's defense. He jumped up and punched Ryota's chest with his fist. Bang! With a soft groan, Ryota was hit by Itachi's little fist. His rosy face suddenly turned pale, and he staggered back behind him uncontrollably. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After taking more than 10 steps back, he regained his balance. The whole place was silent. Although Ryota was not defeated, according to his words, it would be considered a win as long as Itachi could force him to move, but now, he had been repelled by more than 10 steps. Everyone watching the battle was stunned. Is Master Itachi's talent so terrifying? Even Fugaku was stunned. He knew Itachi was very good, but being able to defeat elite Chunin with one blow at the age of 5 was enough to be recorded in Uchiha's history. And Ryota, who was reduced to a backdrop, didn't look so pretty. The pain in his chest made him feel uncomfortable. Thinking back to what he had vowed just now, Ryota couldn't help but blush. Being repulsed by a 5-year-old child, if this spreads, will I continue to hang out in Konoha? After hesitating for a moment, Ryota opened his eyes with his head lowered, and 2 Megatama had appeared in his pupils. Master Itaki, your talent is very strong, but from now on, I will go all out. Chapter 44. Hey? Ryota actually opened Sharingan. Seeing this, someone screamed from the side. A 15-year-old elite Chunin fights a 5-year-old kid who hasn't graduated from ninja school yet, and he still wants to drive a Sharingan? The strange looks from the people around him, mixed with contempt, fell on Ryota. You have no idea how strong Master Itaki is. Ryota made up for himself a little in his heart. After a brief moment of silence, he made the first move. He had to absolutely defeat Itaki in order to save his face. The body flicker technique was activated and Ryota's body disappeared and he rushed straight towards Itaki. When rushing, Ryota also took out a kunai, with a bit of cold light on the sharp tip. When he was less than 1 meter away from Itaki, Ryota's figure stopped in vain. The kunai passed through his hand and went straight for Itaki's throat at a tricky angle. Itaki looked calm at the attack that was already in front of him. When the kunai tip was already within sight, a red light glowed around Itaki. Oh! The weasel turned into dozens of fiery crows and flew away in an instant. What? Everything that happened suddenly caught Ryota off guard. Itaki disappeared, leaving only dozens of fire crows in the school grounds. Is it an illusion? No. Ryota immediately analyzed it, and the burning sensation on his arm told him that everything that happened was real. Call out! The croaking fire crows in the sky rushed straight towards them, carrying high temperatures with them, and their power was far greater than the ordinary great fireball. Ryota's expression changed. The speed of the galloping crow was too fast, and there was still fire on the tail flame. Ryota formed some panicked seals, and was able to dodge the attack at the last moment. Boom! On the surface, where the fire crow landed, a huge flame exploded. A scorched earth area that can range up to several meters is left in place. Not far away, watching this scene, all the Uchiha spectators were shocked. The clan leader wanted to examine Master Itaki's homework, which directly attracted the interest of a lot of Uchiha clan members. After all, it goes without saying how important Itaki is to Uchiha now. I thought it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out to be so exciting, which really surprised everyone. Even Fugaku was confused. Is my son so strong now? Bang! After a streak of white smoke passed, Ryota looked at the scorched earth area on the ground filled with black smoke. Even though he used the body replacement technique to avoid it at the critical moment, Ryota still had lingering fears. Master Itaki, what kind of ninjutsu are you doing? After touching his aching chest and some of his burned clothes, Ryota asked in confusion. He didn't see the attack seal the whole time, it was almost instantaneous and so powerful. The Uchiha clan is good at fire style. Is this some kind of secret technique? Sorry, Ryota-senpai, this is my secret. Itaki's erratic voice could be heard in the air. He still didn't show up, but turned into a flaming crow and flew in the sky. I have to say that Itaki has a deep love for creatures like crows. Senior Ryota, I will end the battle with my next attack, so please be prepared. Ryota. I really appreciate your reminder. In the sky, several flying crows gathered together and condensed into the shape of a ferret. Fire-style fire crow technique. After Itaki's cold voice. In the sky, hundreds of fire crows appeared without warning. With a scream. Then, Itaki raised his palm and pointed it directly at Ryota below. Gwigwigwa. Countless crows screamed, like ringing the death knell, and the entire school grounds became a stage for soaring flames. Go! Itaka gave the order and the fire crows found their target. Countless fire crows rushed straight down in an instant, setting off streaks of scorching high temperatures that broke through the sky. No, this scale, this kind of intimidation, this is almost approaching B-level ninjutsu. The person who said this was Fugaku. Itaka's attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. At this moment, even if Fugaku wanted to stop Itaka, it was too late. Ryota below looked at the fire crows flying in the sky, his heart filled with despair. Just now, the power of just one fire crow reached that level. But now, it's all over the sky. The time was too short and he couldn't take any decent defensive measures at all. The temperature is rising little by little, and the threat of death is getting closer. Just when all the fire crows rushed in front of Ryota, the flame stopped half a meter away from Ryota. Am I not dead yet? Ryota opened his eyes and swallowed hard and asked. I'm sorry to frighten you, Ryota-senpai. This is a ninjutsu I just developed. I'm not very proficient in using it yet. Please forgive me. Under the gaze of everyone, Itaka slowly took a step out of the flames, walked up to Ryota and apologized. The body just penetrated the flames, but there was no damage. Itaka held out his hand in front of Ryota. At this moment, Fugaku finally reacted. Let's make a seal of peace between the two sides. This battle, which was unfair from the beginning, ended with Itaka's victory. Chapter 45. The collapsed Ryota got up, in a trance, and completed the seal of peace with Itaka. Looking at the completely defeated Ryota, the school grounds fell into silence for a short period of time. Soon, riots broke out. Ah! Master Uchiha Itaka! Konoha's strongest genius! Countless cheers sounded. All the Uchiha tribesmen cheered and rushed towards Itaka as if they were crazy. Regardless of whether Itaka wanted it or not, people lifted Itaka high and threw it into the sky. The surrounding clan elders and Jainin were also stunned. Is the coolness too weak? Not weak at all. The 15-year-old elite Chunin also activated the double Megatama Sharingan. Among the younger generation in Uchiha, Ryota can be said to be the most outstanding one. And now, he was defeated by Itaka without any ability to fight back. With just a few moves, he was beaten to a pulp. This sudden change simply shattered everyone's outlook. Of course, what makes everyone even more curious is Itaka's development of fire style. Just now, everyone heard it clearly. Itaka's ninjutsu was developed by himself. At the age of 5, he was able to create his own ninjutsu that was as powerful as a B-level ninjutsu. Looking through history, even Uchiha's ancestor Uchiha Madara couldn't do it. Learning ninjutsu and developing ninjutsu are not on the same level of difficulty. Beside Fugaku, 2 clan elders on crutches came to Fugaku. Master Itaka not only has abundant chakra, but also has a very high combat IQ, and also has an enviable talent. The old man is amazing today. Chief Fugaku, you have a good son. This old man who walks tremblingly is Uchiha Masaki, an old man who survived World War I and World War II. Elder Masaki, you are serious. Hearing this, Fugaku was speechless at first, then shook his head with a wry smile. His son's performance was so outstanding that even his father didn't understand the situation yet. He had taught Itaka some ninjutsu and knew that Itaka was very talented, but Itaka's performance today almost shocked him. Waving his hand, Uchiha Masaki said, I have seen the hope of Uchiha's rise. In the future, I only hope that the clan leader can pay more attention to the growth of Master Itaka. After saying that, Uchiha Masaki also bowed to Fugaku. With his status and qualifications, he no longer has to follow the rules of ordinary tribesmen. But Uchiha Masaki still did it, obviously, because of Itaka. Elder, you don't have to be like this, I already know how to train Itaka properly. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly helped Uchiha Masaki. But the old man stubbornly completed the ceremony. After everything was done, Uchiha Masaki slowly left the school grounds with the support of his tribe members. From today on, no elders from the clan will ever ask about Itake's affairs. Uchiha Masaki said lightly. Itake proved his ability to everyone through a battle. The 5-year-old elite Chunin has such a record that no longer needs any criticism from old guys like them who are half buried in the ground. What did you say? Uchiha Itake just defeated elite Chunin Uchiha Ryuta in a battle with his tribe. In the Hokage office, the 5th Hokage's snake pupils shrank slightly, listening to Anbu's report, full of surprise. To his left and right, Jiraiya and Tsunade also looked blank. That child is only over 5 years old now, right? Tsunade's words were filled with suspicion, because this kind of thing was too bizarre. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I am very sure that Itake's performance fully meets the standards of elite Chunin. The masked Anbu below said firmly. Go and bring him. I'll see him in person. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and then ordered. Sir 5th Hokage, all the members of the Uchiha clan have gone crazy. Many elders have asked to see Itake, including many old people who have retired long ago. It may not be easy to call him here now. After hesitating for a moment, Anbu from below said. Haha, that's true. No matter which family produced such an outstanding genius, it's not surprising that he fell into madness. I was negligent. After Anbu pointed it out, Orochimaru reacted. The identity of this disciple is really special. By the way, Lord Hokage. Anbu, who was half kneeling, hesitated to speak. Just say what you have to say, don't hesitate. The way Itake defeated Ryuta Uchiha was fire style. Anbu said. Fire style? This is normal. The Uchiha clan is a clan that controls fire. Itake is good at fire style. There is nothing strange about it. Orochimaru picked up a document and said casually. However, Itake's fire style is very special and does not require sealing. Moreover, his body seems to be able to merge with the flames. According to my bold speculation, Itake's condition is very similar to the light particles of Lord 3rd Hokage during the war. Anbu thought for a while and carefully expressed his guess. Tick-tock. The ink on the pen tip dripped onto the document, but Orochimaru didn't seem to notice it. Snake Eyes stared at Anbu and said word by word, Are you sure? It's very possible. I know all the secrets of Uchiha, and I've never seen such a weird situation. Considering that Itake has been practicing with Master 3rd Generation recently. Therefore, I speculate that Itake should have been taught by Master 3rd Generation and suddenly mastered the secret technique of fire style. Anbu told all the speculations in his heart. Under the mask is a familiar childish face. Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 46. It has something to do with the teacher. Orochimaru was stunned. The secret technique that turns the body into flames. Orochimaru analyzed in his heart. This way, we have to pay attention to it. In the melee that day, everyone saw Liu Yun's miraculous ability. After the light is particleized, it becomes immune to attacks, as well as the final blow from the dazzling light particles released. Every performance of Liu Yun is enough to make people scared. An Itake seemed to have realized a similar ability, but the attribute was changed to fire. Orochimaru suddenly remembered what Liu Yun said. His light release was developed by integrating the nature transformation and form changes of the 3 chakras, thunder, water, and fire. An Itake's now inherited fire. If this was a coincidence, Orochimaru wouldn't believe it. Shisui, you go back to the clan first, find a way to help Itake escape, and then bring him to see us immediately. Orochimaru thought for a moment and then ordered. Yes, Lord Hokage. As soon as he finished speaking, Shisui activated his body and disappeared from the office in an instant. Jiraiya on the side looked at Shisui who disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. Itake's defeat of elite Chunin at the age of 5 is surprising enough, and this Anbu, Uchiha Shisui, used Sharingan and Phantom Body Flicker technique to run on the battlefield in the last ninja war, and was known as Shisui Shisui. Almost everyone in the ninja world knows that the Uchiha clan is truly the cradle of geniuses. Shisui is a member of the minority Uchiha tribe in Xinjiang village. He is the true heir to the will of fire, just like his ancestor Uchiha Kagami. Orochimaru said. Shisui's attitude made the three of them very happy. Strong in strength and high in consciousness, he is also Itaka's best friend and guide. With him here, not only can he spy on the Uchiha clan's information, but he can also subtly influence Itaka's thoughts in the future. In the Uchiha tribe, Itaka was explaining his abilities to his father. At home, Anbyo comes to visit. Fugaku clan chief, 3rd Hokage-sama summons Uchiha Itaka. Fugaku looked at Shisui strangely and asked, "Is it because Itaka didn't go to study today?" 3rd generation Sama said it has something to do with Uchiha Itaka's training. Shisui raised his prepared words and said, "Oh." Upon hearing this, Fugaku immediately became serious. "In that case, it's not too late, Itaka, you set off immediately. He has learned about the Maramara fruit." Liu Yun's approach made him feel very surprised and pleasantly surprised. The other party is really trying their best to cultivate and educate Itaka. He even gave Itaka the only Maramara fruit in the ninja world. In response, Fugaku's deep-seated dissatisfaction with 3rd Hokage disappeared. Itaka quickly packed up and followed Shisui's footsteps. "Brother Shisui, isn't this the way to the 3rd generation Sama's residence?" Itaka frowned. "Itaka, the person who wants to see you is Lord 5th Hokage. I just said that to take you away smoothly and avoid making the clan leader suspicious." Shisui smiled and said that he would not hide anything from Itaka. After hearing Shisui's words, Itaka understood. He is a precocious child and can guess the twists and turns. For Shisui, Itaka also chose to believe unconditionally. 10 minutes later. Training course. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya gathered here, and they wanted to test Itaka's ability for themselves. "You said yes, the teacher gave you a fruit and you got the power of fire?" Orochimaru asked after being stunned for a while. Itaka nodded. He had said similar words to many people today. The father is asking, the elders are asking, and now it is Lord 5th Hokage's turn, also asking. After listening, Sunan fell into deep thought. This kind of story sounds so like a fantasy. If you can become stronger by eating a fruit, then the ninja's hard training is of no use. Sunan's eyes were fixed on Itaka, and then, the three of them looked at each other in tacit understanding. Jiraiya stepped forward. "Itaka, show us your ability, don't hold back, use it with all your strength." Even though he was very hungry, Itaka was still obedient and started to demonstrate the power of Maramara fruit. Elementalization, fire crow technique, everything related to new abilities, Itaka spared no effort to show off. By the end, he was almost exhausted. Maramara fruit brings him great power, but it also has a small side effect. Then the appetite will become huge, and it will be very edible. "Who?" Itaka gasped and asked, "Are you okay?" "Orochimaru-sensei, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama." After facing the magical power of Maramara fruit, the three of them fell into deep thought. "What do you think?" After a moment, Orochimaru asked with a stern face. "It's very strong, it can be said to be inexplicably strong. Regardless of how far Itaka can develop in the future, the fact that he can turn his body into flames is already invincible. Unless he is like 2nd generation grandpa, who will only by practicing water style to the ultimate and using overwhelming power can you be able to restrain it." Tsunade thought for a moment and gave his opinion. "Jiraiya, what about you? If there is an opponent of the same level who has such an ability, and if you want to defeat him, perhaps only celestial magic and sealing magic will be effective, or as Tsunade said, using attribute restraint will work." Jiraiya used Attacke's ability on his opponent, and then said with a solemn expression. After Orochimaru listened, he had the same idea as the two of them. Teacher, teacher, when will you develop this unsolvable ability? Sunan thought in his heart. Chapter 47. Achu. Liu Yun, who was fishing by the river, rubbed his nose. He didn't know what impact the Maramara fruit, which even dogs wouldn't eat, would have on the ninja world. Boredom fishing by the river. The things caught by the stars and all things fishing rod are good, but the probability is too low. Liu Yun hasn't stopped for a moment since he got the fishing rod. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spends almost all his time by the river. But what was obtained was still very little. The only gain was Attacke, the little power trainer. Liu Yun can receive a steady stream of experiences from the other party anytime and anywhere. Whether it was the development of Maramara fruit or other experiences gained from practicing, they were all accepted by Liu Yun without hesitation. He glanced at the props in his backpack. The props that have been copied are: Elementary Observation Haki, Beginner Armament Haki, 6 Basic Forms, Sparkling Fruit, Barracks Skull. Since fishing is a long-term job, it's better to send out duplicate cards. It would be a good idea to let the little leaks help him practice and gain experience. Liu Yun is thinking. Not far away, Sunan rushed towards the river carrying the already hopeless Attacke. From the early morning battle with Ryota Uchiha until now, he has been continuously demonstrating the ability of Maramara fruit. Attacke's physical loss was huge, but no one remembered that geniuses also need to eat. He was about to faint from hunger. By the river, Liu Yun looked at the three people who looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Since you are all here, it means you have something to do with me, so tell me. Liu Yun swung the fishing rod and said calmly. What a coincidence, he also has something to do with these guys. Teacher, I heard that you developed a fire-style secret technique, right? Orochimaru asked, getting straight to the point. Liu Yun nodded. Then raise one hand up. Hey! A burning flame suddenly appeared, moving nimbly in Liu Yun's hand. A few days ago, Liu Yun ate the genuine Maramara fruit. In order to accept Attacke giving him contemporary training experience. When Sunan saw it, his whole body was shocked. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the aura he sensed from Attacke. Teacher, how did you develop this secret technique? How it is developed is all given by the system. Because of the light escape, I gained a new understanding of chakra's nature transformation. I tried to separate them and accidentally created a ball of fire attribute crystals, which was a fruit for the weasels. I called it Mara. Mara fruit. Looking at the helpless weasel, Liu Yun knew that they already knew the whole story. You know it if you know it, Liu Yun has no intention of hiding it anyway. Maramara fruit? The name is quite appropriate. The three people thought. Then, Orochimaru quickly asked another key question. Can that kind of crystal be made again, or can the teacher's experience of the secret technique be written down? This is Orochimaru's biggest concern. No matter which of the above two conditions can be achieved, it will be of unprecedented help to Konoha, and Konoha's overall strength will soar to an incredible level. Just imagine, all fire-style ninjas can elementalize and become fire. That way, the ninja world will soon be at peace. But the result was destined to disappoint Orochimaru. Liu Yun shook his head. The essence of that fruit is the fire-style crystal that I separated. It cannot be regenerated. As for the specific information about this ability, I can't write it down. You can ask Attacke how to turn part of the body into fire. I believe it. He couldn't answer either. It's like it's innate, just like you don't deliberately guide your body to breathe, but breathing does not require the brain to drive it, it will happen automatically. Liu Yun thought for a while and replied. Even though he had expected it, Sunan still looked distressed. Knowing how unique this thing is, you gave it to Uchiha Attacke? Teacher, you have been masters and disciples for decades. Is it appropriate for you to do this? Tsunade's chakra attributes: fire, thunder, earth, water, and yang. Jiraiya's chakra attributes: fire, wind, earth, water, yin, yang. Orochimaru's chakra attributes: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, and yang. Which one of the three of us doesn't have fire? By chance, you gave the Maramara fruit to your new disciple who had only harvested it for a few days. Sunan looked at Liu Yun, and an aura called sadness almost overflowed from the three of them. Liu Yun on the side was on pins and needles. Damn it, forget it Tsunade, why are you two old men staring at me like this? Liu Yun roared in his heart. After a while, Orochimaru thought of something and asked. Teacher, since light escape is completed by the nature transformation combination of thunder, water, and fire, the three chakras. Since you can separate fire, then the remaining thunder and water must also. Speaking of this, Orochimaru smiled sheepishly. It is really embarrassing to ask teachers for things at such an old age. But as a scientific madman, he has the ability to turn people's bodies into elements. To say that Orochimaru wasn't interested would be a lie. No matter how bad it is, it's not bad to gain this ability and strengthen your own strength. Elementalization, this mysterious ability, who wouldn't want to have it? But Liu Yun shook his head again. The only separation that has been completed temporarily is fire, and the remaining thunder and water are not yet clear. Liu Yun spoke, and the three of them felt like they were hit hard again. But Liu Yun changed the topic. I separated the light escape. Liu Yun's understatement was like a bomb dropped on a calm lake. Chapter 48. After hearing Liu Yun's words, the three people who had already given up their hearts turned pale, and then slowly became shocked. Teacher, what did you say? The three of them spoke tremblingly. I will separate the light escape and give it to one of the three of you. Liu Yun put down the fishing rod and then stood up. Take out the copied sparkling fruit. It also has strange patterns and strange shapes, and is entirely yellow. From the appearance, it looks like multiple small peaches kneaded and glued together. There are circles of lines on it. Eating it will give you the same secret of light escape as me. Just like the Maramara fruit, I named this fruit sparkling fruit. After listening to Liu Yun's words, the expressions of the three people suddenly changed drastically. The hearts of the three of them were moved at the same time. Today's Sunan has not yet had a stable state of mind at the beginning of the original plot. This can be seen from Orochimaru's willingness to take over the Hokage's responsibility, and Jiraiya and Tsunade's willingness to stay in the village to assist him. Their deepest wishes have not yet been shattered. They all want to change this cruel world. Liu Yun's sparkling fruit is undoubtedly a shortcut. But there is only one fruit, and it can only be given to one of them. Sunan, but there are three. Teacher, can the three of us share the food, so that Konoha Sunan can gain your power at the same time? Tsunade thought for a while and came up with a compromise plan. No, once the condensed chakra crystals are dispersed, the effect will disappear. Only one person must eat the fruit without any leftover for it to be effective. Liu Yun's words made the three of them look a little struggling. A silent confrontation is slowly taking place. And Liu Yun didn't bother them. He also wanted to know whether the so-called Konoha Sunan was a plastic companion. By the river, there was only the sound of the river water and the growling sound from the ferret's belly. But no one cared about Ataki anymore. After a moment, Jiraiya smiled heartily. I'm quitting. Although light escape looks very good, I am a man who will soon become an immortal. Whether he has new abilities or not, it doesn't matter to me. Jiraiya's words were full of relief, but soon he put his hand on Liu Yun's shoulder. Old man, don't forget in the future. Wind, earth, water, anything will do. Remember to separate one for me. Jiraiya hugged Liu Yun and said coquettishly. And just when he gave up on his own initiative, Tsunade also spoke. Leave it to Orochimaru. He is the Hokage. Compared to us, he carries unimaginable pressure on his shoulders. If you want to be a Hokage, you don't have enough strength. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and slowly relaxed them. Without relying on those external forces, I can still protect Konoha and protect Dan and awake his dreams. After finishing speaking, Tsunade took a step back and stood beside Liu Yun. You. Orochimaru looked at the two of them, never expecting that before the temptation of elementalization and becoming light, two close friends could actually do this. Take the initiative to give up and leave this only opportunity to yourself. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Orochimaru wanted to say something, but the words came to his lips and he couldn't. No need for mother-in-law, you are not your style, Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and teased. Don't forget, you are a Hokage. Sunin has a rare warm atmosphere. After the teacher changed his personality, many things changed invisibly. The original defector became a Hokage, and the two people who originally left the village for travel returned to the village, and the nervous Uchiha clan also reconciled with the village. Everything is changing for the better. Liu Yun on the side looked at this warm companionship. Shaking his head, Liu Yun looked at Itaki and touched the latter's little head. We should be under the car, not in the car. Itaki couldn't understand the meaning of the teacher's words, except that he was very hungry, so hungry that he was about to die. Actually, you don't have to worry about it, I've already made a decision in my heart. Liu Yun spoke slowly, with a calm and serious voice. Light release is very strong, but it doesn't match well with Orochimaru. Sunin. We are all moved, and the atmosphere has been set up for this purpose. Are you saying that Orochimaru is not suitable? When Jiraiya saw this, he immediately stood up and objected. Teacher, Orochimaru, as Hokage, is also your disciple, in Konoha, both in public and private. Before he could finish speaking, Orochimaru stopped him with his hand. He was not too disappointed, but looked at Liu Yun with a smile and asked. I follow the teacher's arrangements. It is true that although I am very interested in sparkling fruit, it is only academic after all. Whether it is Jiraiya or Tsunade, in terms of abilities and attributes, they are more suitable than me. It's like untying some knot in my heart. Sunin looked at each other, then smiled heartily. Everything is said without saying anything. Silence is better than sound at this time. It's a pity that Minato is no longer here. Otherwise, with him here, he would be the most suitable candidate for sparkling fruit. Yellow flash and light escape, what a dazzling configuration. Jiraiya thought of his disciples and said with a gloomy expression. You don't have to be disappointed. As a teacher, I never said that the only new things I have researched recently are Maramara fruit and shiny fruit. Liu Yun spoke again, causing the three of them to have another cardiopulmonary arrest. Chapter 49. At this moment, whether it was Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Orochimaru, they all wanted to rush up and grab Liu Yun's collar. Can UFG finish it all in one go? This can be seen from Jiraiya's raised hair, Tsunade's clenched fists, and Orochimaru's contracted snake eyes. Put away sparkling fruit. Liu Yun took out several other things. This time, it's a few scrolls. Liu Yun handed it to them in turn. Observation Haki. Jiraiya looked at the words written on the scroll and said with some confusion. Armament Haki. Tsunade is holding a scroll. The name written on her scroll is very similar to Jiraiya's. The difference is that one is the color of knowledge and the other is the color of weapons. Orochimaru, on the other hand, still got nothing. Tsunade, Jiraiya, do as I ask, now. Liu Yun spoke up, with urgency and suppression in his words. The expressions of the two people changed quickly. Put the scroll close to your forehead, and the information inside will be automatically read into your brains. Do as I say, quickly. The two of them did as they were told. The moment the scroll came close to his forehead, a magical scene happened. The paper scroll was instantly reduced to ashes, and a beam of light shined into their bodies. Liu Yun's voice sounded in their minds. The potential power that all human beings possess, this power is the innate ability, momentum, murderous intention, fighting spirit. When these invisible feelings are manipulated, willpower can be turned into a weapon. This powerful power, people call it haki. Haki is divided into 3 types: informed color, armed color and conquerors. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both reading and understanding Liu Yun's introduction to haki. And, learn about the types of haki the two of them get correspondingly. Originally, Liu Yun certainly wanted to pass all haki to his 3 cheap apprentices at once. As a universal ability for people in the One Piece world, haki is not unique, so it can be copied multiple times. However, due to duplication of the card's CD, only these 2 copies have been produced for the time being. As long as Liu Yun is given time, it is only a matter of time before he can make up for Orochimaru's share. Time passed little by little, and in the space of consciousness, the two of them listened to Liu Yun's teachings with fascination. The world of Hokage also has the existence of conscious space, Mangeki Sharingan's Tsukuyomi, and Sage of 6 Paths Old Man's teleportation to Nazusa and his wife. Liu Yun's teaching method is similar to that of 6 Paths. In essence, both of them are passed on. After a while, the two opened their eyes. At this moment, their eyes were filled with confusion. This ability originating from another world has given them a lot to gain. How are you studying? Liu Yun asked. The two of them were silent, just frowning and acting extremely confused. Orochimaru on the side looked at the two silent people. He was more anxious than Liu Yun. What's going on here? It's a very magical power. It's like giving me an extra pair of eyes. I can see the threats that are coming anytime and anywhere. Jiraiya said with difficulty. It can greatly increase my physique and improve my defense. It is like invisible armor and can also evolve into attack power. Tsunade also looked confused. Can you two speak human language and say something I can understand? Orochimaru's face darkened and he said slightly displeased. This is really unbelievable, teacher. Have you ever gotten this magical power? After a while, their eyes gradually brightened. Jiraiya looked at Liu Yun, his eyes filled with horror and questions. It is different from everything we have learned about ninjas in the past. It can be said that this completely reshaped my worldview. Haki, is there such a magical power in the world? Tsunade raised his hand. The white palms painted with red nail polish, through the subtle control of chakra, give Tsunade supernatural powers far beyond ordinary people. Tsunade thought, and instantly, the snow-white palms were covered with a layer of pitch-black ink. This scene immediately shocked Orochimaru. What's the situation? Very good, it looks like you all gained a lot. Liu Yun said with satisfaction. Jiraiya has a balanced ability. What he lacks is a strong sense of perception. Seeing and hearing haki can strongly feel the opponent's voice and read the location and number of enemies outside the line of sight, as well as the actions the opponent will take in the next moment. Furthermore, observation haki has a lot to do with psychology. You can only use it when you need to be calm. You cannot use observation haki when you are emotional or losing your mind. In this regard, Tsunade is not as good as you. Liu Yun commented. Beside, Tsunade's face turned dark instantly. After all, the teacher said, why are you still cursing in a roundabout way? In the original work, Jiraiya sneaked into Rain Shinobi village, fought with pain to that extent without knowing the other party's information, and was able to steal the other party's information and send it back to Konoha, providing powerful help to the prince and pain in the battle. It can be said that Jiraiya is the ceiling for ordinary ninjas in the Hokage world. 8-gate guy does not count. Without bloodline, without blood, Jiraiya's strength is considered complete. Liu Yun continued, observation haki has many functions. It can sense attacks, predict the opponent's next moves, sense the opponent's strength, emotions, and thoughts, and the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. These are the basic abilities of seeing and hearing colors. Not only that, Jiraiya, if you practice observation haki to the top, you can even foresee the future. Liu Yun dropped another bombshell. Chapter 50. See the future. Everyone present was stunned. Is that kind of ability really something that humans can achieve? Jiraiya thought of the great Toad Sennin of Mount Maiboku. The prophecy from Toad Sage's mouth will teach the power of the toad to the boy who appears in Mount Maiboku, that is, Jiraiya. In order for him to see with his own eyes the future he was about to face, his future disciples would be the legendary children of prophecy. For this reason, Jiraiya accepted Minato and also took care of the 3 Nagatos with Rinnegan in Rain Shinobi village. Now, Liu Yun told him that as long as you can practice observation haki to ultimate, you can foresee the future. This is no longer relayed by others, but he can see it with his own eyes. Boom! Jiraiya's heart was pounding, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. I can see it with my own eyes. A strong desire took hold of his heart. Then, teacher, can you see the future now? Jiraiya's eyes were full of pleading, even a little bit pleading. I see things further than you, but it's not enough. Liu Yun knew what he wanted to know. Jiraiya, the future is still very long, you can try to see it with your own eyes. Liu Yun made a point. I always think of relying on my teacher in everything, and practicing honestly and using it as an experience storage capsule is the right path. I see. After hearing this, Jiraiya was startled for a moment, then nodded silently. But Liu Yun saw that Jiraiya's fists had been clenched quietly. As long as you have the motivation. Liu Yun said heartily. After saying Jiraiya, Liu Yun turned his attention to Tsunade. Unlike Jiraiya, armament haki was given to Tsunade simply because this ability suits her so well. Tsunade, thanks to the abilities of the Senju clan, you can precisely control chakra, so your power is unparalleled. Armament haki is very compatible with your power. It can act on your own body or be attached to objects. After listening to Liu Yun's words, Tsunade nodded silently. The teacher's analysis is absolutely correct. With armament haki, her strange power will be even higher in the future, and her own defense will be strengthened to make up for her shortcomings. Your current understanding of armament haki is just the beginning. Through practice in the future, you will be able to appreciate the mystery of haki. Hardening is only the most elementary function. In the future, there will be entanglement, external exposure, and internal destruction. Anyway, you too should remember to do your best to develop haki's abilities. Liu Yun said with a serious expression. Is teacher? It was rare for the two of them to answer seriously side by side. It feels like we are back a few decades ago, when they were still children and were taught by their teachers. Also, I discovered another use for armament haki. Liu Yun smiled. Well, for what purpose? Tsunade asked immediately. Liu Yun raised his arm and elementalized half of his hand into golden light particles. Tsunade, try attacking my hand. I'm sorry, teacher. After hearing this, Tsunade clenched his fists, and then punched Liu Yun's elemental hand hard. The fist wind was frightening, with bursts of air-piercing sounds. It's a pity that the attack penetrated directly and failed to hurt Liu Yun at all. Try again, this time remember to use the weapon color. As soon as Liu Yun finished speaking, Tsunade's armor-colored fist struck directly. Without any hesitation, the force used was even greater than before. Liu Yun's head was filled with black lines. Bang! A crisp blasting sound. Fortunately, Liu Yun also used armed defense at critical moments. The two black fists collided, causing shock waves in the air. You can actually attack the teacher's entity. Surprise flashed in Tsunade's eyes. He retracted his fist and squeezed it again. This time, Tsunade used even more power. Stop, stop, stop! Liu Yun quickly stopped. This is more or less a personal grudge. As you can see, with the weapon color, you can grab some intangible things, including elementalized bodies. Liu Yun put away her hand and explained. Including the teacher who has become a particle of light. When Tsunade heard this, her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Snapped. A crisp sound. Liu Yun suffered another blow to his head. This time, he used armed colors. Hiss, it hurts. Tsunade covered his head and quickly used medical ninjutsu to treat him. Your focus is very strange. This kind of thinking is very dangerous. Put it away quickly. Even if you can attack my entity, I have to tell you that there are strong and weak haki. Your haki is better than mine. Down. Liu Yun said to the unfilial disciple. Then what level has teacher's haki reached? Tsunade asked hurriedly. Shaking his head, Liu Yun said, this is none of your business. Tsunade. Listen clearly, armament haki can be learned through practice, and it can also become stronger through practice. There are differences in intensity, and it varies from person to person. You can adjust the intensity of use to any intensity within the upper limit of your own haki intensity according to your needs. At the same time, the amount of armed color varies from person to person. The greater the haki amount, the higher the intensity of the armed color, and the corresponding attack and defense range. It should also be noted that the weapon color will be consumed. The consumption rate will be different depending on the intensity and amount of use. After consumption, it can recover by itself through rest. One last thing, it's for you Tsunade, I just added it specially. What is it? Teacher. Although the armed color can attack elementalized entities, I can also predict your attack in advance and take corresponding measures to deform to avoid the attack. Liu Yun's words were full of cunning. Tsunade. Chapter 51. A lesson for unfilial disciples. Although Liu Yun's words are nonsense, that is not the point. Both of them realized haki's mystery. Jiraiya's perception has been enhanced, and Tsunade's weapons have been enhanced. For them, they are even more powerful. There is another one in Sunan, who saw that Liu Yun was almost done explaining and teaching Tsunade and Jiraiya. Orochimaru on the side looked at Liu Yun nervously. The expression speaks for itself. Teacher, you can't favor one thing over another. Liu Yun also looked at Orochimaru, pretending to think for a moment and then said. Orochimaru's situation is a bit special. I have nothing to give you today. Orochimaru. So, I am the redundant one, right? Liu Yun didn't have the nerve to tell him that the main reason was to copy the CD, and he didn't have time to copy haki for Orochimaru. He could only talk nonsense seriously. Unlike the two of them, I have prepared another great gift for you, but it's not the right time yet. Liu Yun pretended to be entangled and acted very coy. So, teacher, what can you prepare? Orochimaru really wanted to ask Liu Yun that, but he held back the words. Then I will just wait for the teacher's arrangements. Orochimaru was so disappointed that he didn't even bother to pretend. Especially after listening to the introduction of the two hakis, it would be a lie to say that he is not eager. The power that transcends this world, foresees the future, and is armed with lust. This guy who appears to be Hokage, but is actually Frankenstein, has long been unable to hold back his strong desire for research. Orochimaru, since my master is willing to pass on the position of Hokage to you, this proves that in my heart, you are an excellent successor. Liu Yun patted Orochimaru, pulled Orochimaru aside with serious words, and whispered while avoiding the people around him. Recently, I have been developing another item that is particularly suitable for you. The research is nearing completion. Soon, you will be able to obtain a unique treasure. Among Sunan, Jiraiya has a loose nature, and Tsunade is irritable. They are the people I value most. In fact, it's still you. Liu Yun remembered that in his previous life, the company boss always talked to him like this. seamlessly grafted onto Orochimaru today. Orochimaru, who had a dull look on his face, had not realized that he had been pooed by Liu Yun. If that's the case, then it's all up to the teacher. At this point, he couldn't say anything more. I can only nod in agreement. So far, armament haki has been successfully sold to Tsunade and Jiraiya. The two of them naturally became Liu Yun's practice experience storage capsule. Of course, considering the emotions of his disciples, Liu Yun was considerate and did not tell them the truth. It's not too early to make this move. As the evening approached, several people also stood up and left. Only then did the three of them see Itachi, who was already half dead. Itachi, who had lost hope in life, now looked haggard. As a medical ninja, Tsunade was obliged to check Itachi's body. The situation is very dangerous. His body is reaching its limit. Without energy intake, his life will be in danger. Chakra probed into Itachi's body, Tsunade said solemnly after checking. What do you mean? Jiraiya said a little confused. He's just starving to death. Tsunade rolled his eyes. Although Maramara fruit's amplification effect is great, the consumption of physical strength is extremely terrifying. Tsunade, your weapon color is the same. Liu Yun thought for a moment and then said. Orochimaru, why don't you take him back to the Hokage office, or send him home? Otherwise, the talented young master of the Uchiha clan will starve to death in my place, and I won't listen if the news spreads. Hearing this, the three of them looked at Liu Yun with wide eyes. I never expected that Liu Yun would have such a bodhisattva heart. In this case, shouldn't we take Itachi to eat? Okay, today's lectures are finished. Let's go. It's getting dark and I have to go back to rest. Liu Yun put away the fishing rod and said calmly. After saying that, no matter what the fourth disciple's reaction was, his whole body turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared from the scene. 4 people. Liu Yun walked so fast because he sensed 3 special auras. Konoha Cemetery, Obito and Black Zetsu are standing in the cemetery. There was nothing visible on Black Zetsu's face, while Obito was silently guarding a girl whose body was on the verge of collapse. Lin's condition was very dangerous at this moment. Her body was like a dry riverbed, starting to crack little by little. Lin, we have arrived in Konoha. I have arranged for my men to find that person. He will arrive soon. Nothing will happen to you, and I will not let anything happen to you. Obito was anxious at the moment, holding the broken Lin in his arms, as gently as he was holding a fragile porcelain doll. Black Zetsu on the side looked at Obito coldly. It's just a person who has died a long time ago. Is that so? Black Zetsu doesn't take any woman in the world seriously. Except for his mother, of course. All around, there were gusts of cold wind blowing. The leaves in the distance made sparse sounds when blown by the wind, and a disgusting smell of death slowly descended. Liu Yun put on a new skin and rushed to the scene wearing a necromancer's vest. When he saw the broken Lin, Liu Yun probably made 2 or 3 guesses. The young couple had a great time playing together. I squeezed her body with the underworld and it almost fell apart. Obito, as expected of you. Chapter 52. Obito was not in the mood to think deeply about the ambiguous gaze of the necromancer Liu Yun. Now he just wants to save Lin as soon as possible. Seeing Liu Yun appear, I was overjoyed and immediately got to the point. Look at Lin, her body is about to collapse, she is about to die. Obito said anxiously. She would have been dead. Liu Yun also observed the girl. A ray of undead mana was injected into Lin's body, and then the wizard hat's face couldn't help but look stunned. Tell me, how did you play her like this? Liu Yun asked, crossing his arms. What are you talking about? Obito couldn't help but roared, he was in no mood to argue with Liu Yun now. My lover is dying, and the other person is saying weird things. According to the agreed time, there are still more than 2 months before I can recharge this little girl's mana. Even if the mana is exhausted, the body I refined for her using the underworld will not be damaged unless it suffers an extremely strong external impact. Now, her body is in pieces, the inner structure has been severely damaged, and all the magic power I poured into it has also been scattered. Liu Yun slowly explained Lin's physical condition. Every time Liu Yun said another sentence, Obito's face showed more self-blame. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for not protecting Lin. I shouldn't have let Nagato do that to her body. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Obito blamed himself incoherently. Liu Yun on the side seemed to have discovered something extraordinary from these few words. Turtle. It turns out there were 3 of us together. Are you rebellious ninjas playing so wildly? Then, can we still rescue Lin now? Obito's eyes were full of pleading. Of course, it's just a physical damage. I can just give her a new body. Liu Yun said nonchalantly. Now Lin is essentially a puppet made of remains and hell soil. Not to mention that she is about to collapse, even if she is broken into pieces, Liu Yun can recover. The scepter was raised, bursts of green light emitted from the top, aimed at Lin's body, and the light fell. Moment. The broken cracks slowly recovered, and after a few breaths, Lin's body returned to normal. Obito looked at Liu Yun's methods, and the tension he had been feeling for many days finally calmed down. Although this BD is shameless, his abilities are indeed terrifying. Obito commented to Liu Yun from the bottom of his heart. Black Zetsu on the side was also observing Liu Yun's movements. Unlike Obito's relief, Black Zetsu's thoughts are much more complicated. Who is he? When did this person appear in the ninja world? This kind of ability has never appeared in the past 1,000 years. As a 6th man who has lived in poverty for thousands of years, he is a Grand Master level figure in the ninja world, regardless of his knowledge or vision. Not only that, Black Zetsu also discovered that Liu Yun in front of him was a dead thing. From him, he could not sense any breath of the living. Where did this guy come from? How did he meet Obito? Countless questions lingered in Black Zetsu's mind. Done. After a while, Liu Yun put away the scepter and stopped injecting mana. At this time, Lin's skin was delicate and white. If she wasn't breathing and had scary pupils, she would be no different from a normal person. Obito, on the other hand, led Lin behind him slightly hurriedly, as if to guard against thieves. Looking at the nervous Obito, Liu Yun felt helpless. In the other party's heart, the more mysterious Liu Yun's methods are, the more guarded Obito is. Normal people will fall into fear when faced with something beyond their own knowledge. Obito tried to use Sharingan to observe Liu Yun, but this tattered robe was able to isolate his eyesight. Even if there is an occasional leak, all that can be observed is a disgusting mass of dead air, and there is chaos inside. The main reason why Obito took Lin back to Konoha today was for his girlfriend. The secondary reason is to let Black Zetsu also observe Liu Yun. After all, he is the will left behind by Madara, so he might be able to discover something. He felt uncomfortable being stared at by the 2 men. Liu Yun's hoarse voice sounded. Tell me, how did you break the solid underworld? There is another power in this little girl's body. Liu Yun said, raising his hands and spreading them out at the same time. In his palm, a ball of chakra was struggling. Faced with the question, Obito was silent for a moment, but just shook his head and said, it was just an accident. Humph, surprise. Liu Yun snorted coldly and said. I just want to explore the source of my power, so I use external forces to invade and find out. From this ball of chakra, Liu Yun sensed an inextricable connection with Sharingan, but the level was much higher than Sharingan. And there are people with this ability around Obito. Nagato. Only his Rinnegan could possibly do it. Obito, who was exposed by Liu Yun, had no choice but to remain silent. Not long ago, I took Lin back to the country of rain in order to find out Liu Yun's abilities. After careful consideration, Obito decided to take the risk and let Nagato give it a try. After all, no one wants their girlfriend's life and death to be controlled by others. Liu Yun has too much initiative. As long as he has a thought, Lin will be in danger. In love with Lin, Nagato took action. But who knows, Rinnegan's ability has just invaded Lin's body. Accidents happen. A huge amount of undead mana leaked, and this force was far more powerful than anyone imagined. Not only did Lin become fragmented, but the apparent second-in-command of the Akatsuki organization, the Angel Konan, was seriously injured. He is still lying half-dead in Rain Shinobi Village. Chapter 53. Liu Yun's undead magic is extremely vicious and vicious. No matter what Nagato and Obito tried, they couldn't expel him. The energy that invaded Konan's body was difficult to match with any chakra in the world. Nagato tried using Kid to absorb it, but it didn't help. Recently, although Nagato has been taking good care of Konan and barely helped Konan suppress the corrosive energy, the force of the rebound is getting stronger and stronger. Now, Konan's life hangs by a thread. Originally going to Konoha this time, Obito had suggested that Konan should follow him all the way. But Nagato disagreed. Before Obito set out, he threatened him that he would find a way to cure Konan no matter what he begged or robbed. Therefore, strictly speaking, Liu Yun has to save not only Lin, but also one more person, Konan. But how can we make Liu Yun obediently return to Rain Shinobi Village with them voluntarily? Beat? This is definitely not possible. Liu Yun cannot be offended. At this point, all I can do is use the traditional art of the Hokage world, mouth escape. I don't know how to address you. Obito asked in a gentle tone. Barak. Liu Yun was talking nonsense. Anyway, it was okay to say that he was Barak. The skull was still in the system space. Moreover, Liu Yun also inherited Barak's power. Barak. Obito and Black Zetsu searched their minds and confirmed that they had never heard of this name. Obito continued, Barak, you are not from Konoha, are you? What does it matter to you where I am? Seeing Obito's sudden change of attitude, Liu Yun tried to understand the situation. Since you know that we have an organization in the country of Rain, I hereby solemnly invite you, Mr. Barak, to join our organization and contribute to world peace. Liu's heart was filled with black lines, and the deathly silence lingering around his body slowly formed a question mark. Without even thinking about it, Liu Yun refused directly. I have no interest in your organization. How could Liu Yun, who had finally retired and lived a happy life, fall into a pit again? The organization is the Akatsuki organization. It sounds great, why fight for world peace? Anyone who knows what the actual situation is no different from a pyramid scheme. The number 1 MLM village in the ninja world, Konoha, talks about the consciousness of fire every day. The number 1 MLM organization in the ninja world, the Akatsuki organization, talks about world peace and the eye of the moon every day. Isn't it just a group of rebel ninjas who got together and wanted to make a big deal? Only a fool would be willing to join such a boring organization. Taking a step back, Liu Yun worked for others in his previous life. After time travel, do you still want me to work for you? Then I didn't travel through time in vain? Liu Yun's rejection was within Obito's expectation. Achieving peace is the hope of most people, but Liu Yun in front of him doesn't look too human. Your Excellency, don't be too busy refusing. Obito said as he took out a ring and threw it to Liu Yun. Null. Looking at the words on the ring, Liu Yun was puzzled. The token of the members of the Akatsuki organization is the ring owned by future Orochimaru in the original work. With this thing, our communication will be more convenient in the future. Obito didn't expect Liu Yun to agree immediately. This ring not only communicates with others, but also accurately locates Liu Yun's location. This guy's dragon has never seen its end. Asking them to come to the cemetery and wait every time is not an option. Fortunately, Liu Yun did not refuse the ring. Seeing this, Obito felt happy. At least it would be much easier to find Liu Yun in the future. This little girl's injury has healed and she's fine. I'll leave first. After Liu Yun finished speaking, he raised his feet and prepared to leave without interrupting his chat with Obito, etc. Obito saw this and quickly stopped him. What happened again? There was a hint of displeasure in Liu Yun's words. That's right, we have another thing to ask for during this trip. I want to ask you to accompany us on a trip to save a person, a woman. Obito said it bluntly. Rescue. Liu Yun was stunned. Does it matter whether he is a boy or a girl? Find him a necromancer to save people? Killing is more or less the same. Liu Yun pointed at Lin. Who else do you want me to help you resurrect? No, 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 you misunderstood, you are resurrected, but... Later, Obito told Konan the whole story. Want me to accompany you to Rain Shinobi village? Liu Yun frowned. Yes. Don't go. Liu Yun once again waved her hand and refused. Don't refuse in a hurry. If you can save that woman, you will get a favor from a strong man. With all due respect, Barak, this man's origins are extraordinary, and his humanity is extraordinary. Obito looked mysterious, and the next second, he planned to tell the story about Nagato Rinnegan. Prepare to pull Liu Yun's A with a knife and open his eyes. Just when he was about to speak, Liu Yun took the lead and said, Rinnegan, I know that Nagato is pretty good, but he's not ready for me to meet him in person. Obito? Chapter 54. Why does Liu Yun seem to know every step he takes? He even knows Rinnegan and Nagato. Is there anything in the world that Liu Yun doesn't know? Is the Akatsuki organization's confidentiality level that low now? Obito has some doubts about life. What do you know? Looking at Obito, who was doubting his life, Liu Yun felt very happy. A young man of 14 or 15 years old, pretending to be a boss in front of me. Omniscient and omnipotent, all the secrets of the ninja world are under my control. Liu Yun looks like an outsider. Wearing an ancient mage's robe and a wizard's hat that hides his true face, Liu Yun's current appearance completely fits the image of an outsider in the imagination of any two-dimensional character. Since you know Nagato and Rinnegan, you should also know what Konan means to him. Speaking of which, there is no point in pretending to be sexy in front of Liu Yun. Sincerity is the most effective nirvana, Obito decided to hit the straight target. I don't care what it means, but one thing I know is that if the living is invaded by the power of the undead, it will be deeply imprinted in the depths of the soul, and the recipient will suffer great pain without interruption. No one in the world can do it except me. Clear it out. There was unconcealable confidence in Liu Yun's words. Necromancer, the top mage of Otherworld. How could his ability be so easy to deal with? Senior, just tell me what you want? Stop teasing me. Obito shook his head, feeling a little discouraged. The title of Liu Yun has changed from that guy, you, to senior. You can save her, but you have to agree to 2 of my demands. Liu Yun thought for a while and said. Senior, please tell me. First, help me find someone. Find someone. Hearing this, Obito was suddenly surprised. Don't you claim to be omniscient and omnipotent? Do you still need me to find someone for you? An organization, or a monk? Liu Yun said. Organization? Monk. Obito repeated these 2 pieces of information, unable to figure out what kind of medicine Liu Yun was selling in his gourd, and then said, Senior, please be more specific. The organization is called Shell. Its inner formation members wear black cloaks and are equipped with scientific ninja tools. Their leader is called Ci Xian. Liu Yun recalled the information revealed in Boruto's biography. I'm not sure whether the Shell organization has been established, but Ci Xian must be there. As he spoke, Liu Yun used his magic power to manifest Ci Xian's appearance. Obito and Zetsu came up to take a closer look, and even Lin on the side took a few glances. The picture is a little blurry, but it's clear enough. He is the person I want you to find for me, Xian. He is a monk. He lived in the ancient times thousands of years ago and has been around for a long time. On the side, Obito. Black Zetsu. 1,000 years old? Live until now? Obito just felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Barak is known to people from 1,000 years ago, so doesn't it mean that he is also a person from 1,000 years ago? How old is he this year? How long have you lived? Even better than Sage of Six Paths, it will also disappear in the long river of history. The only thing that is immortal in the ninja world is the tailed beast. Don't look at me with that strange look. What I tell you is the truth, the oldest truth about the ninja world. Liu Yun said enigmatically. Don't you want to get a glimpse of the world's secrets? Then let me tell you, Xian is the ultimate secret. He hides secrets that you can't even imagine. Obito felt that he had been deceived by Liu Yun, but he couldn't explain it. This is your first condition. We just need to find him and confirm his whereabouts, is that all? That's right. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Obito could only nod. Looking for someone, this is not too much of a condition. What about your second condition? Obito continued to ask. At this time, Liu Yun floated and slowly approached Black Zetsu. The scepter is then aimed at Black Zetsu. I want to talk to him alone. With Black Zetsu. Obito was a little surprised. Isn't this guy just a ball of consciousness left behind by Madara? He doesn't even have a physical form, he has to live in White Zetsu. What's there to talk about alone with him? Could it be? Obito was startled in his heart, and suddenly realized something. Since the other party knows about Nagato and Rinnegan, then maybe he knows that all this is Madara's plan. The real master of the Rinnegan is Madara, and Obito knows this. The birth of Black Zetsu originated from Madara. Talking to Black Zetsu is equivalent to talking to Madara. Hi. It's really high. Obito has sorted things out in his mind. Then, he looked at Black Zetsu thoughtfully. Of course, please. After saying that, Obito pulled Lin and slowly walked away. In the empty mausoleum, only Liu Yun and Black Zetsu were left. With his arms folded, Liu Yun slowly circled around Zetsu, his eyes under the wizard's hat examining Black Zetsu bit by bit. After looking at the other party's strange eyes for a long time, Black Zetsu couldn't stand it anymore. Ahem, my lord asked me to stay. Do you have something important to tell me? In his mind, Black Zetsu was ready to use Madara as a shield. His identity is Madara's consciousness. However, Liu Yun's performance still made him feel uncomfortable. Black Zetsu kept comforting himself. It's okay, no one knows that I am my mother's split consciousness, it's okay. After a while, Liu Yun spoke up and introduced the opening remarks he had been thinking about for a long time. Where's your mother? Chapter 55. Black Zetsu. It was like a thunder exploded in my mind. Black Zetsu has imagined tens of thousands of opening lines, and you can never guess them, Liu Yun would say. Where is my mother? My mom is on the moon. Black Zetsu complained crazily in his heart. Ba, Lord Barak, I don't understand what you are talking about. Black Zetsu smiled dryly, then prevaricated. Liu Yun was quite interested in this filial son. In the world of Hokage, Black Zetsu is a very special existence. He is so immortal that even Nezuo from Six Paths has no choice but to seal him away. In terms of ability, Black Zetsu's combat power rivals Kakashi's. He was the one who was split open by Kojuro's sword, and he was also the one who ripped out Madara's heart from behind. Of course, the battle with Kojuro can be understood as a waste of time. But one thing is certain, Black Zetsu's combat power lies in the metaphysical realm of quantum fluctuations. Apart from his ability, this guy's perseverance is unparalleled in the world. Ever since Kaguya was sealed by her two filial sons, Black Zetsu has been living in humiliation. I had my eye on Hamura and Hago Romo, and found that they couldn't handle it, so I decided to grab each other's dolls. Even their reincarnations are not spared. After struggling for 1,000 years, he finally found a breakthrough in Madara. Moreover, Zetsu also said in the original work that if Madara failed to activate the Rinnegan, he planned to continue waiting for the next opportunity. Not to mention anything else, but with this deep love for his mother, if there was a filial son ranking in Hokage, he would definitely reach the top. In the Hokage world where fathers are kind and sons are filial, and brothers and sisters are respectful, Black Zetsu is definitely a breath of fresh air. Liu Yun looked him back and forth, then slowly said, "How is your mother, Satsuki Kaguya, doing now?" "Hey!" A murderous intent shot out from Black Zetsu's eyes, staring at Liu Yun. Black Zetsu said angrily, "How do you know my mother's name? Who are you? What do you know?" Liu Yun was speechless when he asked this question 3 times in a row with no new ideas. "I'm showing off my cards. Not only do I know your mother, Satsuki Kaguya, but I also know that she was originally a ranger of the Satsuki clan. She came to this world just to plant trees. Not only that, I also know that between him and her 2 sons, mother is kind and son is filial. Touching story. I also know that you deliberately tampered with the broken stone tablet at the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha tribe, and deliberately made Uchiha Madara think that infinite Tsukuyomi is the only way to save the world. The entire ninja world, Uchiha Madara, Obito, and the Akatsuki organization, are all just pawns for you to unlock Kaguya's seal. Am I right?" Liu Yun chuckled. "If you want to play, just play big. It would be interesting to talk directly to the big boss behind the scenes." One phone call removed Black Zetsu's underwear. Now, Black Zetsu calmed down. "Are you mom's enemy or your friend?" Looking at Ju, who suddenly became hardened, Liu Yun blinked and joked. "You guess." A kind of irritation at being played rose from the bottom of my heart. "With your immortal form and perseverance, you could dig with a hoe, and you might be able to hollow out the moon and save your mother for thousands of years." Liu Yun joked. "There is a 6-path seal on the moon by that traitor Hago Roro. I have no way of breaking it. There are also descendants of Hamura guarding the seal for generations. Without activating infinite Tsukuyomi, it would be impossible to rescue my mother." Ju shook his head and said. "You want to rescue Kaguya?" Liu Yun asked. Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "Of course, the purpose of my existence is to save my mother. How about we cooperate?" Liu Yun came up with a bold idea. "You?" Ju glanced at Liu Yun and said with a hint of disdain, "You can't do it. You don't have the Rinnegan or the power of 6 paths. Why should I cooperate with you? I know your identity and I know your plan clearly." Liu Yun said with a wink. "Guess what? If I tell Obito, tell Nagato, or tell Madara who you really are, what do you think they will do to you?" "You? Are you threatening me?" Black Army said angrily with a sullen face. "Just to threaten you, should I treat you to breakfast? There's no threat, it's just about getting what you want." Liu Yun shook his head and said. "Sixian, the monk I asked Obito to find, do you know who his true identity is?" Black Zetsu shook his head. "His true identity is Satsuki Ishiki. In ancient times, he came to this world with your mother as a partner to plant sacred trees. During this period, he was seriously injured due to Kaguya's betrayal and sneak attack. Since then, he has been parasitic in Ci Xian's body and barely survived." Liu Yun simply spoiled the contents of Boruto's biography completely. "Really?" Black Zetsu seemed to be petrified, and he had no way of knowing these secrets. Kaguya was in an emergency situation when he gave birth to him, and he didn't even have time to shape him physically. It is normal for Black Zetsu not to know this secret that even Hamura and Hago Romo know. "After you find Ci Xian, you can confirm it yourself. Friendly reminder, because Ci Xian's body cannot bear the power of the Tsutsuki clan, his ability to exert is very limited. Now is the best time to get close to him. Liu Yun disclosed the information to Black Zetsu conscientiously. Chapter 56. This guy is a real talent. From ancient times to the present, one behavior stands out. Regarding the various major secrets of the ninja world, the confidential documents of each ninja clan are definitely like living fossils. It would be a pity to not allow such a talented person to work for him and cut leaks. It was said to be cooperation, but Liu Yun did not contribute anything substantial at all. Giving out information about Tsutsuki Ishiki is just a blank promise. He has absolutely no fear of never cooperating with him. Such bombshell news has been thrown out. As long as he is not stupid, he will know the value of Liu Yun. Besides, the other party still has the leverage in his hand. As for whether there will be a situation where the ultimate is used up and then thrown away, it is difficult to say. When necessary, Barrack's skull is thrown into the backpack and the skin is changed. Liu Yun is still the respected third Hokage of Konoha village. What? You want to settle a score with me? What does what he, Barak, did have to do with me, Liu Yun? You find me first and then we can talk about settling the score. Therefore, there is no harm in being in contact with others. Looking at the thoughtful Jew, Liu Yun did not rush him, but waited quietly. After a while, Z spoke. I'll cooperate with you. Sure enough, everything developed in the direction Liu Yun had calculated. But I need to confirm whether your information is true or false. Ju is very afraid of Liu Yun at this moment. He has been dormant for thousands of years, and even Madara dares to play with it. Only Liu Yun gave me a very different feeling. In front of him, I seemed to be one-way transparent. Liu Yun nodded. Of course, I am very sincere. One more thing, you can't tell anyone about my identity, otherwise my movements will be greatly restricted. Ju pondered for a moment and said. This is natural. Liu Yun's identity will not be exposed unless he gives an explanation. After all, if Nagato and Obito knew that all the plans were fake and that they were stepping stones for filial sons to save their mother, Liu Yun believed that several big bosses in the Akatsuki organization would be happy to have a good physical exchange with Z. The conversation between the two ended. Liu Yun greeted Obito in the distance. Obito and Lin came over quickly. Finished. Of course, it is indeed the will left by Uchiha Madara. It is really interesting to chat with him. Liu Yun showed her actor-level acting skills. You even know Madara? Obito said in surprise. Haha. Liu Yun smiled and said nothing, letting them guess. After confirming Ci Xian's identity, remember to contact me. I will then lift the curse on Konan. What needs to be done has been done. Liu Yun turned into a ball of dark fire and disappeared quickly. Obito, Lin, and Zetsu are still left in the mausoleum garden. What did he talk to you about just now? He purposely pushed the others aside, and Obito would never believe it if the two of them didn't tell any secrets. It's just about Madara. Once upon a time, they were friends. It's an understatement. Even Madara was confused by him, and dealing with Obito was a piece of cake for him. Yet, Obito's eyes flashed with surprise, as if he didn't want to believe it. The main reason is that Liu Yun is so good at boasting, but he can also speak logically and coherently. Compared to this, we still have to find a way to find the mysterious monk as soon as possible. Konan can't hold on for long, and Nagato will go crazy if we delay it any longer. Ju suggested. Don't forget Madara's instructions before she died. You must control Nagato well. He is an indispensable part of the plan. There was a bit of oppression in Ju's words. His persona in front of Obito is the assistant and monitoring eye left behind by Madara. Activate all the white Zetsu and all the intelligence networks in the organization. Even if we dig deep, we must find this person. Obito said calmly. He also wanted to meet people who had lived for thousands of years. The two bosses behind the scenes were conspiring loudly. Beside, Lin, who had been silent, spoke. Obito, I want to stay in Konoha. Lin's words interrupted Obito and Zetsu's exchange. Even if Ju didn't understand human affairs, he still knew that staying any longer would be an eyesore. He gave Obito a warning look. It seems to be saying, take care of your woman, she knows too many secrets that she shouldn't know. After doing all this, Zetsu slowly sank into the soil, White Zetsu's mayfly technique was activated, and he quickly left. Lin, Konoha has no future and no hope. This place is not suitable for you to stay. Obito thought for a moment, shook his head and said. But, this is our home, and Kakashi is still here too. Shut up and don't mention him. Hearing Kakashi, Obito frowned and lost control of his emotions. After a while, Obito calmed down again. He also realized that his attitude just now was not good, and his tone softened slightly. Your body is not strong enough to support being away for a long time. You have to see Barrack every 2 months. Besides, what identity should you use to return to the village now? Hearing this, Lin could only lower her head silently. She is now just a walking zombie with thoughts. I promise you, after you are completely resurrected, no matter where you go, I will not stop you, okay? Obito started the common trick of all young boys in love, drawing cakes. Lin was silent. Finally, she nodded. However, only 1 year has passed, but it feels like a different world, things have changed and people have changed. Kamui activated and the two disappeared into the mausoleum. The surroundings fell into silence again. Chapter 57. The next morning, Liu Yun got up as usual, packed up her fishing rods, and prepared to start the day's work. That is fishing. Someone said this in a previous life, it is a sign that a man has lost interest in the opposite s*x. Fishing. Hoarding strange tools. Stay up all night and drink. Liu Yun is now very young, although he has not completely lost interest in the opposite s*x. But compared to the girl, he firmly chose the fishing rod. Go out for a stroll. Itaki, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, saw Liu Yun and immediately stood at attention and saluted. He said respectfully, "Good morning, teacher." Liu Yun didn't bother to pay attention to him, and just waved his hand casually as a greeting. Yuze wandered to the river, set up the fishing rod, and threw the hook, just like an old monk in meditation. Itaki was also completely immune to this situation. He very wisely found an open space aside and started practicing by himself. He didn't dare to get too close for fear of disturbing Liu Yun's fish. Although, he has never seen Liu Yun catch even a fish so far. If Liu Yun knew Itaki's thoughts, he would definitely sneer at it. It's strange that a fisherman can catch fish. He was half leaning on the recliner, with the fruits anbu prepared for him beside him. Steal half a day's leisure from Fusion, and then steal some money from Fusion. He is not in a hurry. With the current probability of successful fishing, he will be invincible even if he fishes by the river for more than 10 years. In his consciousness, experience points continued to increase. Although Itaki was young, he practiced very hard. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade were obsessed with the development of Haki. The miserable Orochimaru can only stay in the office, like an emotionless stamping and signing machine. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully fishing and getting a baby Godzilla. With a flick of the fishing rod, a beast shadow appeared in front of Liu Yun. It's a tiny mini Godzilla. Liu Yun. He has small eyes, thorn-like skin all over his body, looks extremely fierce, and has a slightly fat belly. His hind limbs are thick and his forelimbs are very short. He looked up at Liu Yun like a haki. A stream of air was exhaled from the nose, carrying waves of heat. There is no doubt that this is the youthful mini version of Godzilla. Liu Yun was stunned. How the hell can you catch Godzilla with just one fish? Although the little guy in front of him is not as powerful as Haki Wushuan when he is an adult, a giant monster that looks down on the world, he has already begun to take shape as a king. As soon as his little eyes saw Liu Yun, he stumbled and ran to Liu Yun on his short legs. The flat head rubbed against Liu Yun's body affectionately. Child Godzilla, 7th generation's final form, attack methods, radiation ray, super spiral ray, internal radiation, red lotus G flash ray, throwing, tail whip, free fighting. It is the most representative Godzilla in the past. The strongest form. After reading the system introduction, Liu Yun looked at Godzilla in front of him in confusion. Produced by the system, the young Godzilla is like a pet. It is not an adult and its consciousness is in a state of chaos, but it already regards Liu Yun as its master. Although he is still young, his height has reached a terrifying 3 meters. Standing next to Liu Yun looks more like its pet in terms of size. Although I do want to have a pet, having Godzilla. Liu Yun fell into deep thought as he looked at Godzilla, who was stroking his short hands excitedly in front of him. I tried touching Godzilla's dorsal fin, and it was a little bit irritating. This thing is a symbol of cruelty and cruelty. It is impossible to expect it to be like other cute pets. On the system panel, there is an additional loyalty data. Godzilla's loyalty to him initially reached 90%. After scratching its belly, there were bursts of Haki's roars. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Liu Yun doesn't have any objections to fishing for pets. It's okay to keep a pet, just to relieve loneliness. Can you raise Godzilla? How to raise this? What does it eat? Eat fish. System, what does it eat? How do I feed it? Liu Yun asked in his heart. Eat fish, but Godzilla does not grow by eating fish. Godzilla's origin is due to nuclear radiation. Nuclear radiation drives it to grow, so strictly speaking, it does not need to eat. The system replied. Liu Yun felt relieved after getting the guarantee from the system. Otherwise, we would have to catch fish to raise such a big guy. Liu Yun hesitated for a moment, looked at the fishing rod beside him, and quickly shook his head. If you really want to follow Liu Yun, a fishing guy, you will be hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. As expected of a product produced by a system that displays bad things, even the pets are so unique and unique. It's perfect. It's purely free-range and you don't need to worry about it at all. Liu Yun stroked Godzilla and said excitedly. This little guy is not a good person, even though he is young now. The 7th generation finally sees Godzilla. When it grows up, few creatures can withstand one of its atomic breaths. I wonder if the current juvenile form can release atomic breath. Liu Yun thought curiously. Godzilla on the side seemed to have the same idea as him. Da-da-da. He picked up his short legs and turned to the river. Then, a ball of light blue light in the mouth was condensing at the throat. The light became more and more intense, and then it was aimed at the river below. Oh! An atomic beam as thick as a bucket burst out from Godzilla's mouth. Chapter 58. The scorching heat and overbearing energy, even during the day, instantly made him the most dazzling kid in Konoha. Under the atomic breath, all tangible matter will be evaporated into nothingness. The light blue light beam looked extremely strange and dangerous. Liu Yun watched helplessly as the atomic breath exploded. The surrounding space became distorted by this sudden release of powerful energy. The area affected was not just the river, but the area of 100 meters centered on Godzilla was completely turned into scorched earth. Boom! Destructive energy spread from the river, and a big storm was coming. In Konoha village, many stores on the street were only affected by the ripples of energy, and the glass on the windows shattered instantly. In the Hokage office, Orochimaru, who was stamping his seal, suddenly raised his head, his pale face full of shock and disbelief. The invisible energy spread out like a storm, sweeping across the entire Konoha. In an instant, even the temperature suddenly rose a lot. Countless people in the village looked at this scene stupidly. Enemy attack! The guarding ninjas immediately sounded the alarm. The scene had been destroyed into a dead and scorched earth. The river disappeared, and so did the lush green grass around it. Da-da-da! Godzilla, who was walking with short legs, rushed in front of Liu Yun and looked at Liu Yun asking for credit. That look seemed to say, "Do you think I'm awesome?" Liu Yun stared blankly at Godzilla and the destruction caused by his atomic breath. What the hell is this childhood? Liu Yun was numb, completely numb. He still underestimated Godzilla's power. This little thing couldn't be looked at like an ordinary creature. As for the atomic breath just now, few people in the entire ninja world could compete head-on with it. Swish swish swish! Several figures came to the scene in an instant. As soon as they arrived, the pungent smell and scorching temperature around them made everyone feel uncomfortable. Orochimaru rushed to Liu Yun. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Orochimaru noticed it from the moment the fluctuation broke out. The source of the outbreak was Liu Yun. He didn't dare to waste a moment and quickly brought Anbu to the scene. "I also saw a really weird-looking creature standing next to Liu Yun." Liu Yun hurriedly said, "There was a little accident just now. I was trying out a new ninjutsu for you, and I didn't control the power and range well. I'm sorry." "Orochimaru, what kind of extravagance have you done?" The residual energy around him was still there, and Orochimaru felt very uncomfortable at first. The high temperature was second, and the important thing was another thing he couldn't see. Nuclear pollution. "Teacher." Itaki also ran over. Itaki felt the abnormal movement just now the most. If he hadn't transformed into an element at the critical moment, he would have been blasted by the high temperature to the point where nothing was left. Looking at the two people, one was confused and the other resentful. No matter how Liu Yun explains it, it seems superfluous. "I could only slap Godzilla in displeasure," and the latter let out a whimpering cry, feeling extremely aggrieved. "You obviously wanted me to show off my atomic breath." "Teacher, who is this creature?" Orochimaru looked at Godzilla, confused. "Ah, this is my summoning beast." Liu Yun prevaricated perfunctorily. "Isn't the teacher's summoning man a simian demon?" Orochimaru cursed in his heart. "Fortunately, I have had more contact with Liu Yun, and I have gradually adapted to it. Godzilla's appearance is really eye-catching. Especially the aura revealed invisibly made Orochimaru's eyes numb. I couldn't help but reach out and get a closer look at Godzilla. However, Godzilla was not polite to anyone. Except for Liu Yun, he ignored everyone else. He looked at Orochimaru with disdain, and then breathed out a wave of heat from his nose. Orochimaru was stunned when he tried to get closer. The temperature is so high." Orochimaru put his hands away, his skin already turning red from the high temperature. "Can just breathing burn people? Horrible creatures!" Orochimaru said anxiously. "Godzilla, you go over there first and I'll come find you in a minute." Patting the little guy, Liu Yun ordered him at will. Ouch! Haki's atomic monster vocal cords haven't fully developed yet, so he can only give out a childish response. Immediately, he rushed toward the woods in the distance. In fact, if there is water, it would rather stay in the water. After watching Godzilla go away, Liu Yun explained to everyone. "This is my new summoning beast, and it is also a pet. It is still in its infancy. Tell the people in the village to stay as far away from him as possible to avoid any necessary misunderstandings." "Is this thing so old, or is it still in its infancy?" Everyone's pupils were shocked. "It will always be by my side from now on. You should try to slowly adapt to its existence." Liu Yun is also a little short of words. It seems that no matter how he says it, it will be a bit weird. Ahem. Finally Orochimaru coughed twice and laughed dryly. The teacher's behavior is becoming more and more unpredictable. Since there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. I just hope that the teacher can pay more attention when developing new ninjutsu in the future. The people in the village need to rest and recuperate. Of course, I promise that similar situations will not happen again in the future. Liu Yun promised, patting his chest. You are the only one who believes in ghosts. Orochimaru groaned inwardly. Just as he was about to leave with Anbu, he was suddenly stopped by Liu Yun. Demarcate this area as a restricted area and order no one to enter. Liu Yun also discovered the sequelae of atomic breath and said sternly. Orochimaru was puzzled. Do as I say. This place is very dangerous. Ordinary people will have physical problems if they stay here for too long. Liu Yun frowned. He is connected to Godzilla and can sense many things that ordinary people cannot. For example, the high-intensity radiation in this area. Chapter 59. Liu Yun can feel radiation and is immune to it, but others cannot. With Godzilla around, the destruction after his atomic breath has no effect on him, but that's just Liu Yun. If others contact you rashly, the outcome may not be optimistic. Liu Yun is a very moral person, he is not a small book. We can't do the kind of cool operation of nuclear energy reviving and everyone ascending. After thinking about it, he decided to let Orochimaru circle the land. After sending the people away, Liu Yun walked towards Godzilla under the shade of the tree. This guy is sleeping. He is born with the ability to control nuclear fusion without the need to eat. He even has a dedicated organ in his body that performs nuclear fusion all the time. He is practicing practice all the time. Liu Yun looked at Godzilla. This guy can become stronger just by lying still. I thought I was enough to show off, but I didn't expect you to show off even more than me. Sensing Liu Yun's approach, Godzilla opened his eyes. Compared with his huge body, Mr. Ge's eyes are indeed a bit small. Ouch! With a roar of excitement, Godzilla was very close to Liu Yun. Being bound by the system, the identity of the two people is the relationship between the owner and the pet. Furthermore, it can also be said to be symbiotic. Liu Yun's hand covers Godzilla. The latter obediently allowed Liu Yun to touch him. It doesn't feel very good. Liu Yun thought. Then, spiritual power slowly sneaked into Godzilla's body. This is the source of its energy, the most important core. Liu Yun felt the terrifying movement of the atomic reactor undergoing drastic changes in front of him. Nuclear fusion is going on all the time. I am bound to it, and the atomic furnace does not reject me. So, can I borrow Godzilla's power and be able to breathe my own atomic breath? Liu Yun had a bold idea in his heart. Compared with other people's fire and water sprays, Liu Yun wants to take his skills to the next level and directly spray atomic breath. Controlling nuclear radiation and letting Godzilla carry it in the form of a power bank, he can freely master and release Godzilla's skills. This kind of scene is very exciting when you think about it. After all, every one of my skills can be called forbidden technique in the Hokage world. The word forbidden technique represents extremely powerful effects. Under normal circumstances, other people's forbidden technique, such as the sealing of zombies, relies on Krypton life. The Prince's Wind-style spiral shuriken and multiple shadow clone are also forbidden technique. While it is extremely powerful, it also does a lot of damage to itself, which is equivalent to a basic buff. Forbidden technique seems to have caused negligible damage to the prince. Liu Yun was thoughtful. Godzilla looked at his master's strange movements. He was so young that he couldn't understand the mystery very well. He looked at Liu Yun blankly, and then he chose to give Liu Yun control over the most important atomic furnace organ in his body. Complete openness allows Liu Yun to master this killer weapon. In the space of consciousness, this is the location of the embodied atomic furnace. Liu Yun looked at the dim surroundings, and in front of him was a giant phantom of Godzilla. His height is definitely over 100 meters, and his weight is immeasurable. Although it is just a vague outline, even if it is a shadow, you can still clearly feel the intimidation of this guy in front of you. Calm but powerful breathing, with a particularly stable pattern. With every breath, the body's atomic furnace reaction becomes stronger. As expected of the 7th generation Godzilla. Compared with ordinary Godzilla, it has greater potential. Godzilla is more of a race. According to the information, 1st generation Godzilla is only 50 meters tall and weighs only 20,000 tons. There aren't that many different attack methods, just white-hot light and ordinary tearing and grabbing. In fact, the race of 1st generation Godzilla is just a remnant of a rare intermediate form of sea-dwelling reptiles and terrestrial beasts that lived between the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. They became 1st generation because they were upgraded by radiation. Generation Godzilla. Afterwards, it evolved from generation to generation, passing through the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, the Red Lotus state, and then reached the 7th generation, which is the final form. The final Godzilla of 7th generation is already the strongest in history. Space Godzilla's range of action has left the Earth, while Hell Godzilla can kill to heaven and hell, and Ice Godzilla even has the ability to penetrate space. The final Godzilla in front of us appears from this phantom. Liu Yun can conclude that when it grows up, it can tear apart all the above Godzillas combined. Shredded in a physical sense. Until then, Black Zetsu's FG seal is completely out of the question. One shot of atomic breath can easily defeat a small planet, just like playing. Now, this guy with unlimited growth potential has become his pet. Developed by himself in the atomic furnace, Liu Yun can even use some of Godzilla's abilities. As long as he gets used to it more deeply, Liu Yun will almost always exist as a humanoid Godzilla. Take a deep breath. The harvest from this fishing trip is astonishing. And the phantom in front of him turned into a dust and penetrated into Liu Yun's body. Liu Yun also opened his arms to receive it. Just sit down and keep feeling these dust particles. Adapting to the transformation of his body caused by radiation. Outside, one person and one beast seemed to be in meditation. Itaka from a distance looked at the teacher's posture, silently assuming the role of guardian. Time passed slowly, and beside Liu Yun, large dust clouds were released from the body. This thing contained super strong radiation. Even if Liu Yun accidentally released it, the dose could easily kill Chunin. Chapter 60. Itaka looked at the dust cloud surrounding Liu Yun and Godzilla, his little face gradually becoming dull. He has seen too many bizarre situations with Liu Yun. But this time, the surrounding trees and flowers are slowly withering. Is that poison? Itaka's face was filled with disbelief. He had never heard of 3rd generation Sama using poison. The expansion of the dust cloud forced Itaka further and further away from Liu Yun. He was debating whether to go to another master, Lord 5th Hokage. But Orochimaru just came here. Finally, Liu Yun, who had closed his eyes in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the surrounding layer of gloomy particles and the surrounding vegetation that has been severely polluted, Liu Yun took a deep breath. Phew! Instantly, countless dust particles were all inhaled into Liu Yun's mouth and nose as if they were guided. The air becomes pure at a speed visible to the naked eye. Itaka looked at Liu Yun blankly. Teacher, what are you doing? Absorbing the poisonous mist? What new ability is this? At this time, Liu Yun slowly stood up. Your body seems to be different. Liu Yun said to himself. Then raise your palms up and begin to mobilize the chakra in your body. In an instant, the endless chakra is wrapped in Godzilla's energy and mixed together. Nuclear reactions at the microscopic level such as atoms and molecules floated back and forth quietly on Liu Yun's hands. Look at this grey unknown substance. It looked quiet and peaceful on the surface, but inside, nuclear reactions began and ended again and again. If the energy contained in it explodes, Liu Yun can use the energy crystal in his hand to cause the same lethality as the atomic breath just now. A fusion of chakra and nuclear reaction, let's call it nuclear escape. Liu Yun whispered to himself. Disperse the nuclear power in front of you. What should not appear in the Hokage world has now become a unique power that only belongs to Liu Yun. Godzilla was listening to Liu Yun's words. He tried to understand, but quickly failed. The communication between the two mainly relies on consciousness. Liu Yun touched Godzilla's flat head. When you grow up, I will teach you how to speak human language. Ouch! Liu Yun responded with a strange cry. I'll give you a name, and I'll call you Mr. Brother from now on. I originally wanted to call him Brother Pingtu, but it was easily confused with Brother Pingtu in my memory. Just call him Brother, Haki is still loud and clear. Godzilla certainly has no problem with that. Liu Yun patted it on the shoulder. You were exhausted from sharing the energy of the atomic furnace just now, so take a good rest here. Ouch! Turning his head sideways, Brother always fell into a deep sleep. He was indeed exhausted. Seeing this, Itaki, who was guarding him carefully, hurried over. Teacher, what happened just now? Are you studying toxins? Itaka didn't understand the power of the core and could only interpret the floating dust particles as toxins. No, that's a newly developed new ability, nuclear escape. Liu Yun explained. Nuclear escape. Itaka chewed on the two words. Okay, he still didn't understand. But that's not the point. The point is that Mr. Third Generation has created a new bloodline. From light release, Mara fruit, Haki, and now core release. In the eyes of others, Liu Yun is creating myths almost at a new level every day. Okay, great. Itaka would only give dry compliments. After hearing this, Liu Yun shook her head helplessly. After all, the child is still too young and doesn't know how to lick someone. Give him a good lick as a teacher, and he might as well give him a copy of the nuclear escape. Teacher is worthy of being a professor of ninjutsu. He can create miracles one after another. Having you here is truly a blessing to Konoha. Itaka praised sincerely. Oh, this kid's understanding is heaven-defying, and he understands the principle of wealth and honor. Liu Yun looked at Itaki in surprise. This little weasel is enlightened. But it's a pity that some people's hearts are like sponges. The more you lick them, the harder they get. Liu Yun pretended to be regretful and said, You have already eaten the Mara fruit. It is a pity that you can no longer inherit the power of being a master's core escape. No. Itaka shook his head quickly. Teacher, you have misunderstood. I am not greedy, but I feel from the bottom of my heart that the teacher's understanding is heaven-defying. It is my lifelong dream and pursuit to live like the teacher. Weasel, what you said is enough. In the first half of his life, teacher, he worked hard for Konoha and worked hard to make Konoha the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. In his prime, he had no love for power and passed on the title of Hokage to the 4th Hokage. And Lord 5th Hokage. After leaving the peak of power, he worked tirelessly to create so many new skills and gave them to the village for free. Itaka connected all the things Liu Yun did in time travel, and what he said was truly sincere. The conclusion is, 3rd Hokage-sama, you are the greatest Kage in the history of Konoha village. Looking at Itaka's eyes that were almost stretched, Liu Yun was stunned. It turns out that I have such a high status in the hearts of the leak disciples. I guess his biological father Uchiha Fugaku's evaluation is far inferior to mine, right? Liu Yun thought to himself. The atmosphere has reached this point, and Liu Yun is too embarrassed to spoil it. I'm old, and sooner or later I will be abandoned by the tide of the times. The future of Konoha still lies with you, Itaki, you have to work hard. Liu Yun transformed into a kind life mentor and taught earnestly. Yes, teacher, I will definitely live up to your expectations. After saying that, endless power burst out from Itaka's body. Walking to the side with his head held high, he was ready to work harder to develop Mara fruit. Liu Yun also sighed, this child is born to be fooled by the wild father. It was the same in the original work and it is still the same now. It has not changed at all. Chapter 61. When Liu Yun developed nuclear escape and slowly tried to comprehend new energy. 5 days later. The distant land of Earth. Obito and Black Zetsu stood on a towering rock, looking down at Iwagakure. Are you sure the target is hidden down there? Obito's words were filled with suspicion. The location of Iwagakure is very unique. Geographically, this is an excellent hiding place. Black Zetsu replied. In the ninja world, there are not many places where an old monster that has been hiding for thousands of years can safely hide. The Kingdom of Water is a country surrounded by sea and dotted with small islands. Mist Shinobi is indeed the most mysterious of the 5 ninja kingdoms, known as the Hidden One in the Blood Mist. But that place is almost ruined by Obito. Mizukage has become his puppet, and the mere ninja village has long become Obito's leak field, and it is already an unsustainable way to fish from the marsh. And Iwagakure. The village is surrounded by high mountains and rocks and has strong defenses. It is difficult for enemies to penetrate inside. However, it is also relatively difficult for them to communicate with the outside world. Rock Shinobi has the veteran cage-level powerhouse Oniki in charge. It's hard to imagine that that person would be hiding here. Obito said. Haha, don't forget, those are people who have lived for thousands of years. Just like Baruch, ordinary common sense cannot be applied to them. Black Zetsu reminded. What should we do? We only found Cicien, that shell organization, and its whereabouts are still there. Obito frowned. According to the agreement, as long as Cicien is found, the mission assigned by Liu Yun will be completed. However, the 2 big bosses both have mature thoughts in their hearts. How about we go find him and have some contact? Black Zetsu and Obito looked at each other. Hit it off immediately. Obito wants to meet characters who have survived for thousands of years. Anyway, with Kamui here, he will definitely escape unscathed. It's absolutely because of my mother. As a filial child, he has the obligation to collect information about enemies for his mother. The 2 of them arrived at Iwagakure calmly. The village's barrier and the guarding ninjas looked like decorations as usual, and were easily solved by Obito. After walking leisurely for a long time, the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of a temple. Obito was slightly surprised. Although this temple was not as luxurious and public as the Temple of Fire, it still had a hint of simplicity. What makes Obito feel even more magical is that the temple is clearly not far outside Iwagakure. As long as you pay a little attention, it's easy to spot. However, no one passing by would pay attention to this place. This is no ordinary temple, definitely not simple. Both Obito and Black Zetsu set the tone for this temple from the bottom of their hearts. Walk slowly into the temple. The interior is not very spacious, and there are lights on the side. That is. Black Zetsu looked stunned. This is the lighting technique that has been lost for a long time. It's an ancient secret technique used during the ninja sect period in the world. No need for candles and lamp oil, just use chakra as a cue. As long as the host does not go out, the light will keep burning. Black Zetsu quietly planted spores inside and outside the temples along the way to prepare for emergencies. There was no one around in the temple, and Obito and Black Zetsu were the only guests. There were only a few monks on duty nearby, their expressions were blank and they looked like zombies. He didn't pay attention when he saw someone coming in. The temple looks very deserted. Both of them wore loose black robes to hide their figures. Obito looked around. Some details of the architecture are similar to those of the Uchiha clan's shrines. Looking around the temple. Finally, he stopped in front of a monk. A white Haori, wearing a black cloak, her hair is gathered on the top of her head, with a long braid on the back of her head, and the Roman numeral 4 is tattooed under her left eye. There is a strange mark on his chin, and he wears red collars and red wrist guards on his neck and wrists, with black nails. All this is consistent with the picture presented by Liu Yun. Yes, it's him. Obito said firmly in his heart. Afterwards, we wandered around the temple seemingly leisurely. But chakra and attention were paying close attention to this monk. The monk did not interfere with Obito and Black Zetsu. Let them wander around the temple. Xian was holding a book in his hands and seemed to be reading deeply. The two uninvited guests stayed in the temple like this, walking around and observing the monks. Until after a few breaths. Pa! The sound of a book closing. Xian put down the scripture and said calmly, "Are you here to find me?" His tone was calm and his expression remained unchanged. But his words made Obito and Black Zetsu feel nervous. Discovered. There is a barrier set up by me around the temple. Everyone who passes by will unconsciously ignore this place, no one is exempted. And the two of you, from the moment you entered this village, your attention has been focused here, or on me. Xian said calmly. From the very beginning, the so-called secret infiltration was just wishful thinking on the part of Obito and Black Zetsu. After that, he moved his body slightly. In an instant, several clones of white Zetsu that had been absorbed and shriveled slowly fell out of Xian's body. The white Zetsu clones had their chakra drained and had lost their vital signs, but the frightened expressions on their faces proved that they had experienced terrible things before they died. Chapter 62. That's White Zetsu's spore technique. Obito looked at the white Zetsu that had been shaken out, each of them had a horrified look on their faces, they had already been sucked into human beings. The product of Gedo statue has deteriorated so much that it seems that the current Ten Tails is just an empty shell. Xian said calmly. 2 days ago, when these things attached themselves to my body, I knew that someone had summoned the Gedo statue again. Then I knew you would come to my door. It was really hard for me to wait. Xian sighed. What did he mean? Did he know we were coming? Obito's heart trembled slightly. This seems to be a trap that has been woven long ago, just waiting for them to get in. Doesn't it mean that he has not seen through all our actions? Swallowing hard, Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xian. One face-to-face can force the spores out of the body. This person is very difficult to deal with. However, Xian doesn't seem to be interested in Obito. Instead, he targeted Black Zetsu. There is something about you that makes me very uncomfortable. Tell me, what is your relationship with that traitor? Xian saw through Black Zetsu's underwear at a glance, and noticed that Black Zetsu's aura was similar to that of Satsuki Kagaya. Although it was very faint, even though it was thousands of years ago, Xian always remembered it. It is precisely because of Kagaya's betrayal that the noble Satsuki Ishiki had to parasitize an inferior creature in order to save his life. This is simply a shame. Hearing Xian's words, Black Zetsu's heart tightened. Liu Yun really didn't lie. This monk was indeed a god like his mother. Don't tell me. Black Zetsu was silent in front of him, and Xian asked again. After confirming that the information was correct, Black Zetsu quietly approached Obito. Start Kamui, hurry up, it's too late if you forget. Black Zetsu quickly urged Obito. Black Zetsu, why are you so nervous? Obito doesn't understand. I have been teaming up with Black Zetsu for such a long time. Obito knows his habits. No matter who he is, whether he is facing Nagato's Rinnegan or sneaking into various hidden villages to collect information, he always looks calm and calm. This is the first time Obito has seen him look absolutely nervous. However, considering that the opponent is Madara's wool, making Zetsu so nervous, Obito also knows that Xian is not an ordinary person. Obito nodded immediately, grabbed Zetsu, and planned to activate Kamui to leave here. However, the tried and true Kamui actually had a problem this time. Why does the space here become heavy? Why is Kamui's activation speed so slow? Obito's heart sank. Phew! In an instant, Xian teleported in front of the two of them. So fast! I didn't even notice the slightest trace of his movements. This speed is hard to match even the Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Obito was startled and analyzed anxiously in his heart. Only the dead teacher, Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, and the third Hokage I saw in Konoha that day can do it. At this time, Cixian spoke. You haven't answered me yet. What is your relationship with her? Cixian still held the book in his hand, and while his speed was extraordinary, his movements were always very graceful. It was obviously a questioning and interrogation, but it was like chatting. Do it. Black Zetsu spoke, his words full of anxiety and uneasiness. Bang! With a muffled groan, the two of them took action at the same time. Even though Ju was not good at fighting, now that it was time to risk his life, he could only give it a try. The two of them aimed at Cixian's body at the same time. After the attack was successful, Cixian's body was only slightly deflected. Obito and Zetsu retreated a few meters apart. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you right now. Cixian raised one hand and pointed it at Obito. The next second, several black rods appeared in vain, directly piercing Obito's limbs and torso, and pinned him firmly to the ground. This is Chakra Black Rod. Obito had no time to be surprised. A more serious problem appeared. The body's chakra was being rapidly absorbed and disappeared. How can chakra be absorbed so quickly? Obito had a look of horror on his face. Chakra stick, he can also use it. This is the yin-yang escape technique, which can block and absorb chakra. However, when Cixian used this move, the effect was completely different from his. After dealing with Obito, Ji-Hsien continued to look at Black Zetsu. This kind of indifference, looking at people as if they were nothing, as if a higher creature was looking at a lower creature, was something he had only seen in his mother. Cixian just waved his hand gently and easily lifted the black robe off Ju's body. The strange black and white body was revealed. It's another degraded clone. It seems like you're just a ball of consciousness, not even a physical entity. When she made you, was time already so short? Cixian said indifferently. There was no possibility of victory at all. At the moment of life and death, Black Zetsu abandoned his body without hesitation, and his whole body turned into a pool of slime and fell to the ground. He knew that this was an opponent they could never defeat. Obito definitely can't be saved and can only be sold. Clang! Before Black Zetsu could disappear into the ground, several chakra rods appeared, pinning Zetsu firmly to the surface. The speed was so fast that neither Obito nor Black Zetsu could clearly see Cixian's movements. In 2 rounds, the combination of Obito and Black Zetsu was suppressed. Not even the slightest chance to resist. Chapter 63. The battle is a one-sided crushing. Although Ji-Hsien's body is not strong enough to fully bear the power of the Tsutsuki clan. However, Obito and Black Zetsu really don't need Cixian to use his full strength. You don't even need to open the wedge. Cixian strolled up to Black Zetsu. He is not a good-tempered person. Since you didn't tell me after asking, you can't blame me. The Great Memory Restoration technique is applicable in every world. Hold it with one hand. A lump of mud like Black Zetsu was sucked into the palm of his hand. Chakra invades directly into Black Zetsu's body. No matter what, we forcefully search for Black Zetsu's memory and consciousness. Obito, who was on the side, looked at Cixian's movements, his face became increasingly ugly, and deep down in his heart, he had already begun to greet Liu Yun's 18th generation ancestor. Ahole, you asked me to look for this guy, but you didn't state the threat in advance, and made it clear that he was using us as a gunman. No wonder Obito is so angry. The reason for his anger, apart from Liu Yun, is that there is such a strong person hiding in the ninja world. But they didn't know it at all. Kamui, who had always been successful in the past, didn't even have a chance to activate in front of Cixian. The despair in his heart suffocated Obito. Not even the Rinnegan-bearing Nagato or the old Madara had ever given Obito such a sense of despair. The conscience of heaven and earth, Liu Yun only asked them to confirm Cixian's identity, but did not let them act rashly. Fighting Cixian, now everyone in the ninja world is tied together to seek abuse one-sidedly. After all, Shippuden and Boruto are completely two versions. Kamui, a cheating device, is an outdated version of Boruto, a game where gods frequently appear. A hole. Obito couldn't help but cursed angrily. The chakra on his body is blocked, and he can't even coordinate his body now. The situation was urgent and he reluctantly raised his head to look at Cixien. Obito suddenly slowly closed his eyes. Cixien next to him didn't notice this, as he was reading Black Zetsu's memory. A few seconds later, Cixien discovered something unusual. Holding Black Zetsu in the mud with one hand, Cixien looked at several chakra rods on the ground. You can actually break free from me. There was a hint of surprise in his words. But soon, Cixien shook his head. The target is this guy, Obito, that little mouse. There is nothing worthy of Cixien's attention. I see, Kaguya is your mother. Humph, when she attacked me from behind, did she ever think that one day she would be sealed by her two sons? However, you do have a lot of valuable things, Rinnegan, Infinite Tsukuyomi Project. After being seriously injured by Kaguya, he was forced to parasitize Cixien. For a long time, Cixien, or Tsutsuki Ishiki, fell into a deep sleep. After he completely mastered Cixien's body, Kaguya disappeared. Cixien didn't fully understand many things. Well, now, with Black Zetsu's assist, the shortcomings in intelligence have been filled. Looking at the struggling Black Zetsu, Cixien shook his head. You've lost your value. After saying that, he raised it gently with one finger. Several black wedges appeared, made of the same material as the chakra rod. The wedge was instantly fixed between Black Zetsu's eyebrows. In an instant, Black Zetsu was deeply immersed in an ancient piece of paper. His expression was ferocious, trying desperately to break free. I want you to watch carefully in this painting, how I will kill your traitor mother. After Cixien finished speaking, he hung Black Zetsu's portrait on the wall. Turning around, Cixien looked outside the temple. Now that Kaguya is sealed, it's time to reclaim chakra. Cixien, who has been secretly accumulating strength all this time, is ready to take action. Kaguya is gone, Hago Romo and Hamura are dead, and no one in the ninja world can resist his actions. As for Madara and Nagato? Sorry, except for the Tsutsuki clan members, Cixien doesn't pay attention to anyone. Only Liu Yun needs a little more attention from Cixien. From Black Zetsu's memory, he saw that the reason why Obito Black Zetsu came to visit him was because Liu Yun was secretly teaching him Konoha? Then I'll go there myself. Cixien said lightly. Not to mention where, Iwagakure also has two scattered chakras, let's start from here to recover the chakras. A faint smile appeared on Cixien's plain face. Outside, Obito, who was running for his life, didn't even dare to look back at the temple. Body flicker technique, Kamui, in order to escape, he used all the abilities that can speed up the transfer. The Sharingan in the right eye turned slowly, with shock and horror in his eyes. And in his left eye socket, there was a Sharingan that had turned white. The forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Obito spent a resurrection coin. Boom! Behind him, a terrifying momentum soared into the sky. Obito's body was shaken by a ferocious aura that far surpassed any strong person he knew. He took action. Obito didn't have time to be shocked and continued to escape at a desperate pace. You're not here to chase me, are you? A terrifying thought emerged in my heart. Fortunately, Cixien's target was him. But Iwagakure's two-tailed beasts. Four tails Sun Wukong, five tails Koku. Chapter 64. Iwagakure. Above the blue sky, a majestic momentum flew past. Under this aura of fear, the village below suddenly became commotion. The ninjas of Rock Shinobi all raised their heads with dull faces, looking at the figures passing by like meteors. The strong sense of oppression made them shiver. The aura of the Tsutsuki clan allowed these ordinary ninjas who had never had the opportunity to meet them to experience it. The riot has begun. In the village, there are ninjas jumping and running everywhere, and the lowest strength is Jainin. Third Tsuchikage Onoki sensed Ji Xian's aura early on. When Ci Xian releases his power, the barrier that shields the breath is no longer effective. In the sky, the floating Onoki locked eyes with the figure in front of him with a gloomy face. Bursts of huge chakra, with strong whines, blew on the face of this experienced old man. Before anyone arrives, my aura alone can make me feel so threatened. Who is it? Onoki couldn't help but think in his heart. After one breath, a powerful force pulled the floating Onimu down from the sky. Pa! There was a loud noise, and the unprepared Onoki was hit hard on the roof of a tall building. Fortunately, he used the earth-style light-heavy rock technique to delay his fall before landing, otherwise Onoki would have been seriously injured in just this one blow. He raised his head and looked at the person he had never met before. Obito's heart sank to the bottom. Iwagakure's Tsuchikage. Ci Xian tilted his head and looked at Onoki on the ground with extremely contemptuous eyes. That kind of look doesn't look like looking at a person, it looks like looking at an insect. Your Excellency. Although Onoki was filled with anger, the aura shown by Ci Xian alone was enough to frighten him. He stood up in embarrassment and patted the dust off his body. Onimu looked at Ci Xian cautiously and asked. Answer my question. Ci Xian continued to speak indifferently. I am the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Onoki nodded and said calmly. His identity as Tsuchikage is known to all the ninja world, so why is the person in front of him still asking questions like that? That's fine. Ci Xian nodded. Hand over 4 tails and 5 tails, and I won't kill you. Ci Xian said it as a matter of course and didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. Arrogant. When Onoki heard this, his face immediately sank. One of the 5 great powers, Iwagakure's talker, was actually treated with such a bossy attitude. This is a great humiliation. Phew. The sharp wind came with the danger of freezing coldness. Onimu was startled. Soon, there was a strange-shaped wedge on the building behind him. On the left side of his face, traces of bloodline appeared. Hiss. If you go a little further to the right. Onoki said in shock. There is no warning, no unnecessary action, this is Chi Kuokuo's warning from Ci Xian. And the next moment, another wedge was quietly erected in Ci Xian's hand. I don't want to waste time. Ci Xian aimed the wedge at Onoki. This time, he aimed at the center of his eyebrows. Looking at Ci Xian, who was extremely quick with his moves, Onomu pondered slightly. Then, suddenly, his palms clasped together. The chakra in the body was extracted frantically, and then a cube-shaped beam of light condensed in the palm of the hand. Dust Escape Original Realm Peeling Technique. The attack is a killing move, without any temptation or hesitation. Countless battle experiences tell Onoki that the opponent is very dangerous. Chen Dun's light pillar gradually expanded, and then spread rapidly, covering Ci Xian's entire body. The rock shinobi people who came from a distance looked at Onoki who took action. Tsuchikage's dust release is all too familiar, but I didn't expect that the battle would come so quickly. On the roof, looking at Ci Xian who had no reaction, Onoki felt happy in his heart. Succeeded. But soon, Onoki's joy was ruthlessly broken by reality. The pillar of light from Chen Escape really enveloped Ci Xian. But it seems to have failed. Ci Xian didn't make any movement, and his body automatically absorbed the ninjutsu. One of the abilities of Wedge. It can completely absorb chakra concentration type ninjutsu and convert it into chakra and store it in the user's body. In the original work, Ci Xian once used this technique to absorb the chakra of 10 tails and the Amaterasu released by Sasuke, and the Raise Nan released by Naruto. In Ci Xian's eyes, Chen Yun is just a special ninjutsu, so absorbing it is not a problem. Pa! With a crisp sound, Ci Xian casually dismissed Onoki's dust escape technique. In the latter's frightened eyes, Onoki said calmly, "A ninjutsu that combines the three nature transformations of wind, earth, and fire? What a boring trick! But as an inferior creature, you are quite good at being able to master this step." Ci Xian commented to himself with great interest. Compared with Ci Xian's indifference, Onoki couldn't believe his eyes. How is it possible? Dust escape has actually failed. This scene was completely unacceptable to Onoki. This is dust release. Only Tsuchikage can master it in the ninja world. It is the ultimate move of blood successor elimination that transcends the blood succession limit. An indestructible dust release? Chapter 65. It is not impossible to break the dust escape. The most effective method is the time and space ninjutsu. But at the moment, Ci Xian took advantage of him and dismissed his most proud ninjutsu with a wave of his hand. This kind of gap was unacceptable to Onoki. Ci Xian looked at Onomu indifferently. To him, this low-level creature was quite good, but that was just the end of it. With a flick of his finger, the wedge flew out. Such a nonchalant move. Call out. Any defensive moves by Onoki were redundant. The solid earth-style wall was easily broken through as if made of paper, and then the wedge shot straight towards Onoki without slowing down at all. Like a wild horse, his body was thrown away nearly 100 meters. The wedge easily penetrated his body and pinned him firmly to the mountain wall behind him. In just one move, Rock Shinobi's strongest ninja was instantly killed. Tsuchikage-sama. The Rock Shinobi who arrived shortly after looked at Onoki who was shot down. They were horrified and rushed to rescue him. Leading the way was Tsuchikage's Shadow Guard. Well, the Shadow Guards of the ninja world are typically useful, but their usefulness is comparable to the protective case of a Nokia mobile phone. Just like now, their own Tsuchikage has been stunned, and they can't do anything except scream. Countless ninjas rushed towards Onoki like crazy. Ci Xian watched this scene silently, not even bothering to move his eyelids. He raised his hand. Countless chakra sticks were summoned, one for each of the Rock Shinobi ninjas who arrived first. With the same instant kill, the Shadow Guards were completely wiped out. No, chakra is locked. Someone screamed. Ci Xian slowly flew to Onoki and raised his palm. The next second, a group of high-density chakras slowly condenses. The space became a little distorted, and then separated quickly. Finally, 5 groups of shining chakra groups were formed. Crazy water, speeding thunder, boiling fire, howling wind, and solid earth. The 5 attributes of chakra are formed on the hands of Ci Xian. Any ninja, when approaching these 5 groups of chakra, will think of the tailed beast's signature skill, Tailed Beast Bomb. Strictly speaking, Ci Xian's chakra energy bomb is modeled after the Tailed Beast Bomb. The sudden appearance of the chakra bullet also made all the Rock Shinobi look in horror. Once a chakra of this level loses control and explodes, not to mention the people in front of it will be instantly annihilated, and even the village will be wiped off the map. Either hand over 4 tails and 5 tails, or let Iwagakure disappear, your choice. Ci Xian gave Onoki a choice. Onoki looked at Ci Xian blankly. Is this really what humans can achieve? Escape from the dust on your face and rub the tailed beast bomb with your bare hands? Onoki wanted to struggle, but the chakra sealed in his body prevented him from moving. My patience is very limited. Ci Xian looked at Onoki who still wanted to resist and said impatiently. Immediately, the 5 rounds of chakra bullets slowly began to expand. The 5 attributes slowly intertwined and intertwined. In just 10 seconds, it expanded from the size of a fist to 40 or 50 meters. Ci Xian looked at Onoki coldly. Onoki knew very well that if his next answer did not satisfy the other party, these 5 groups of deadly chakra would really lose control. Four Tails Jinkriki Lao Zi left the village after the Ninja World War. I don't know his whereabouts. Five Tails Jinkriki Han is away on a mission and is not in the village now. Onoki's eyes were full of sadness and he replied bleakly. Stab it. A bolt of lightning struck down from the chakram mass above, slamming into the bound Onoki. There was an explosion, and half of Onoki's body was scorched black by lightning, and there were even faint signs of carbonization. Obviously, Ci Xian was not satisfied with Onoki's answer. Everything I said is true. I didn't lie to you. Please give me some time and I will find a way to recall them right away. After the blow, Onoki was seriously injured, but he still raised his head and begged Ci Xian. The choice Ci Xian gave him seemed like a multiple-choice question, but in fact it was a judgment question. Live or die? Finally, Ci Xian's expression changed a little. His brows furrowed slightly, and his senses gave him clear feedback. There were indeed no tailed beasts in Uegakuer. Onoki didn't lie. But this did not prevent Ci Xian from being angry. The first action after coming out of the mountain was frustrated, which made Ci Xian very unhappy. Somewhat irritably, he threw out the 5 giant chakra bombs in his hand. Outside the village. Bang! After several explosions, the chakra bomb was not smoothed wherever it went, and finally exploded after losing Ci Xian's control. Several high mountains outside Uegakuer were wiped away, and several huge bottomless holes were blasted out. Thanks to Ci Xian, the Kingdom of Earth has several more Grand Canyons. Hearing the explosion in the distance, the hearts of the restrained rock shinobi froze. This is not the same dimensional combat power as them at all. Onoki also looked into the distance with dull eyes, and then looked at Ci Xian with difficulty. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly arose in his heart. This feeling had appeared in Onoki in the past years. That time, I faced Uchiha Madara. His predecessor, Tsuchikage Musama, and his younger self, were both suppressed by Uchiha Madara's overwhelming strength. This time, it was Ci Xian. The entire Uegakuer, one thought from the other party can completely make it disappear. Onoki made a vague calculation in his mind, comparing Uchiha Madara to Ci Xian, the latter was much more of a threat. The miraculous chakra bullet just now is as powerful as Madara, and it may be difficult to copy. I will come again in half a month. By then, if I can't see 4 tails and 5 tails, then there is no need for rock shinobi to exist. Ci Xian said coldly. After that, he lightly snapped his fingers, and the chakra vehicles on the rock shinobi and Onoki disappeared instantly. In front of Ci Xian, a black-red circular portal that resembled a black hole suddenly appeared. Ci Xian jumped into it and quickly disappeared. Uegakuer's danger of destroying the village has finally been temporarily resolved. His ninjas quickly caught Onoki, who fell. Now, he no longer has the strength to even achieve the ability to float. The medical team rushed to him and hurriedly treated him. The severe pain in his body was still there, and Ci Xian only gave him half a month. If you can't satisfy him next time you visit, then, the canyon with smoke and gravel in the distance is the fate of the village. In this desperate situation, Onoki's eyes slowly closed and he passed out.